Everyone here that's here? Stick your hand up if you're not here. Rightio. Welcome to Hot Topics. Hopefully this is going to be something that will continue in years to come from the Geological Society Contaminated Land Group. And we would welcome you all here today. A couple of bits of health and safety, as always. Fire alarm was tested this morning before we got here, so there shouldn't be one today. So if you do hear the fire alarm, please, it is real. Excavation points and exits, all are very clearly marked. If anybody has any disabilities that would affect their ability to actually get out of one of the fire exits, please let one of the organisers know, because what we have to do then is put a ramp in on one of the exits to allow people to get away. Muster points are outside. So the questions, always a question. The format is basically going to be in 3 sessions of presentations. There will be a chair for each session who will organise and deal with any questions. Please don't interrupt speakers during their presentations. Make comments or post questions using Mentimeter, which we'll come on to a little bit later. And there are QR codes all around the building to allow you to do that. Time may be available at the end of the presentations for short questions from the floor, if time allows, and the people giving the presentation are happy to do that. Otherwise, we want to try and keep as close as we can to the time. I have to put this disclaimer in that the views of presenters are their own and do not necessarily accord with the views of the Geological Society and its member groups, but are presented in accordance with and with awareness of current society guidance. So all images and presentations are copyright of the presenters and or their organisations and used with permission. So this morning we'll start with the introduction and welcome, go on to the sustainability session, then we'll have the emerging contaminants and then lunch. In the afternoon, we'll go through regulations and guidance, and then we will have a Q&A session basically at the end of it with a wrap up and close and the drinks reception to follow, kicking us all out at about 6:30. So in terms of questions and comments, the final session will be following this. We have a Mentimeter that you can get onto and the link to it is just there. A selection of questions submitted will basically be chosen by the committee and put forward for discussion by the panel. And the survey and QA will be open throughout the day and can be accessed either by scanning the QR codes or linking to menti.com and using the code that's on there. Doing a quick bit of a roundup of various things that our hosts would like us to make you aware of. The Quarterly Journal of Engineering, Geology and Hydrogeology. I'm one of the people on the editorial group, so I would definitely recommend A, getting copies of that, and B, if you can, make your presentations today or whenever you're giving presentations available to them so that they can include them in the various documentations that we've got. Also been asked to put forward the training courses that are coming up. So we've got the groundwater one for construction in April, and that is a very, very good course. Doesn't unfortunately cover the fact that we're lacking quite a lot of hydrogeologists in the UK at the moment, as has been stated on LinkedIn and various other things as well, but there's some very good stuff on there, so keep up to date on that. Also, it automatically ticks your box for your CPD as well. Mentioning chartership and the chartership journey, the chartership group basically will happily go through, come round to any of your local societies, local events, anything like that, and happily talk to you about the chartership route and the chartership journey that can be followed to gain a very good professional qualification in the geological field. In terms of what we do for the Geological Society as the Contaminated Land Group, we have various different events and things that are going on, including this one. We also have particular concerns at the moment in relation to getting people involved in geology, getting people in and seeing contaminated land as a way to get into geology or a way to apply your geological skills. So our initiatives this year, we're looking at events focused on students and early career professionals, production of STEM materials for contaminated land education, because actually you can tick quite a few of the boxes at the moment on, let's say, the geography side, simply by looking at, well, yes, you've got this landform here. What happens if it's actually a giant landfill or airfill? So there's quite a lot of stuff that we can actually be engaging children with within the school system, and we're looking at that at the moment. We're looking at field trips to sites of interest from a land quality perspective as well, and that might potentially include, if we can organise it, going up and having a look at some of the works they're doing at Sizewell C at the moment. We're updating the contaminated land specific chartership guidance and inventory survey based on some work we did last year, and what the perception of chartership is and how much it actually seems to be of use. We'll also be holding committee elections at the end of this year, and so please look out for information if you want to come and join us and you're interested in getting involved. So a couple of things there that you might be able to click on. So there's the geolsoc.org.uk Contamland link. We're also on LinkedIn as well, and always recommend that you subscribe to the Contaminated Land Strategies GISC list, because it's a very, very useful resource for the things that we're doing. So words of thanks to our sponsors, ACOM, Ramboll, RSK, ALS, Oracle and WSP, and to a certain extent, the Geological Society as well. So we now begin. No, Eleanor will work on it. No, it's like letting me click on. Anyway, fair enough. But hey, there we go. There we go. Fantastic. Excellent. That's all right. So I am Chris Swainston. Delighted to meet you all. I'm glad you could all make it here today. We're looking at sustainability for the first session that we're doing, and I'm going to be chair of that. And is it still a hot topic? I would argue absolutely 100%, and it's probably going to remain a hot topic for the foreseeable future. Couple of things there that you might notice. That is actually, you're not allowed to take pictures at Sizewell C. They tell you off significantly if you take pictures and go away. But that's a picture of just down the road from there. Some asbestos, which has had, as we know, a very significant influence on things that have been going on in relation to human health, and panics and various things about finding it in schools and this, that and the other. And ecology, which is the other element that really has come to the fore lately. And that's a beautiful female adder, probably last year's brood, that was actually found on Sizewell C. So a couple of years ago, I presented a talk on sustainability and standards relating to site investigation more specifically than anything else for the AGS Geological Society and various other people. And basically what I'm going to go through now is an update and review of how various initiatives in those years have now progressed to demonstrate why sustainability is a hot topic and will remain so. And it will include some reporting, consideration of ongoing sustainability initiatives within the industry, various bits of legislation, standards and guidance. And it will also include some reflections and considerations as to what implications these could have for the future of sustainability and how they are or could be used for fun and profit. It will also conclude with some personal reflections and takeaways on the issues facing sustainability and, more importantly, the efforts being taken to resolve them by various parties. I'd just like to say thank you very much for Paul. I generally try to put this in every presentation I give. Wonderful history of contaminated land, which I would briefly summarise as, in the 1970s, it was a nuisance issue. We got 1974 stuff where all of the landfills and everything like that were basically taken under control, and a mechanism was put in place to do so. In the 80s, it was a waste and brownfield land issue. Can we reuse these places? Are we starting to poison people? Things like that. So it became a political issue, as various people pointed out. Hey, if you live here, you might die because of the asbestos in your back garden. Then we got into the 1990s and things actually started to go ahead and be done. And the Environment Act came in, the EA and SEPA were formed. Water became then also a very major issue because we just sold it off. So it became a financial issue. There were now hurdles in the way that you had to spend money to get over in order to actually plan and develop. Then we actually, instead of doing it on the back of a fag packet, which was essentially what we did when I started back in 1994, various people are aware of that. I did see your smile there, Geraint. I could take you to the pub where they wrote it on the back of the fag packet. It's just down from where the EA used to be. Yeah, Paul knows that time as well. But we put it into, yeah, exactly. That's it. On that basis, we set up the CLEAR system, the CLR system, and put it on a scientific basis. And there was an element of that of, oh, hang on, now we put on a scientific basis. Now we've worked out how we're poisoning people. It became pretty much a bit of a moral issue, really, that it needed to be taken forward. And that all sorts of consolidated in the 2010s with the LCRM and with asbestos coming to the fore. And what we're doing now in the 2020s, sustainability and awareness. I think that's where we are and that's where we're going. So regulators were established to police and provide advice on special cases. Planning establishes the main mechanism to collect it up, and also required to investigate the historical local legacy. As that programme earlier this week mentioned, a large amount of that has unfortunately not been able to be done because basically nobody's got enough money to do it. So are regulators truly independent? And now we even have a regulator regulating the environmental regulators at the top level, which has confused me no end. But there we go. They're nice people, at least. So what is sustainability? It's very tricky to actually define what it is. So you define it yourself by setting what you want those goals to be. And that's a key thing to remember. It's you who has to justify it. It's you who picks what sustainability element is most important to you. So first example of that really coming in was the LCRM remediation stuff, where what we've been doing in the background for years, talking and saying, well, you know, how can we do this in the most usually cost-effective way? Because the client was usually a developer on a very slim margin. And so you'd sit down and say, well, actually, if you did this, you did that, you incorporate the remediation into doing this, you can actually make it more cost-effective. You can keep more material on site, less disposal costs, this, that, and the other. But now you have to write it down and justify it. And that's been quite a major change. And not that many people in our industry, I'll be honest, picked up on that, because you can use it to your advantage. Because all you've got to do is what you'd be doing anyway, but write it down. So ISO 14001, 9001, very useful mechanisms for both projects and businesses, because it makes you look at the aspects, the impacts and effects, and you can therefore use that to set your goals very easily based on assessing and valuing how you value within your own 14001 or 9001 system, or the system of the client, which is what EDF have done. So what is sustainable to you? Is it the project? Is it the business, the ecosystem, the planet? And does it change with time and with circumstances? And I would argue, yes, and it has to. And what are the actual properties and goals you have? There are loads of often contradictory advice out there in different ways to calculate it. Most people, because they think it's the easiest thing to calculate, will go on carbon footprint. There are other and better ways to do that, and the carbon footprint thing you're using may not necessarily be suitable for what you're actually undertaking. So there are various environmental impacts you've got to consider. So that is the carbon footprint, that is ecology, that is climate change. The social impacts in terms of the politics. PR, that's absolutely vital, is PR up at Sizewell C. Considerate contractors requirements that are there. Planning is all there as well. There's NIMBYism, infrastructure overrides, social impacts. Economic impacts, least cost, best value, cost benefit, continuation of your business, compliance requirements as well, all have an economic cost and should be therefore looked at in that sense. So other considerations, methodologies and categories can also apply depending upon the specific requirements and the values you put on them, because there's very little actually out there at the moment to be able to say, I put a value on my economic impact, but my environmental impact. How do I actually generate that? How do I work it out? How do I put it against, in a meaningful and justifiable way, the costs on one side with the benefits on another side? That's very, very difficult to calculate. So we've got guidance and legislation, and most standards are in fact guidance. So BS 10175 and that. basically saying you should. It's a recommendation as to what is best practice, but you're usually expected to identify any justified deviations from it in UK law, and other bodies produce guidance as well. Is it of equal relevance? It depends, is the answer to that one. Standards can also be suggestions or ways of doing things, i.e. guides to good practice, and they are certainly well worth looking at for certain activities. And examples of that would be the AGS data format, the asbestos stuff they've done, site investigation, Mayground, and this, that, and the other for those particular activities. So guidance should be sustainable, but doesn't technically have to be. But standards since 2011 have to include sustainability, considerations of sustainability. So it's getting there. Standards are supposed to promote sustainability. Their following standards advice should therefore be the most sustainable way of achieving that goal. Compliant with current legislation, so there's no duplication of effort, and it can be specifically related to sustainability. And an example of that would be ISO 18504 on sustainable remediation, which also had the benefit of being the first one that didn't have political baggage associated with it. Can be present as a specific goal to achieve in many standards as well. So 9001, 14001, the updates are going to include a lot more on potentially ways that you can improve your sustainability without actually saying what sustainability is. They leave that a still open question. So sustainable doesn't necessarily always mean cheaper, but should ensure continuance. Always relates to relative value, never relates to absolute cost. You cannot use absolute cost to actually generate these things. It's always going to be a relative value judgment and an assessment. Clients often do not value contaminated land risk assessment, investigation and standards compliance. They unfortunately still view them as a necessary evil driven by the legislation. But if you think about it, you get somebody competent into it, it can be so much more. And it can be a fantastic tool to you to be able to promote what is genuinely most sustainable for your client. So in terms of site investigation and sustainability, which was, as I say, the majority of what I was discussing last time, it's driven by unknowns and it's concentrating on only the contaminants of concern. And if you do that, you will improve sustainability by default. So you look at what you already know. What do you need to know? What's actually important? What's the best way to find out? What other aspects may there be whilst you're doing this? And this is all detailed in current and historical UK guidance. So it's been there since the CLR, back in 2000. So it's always been there. And it did therefore come as a slightly odd question at the end of one of my presentations when somebody said, is the CLR methodology sustainable? It's built to be. It was designed to be. So yes, is the answer to that one. And it is by definition currently the most sustainable methodology that we have for doing this. Because you, A, should be doing it to be sustainable because it was designed with that in mind. And B, if you can show that you're following it, the regulator is going to be a lot happier and that's much more sustainable. So using scientific, logical, justifiable reasoning and data to identify and remove potentially harmful linkages of actual concern is what we're actually all about. It's not necessarily there are 80 elements in the periodic table that might potentially be here on the site. Let's test all of them. That's pointless. Waste of time. So rather than identifying and quantifying absolutely everything possibly be there, that can never, ever be sustainable or justified. So my updated conclusions basically is from the way things have gone in the past few years is that investigations, models, assessments, data management all now have arguably sustainable standards and guidance that you can apply to them. The new BS 10175, for example, will be making very specific reference to it. So look out for the DPC on that later this year, and please feedback your thoughts because we'd like to know if we've actually written that correctly to comply with that goal that has been set. So sustainability specific standards now available for certain aspects and impacts, i.e. remediation, management or data, and compliance with standards should arguably always be the most sustainable by default because it will also tick the regulators' boxes as well, who are also usually bound by the same sort of things. So, but does this apply also to guidance as well as standards? Arguably not. It's probably the case in the UK at the moment that guidance has a rough equivalence, but priorities can change. So be aware that sustainability is a movable feast. One size doesn't and probably shouldn't actually fit all. So what are various people doing about this to try and square this circle and try and work out what's going on and what other guidance and things like that need to be produced or awareness raised? So AGS are following a lead basically from the ICE, the developer, clients and society as a whole, basically are developing best practice in sustainability, including climate change and resource use, and to be able to also reduce costs. And that's costs in terms of actual monetary stuff, as well as potential other effects, like on climate change with carbon footprints. So the AGS board basically approved a sustainability group in 2024, and its aims are to provide advice, education, awareness of the importance of sustainability to the AGS, its members and its industry stakeholders. It's launching an AGS sustainability charter and policy, so look out for the webinar in June on that one, if you're not already AGS members. And we're producing various articles, papers on sustainability best practice, monitoring in the industry. One of the things that our chair is doing is looking at the variability between different carbon calculators, some of which are suitable for our developer clients, some of which are absolutely pointless, absolutely useless, or will take you in completely the wrong direction. So we're going to be giving some stuff and information about that. We're also restructuring part of the AGS gas data format as well to make that more sustainable and easier to use. And there will be various other things of industry relevance. The current AGS guidance that's already out there is also under a process of being reviewed, revised and updated where relevant to include and report on and sustain sustainability as a key industry goal to be put forward. And in the June webinar again, there will be some interaction with internal and external groups and stakeholders. So we keep quite in touch with BSI, for example. And BSI are continuing to ensure standards and guidance consider appropriate sustainability criteria during all their production. And that comes down from absolutely the top on that one. So 10175 will now specifically consider and engage sustainability at all points within the investigation methodology, hopefully with some examples and considerations in there as well. BS 10177, which is the use of XRF on site, is basically a promotion of a sustainable use of this methodology in site investigations, specifically in the UK, because unfortunately the new ISO XRF guidance is very, very generic. It is not suitable and fit for purpose if you want to be going out and using a handheld XRF to do a site investigation. This will allow that to happen. BSI in-house has its own sustainability group promoting sustainability within and without its own organisation, and we have an input in that as BSI stakeholders, and promotion of such through interactions between committees, experts, identified stakeholders, and training and things like that that they are giving. And yes, when 9001, 14001 come up with their new stuff, basically there will be some training hopefully available at that point so that it can be explained, because basically sustainability is going to take much more of a centre stage, as will the fact of what and who your stakeholders are, which basically will change from the fairly limited amount it's considered at the moment in the 2015 version to basically everybody else on the planet. So the Geological Society interact with those as well through the Contaminated Land Group, and sustainability has been established within the Society as a key goal for itself following the awareness of the UN Sustainability Goals that's come out. And since 2024, formally also requires evidence of sustainability, environmental and diversity awareness as a chartership requirement. And being on the other side, there have been quite a few occasions where we've had to go back to people and say, hang on, you've not actually covered this. These three particular elements are not dealt with, and they are required. They're there in the list, so you've got to do them. Actually, they're very easy to prove. You say, our company has a policy and I follow it, and here's where they gave me some training. That is absolutely fine as evidence if it's not something that you actually produced yourself. Because people look at that and say, well, how the hell do I do that? If you work for yourself, yes, that might be a bit of an issue to try and get past. But if you're working for a company, just default to saying it. people just aren't saying, oh, well, it's the company who does that. And unless we have that in writing, we've got to assume you don't have it. So on that basis, something to take away from you today on that one. So the Contaminated Land Group are highlighting and interacting with the society and others to promote sustainability awareness as one of our specific tasks, and production, encouragement, dissemination of materials, promoting sustainability through various media, operations and event. Going back to what I said in the introduction, yeah, the magazine are looking for any sustainability and environmental articles, because that is an area where we don't get that much coming in, and we'd like to. So down to my personal observations from recent projects and from being on LinkedIn and things like that. Sizewell C, sustainability is an absolutely key goal, an absolute requirement, and that's both for EDF and for HM government that are dealing with it together. And some issues in relation to squaring the circle between these goals and reality have been there. So it was a very interesting learning experience for me, because your project specific requirements, aims, aspects, and the rest of it may not necessarily be what your company, EDF, ISO 14001, tells them they should be doing. And squaring the circle on a project specific or area specific basis compared to what might be suitable for the company who's actually in charge of it and what they do on a day-to-day basis, there are ways around that. You produce specifics for the site, for the project, for whatever that you're doing. ISO 14000.1, which is referring to a specific area. When I was at Geotechnics, we essentially did precisely that, because we had different officers, and the different officers had slightly different aspects and impacts. And so you just produce, this is our mine one for the company as a whole. This is how it specifically affects the place that we're working. And to be fair, it seems that EDF and Sizewell C have come to the same conclusion. One of the main things that they have had problems with is that you can have all these sustainability goals. You can say, we'd like you to reduce CO2, stuff going to landfill, all of these things. We'd like to get on nicely with everybody who's around. What's actually choosing or discovering to be most important is actually regulatory compliance. If you're not regulatory compliant, you get no build, you get no gains, nothing happens. It is the most important sustainability aspect for Sizewell C, is regulatory compliance. And I can see that that is a trend that is potentially going to come down through the system to everybody else as well. But if you saw their sustainability case for building it in the first place, that is a work of genius. I would definitely point you towards it. The report that they gave to the parliamentary committee was brilliant, because basically, if you can put down a key message to a politician that says, yeah, it's going to take 12 years to build this, but the carbon that we've expended whilst doing so is going to be recovered essentially by producing clean energy within 7 months. It's a no-brainer. It's a brilliant tagline. I wish I could use it for any of my projects. Really would be a good one. So there, they use sustainability very, very much to their advantage by putting onto the elements the key thing that was there. Because what did the new incoming government say? Oh, yeah, carbon footprint reduce, carbon zero, 2035, all of that lot. So plugging in absolutely to the key political element. And so that's why it went through like that. No arguments, no nothing. So they made a very, very good case for that. And I would use that as an example of how you can use sustainability. If you pick up on the appropriate zeitgeist, put the appropriate numbers to whatever it is you want to justify, and get a few taglines, you're going to make it. Check out how that prioritization on meeting the carbon reduction target was used. It is a work of genius. I'll be totally honest with you. It's great. Another potential aspect that's come up over LinkedIn over the last year or so is home working. And the case for sustainability of home working really depends on which side of the argument you are on. You can put the numbers to it as you see fit. You can say, right, well, working at home gives me a social benefit, which I'll rank as 5, compared to having to get on a train and go all this place and produce this, which I'll classify as a -5 because it's a detrimental element on me. You can put in whatever numbers you want. You can build whatever sustainability case you want to. And therefore, I don't think sustainability is actually a good argument to use for justifying whether home working should be there or not. And that seems to be the conclusion that a fair amount of other people have come to on LinkedIn as well. But it's a movable feast, and how you do the numbers, what values you assign, what goals you actually think are the most sustainable for you, and what goals you want to achieve, can achieve the effect that you want at the end of the day. And it's a fantastic example of the use of spurious logic, following a logical argument, following a spurious basis. And it works on both sides. Managers do it, people who want to work at home will do it, and they will use it to their own advantage. So it's an example of how it is a very movable feast. So the biggest secret in sustainability, you can move it to fit. As I say, construction carbon reduction. There's about 6 programs out there that are being sold to say, this is how you can monitor your carbon. These are the numbers you should be using, this, that, and the other. And pick whichever one gives you the most benefit for what you want, to be honest. That's why in the AGS that we are looking at these carbon calculators, because some of them include numbers that if you were to pick one would say, don't do this project, it's horrendous, it's going to pollute the planet like hell. Yet if you choose somebody else's and a different set of numbers, it'll tell you, this is fantastic, do it. So be aware that those things are there, and they're not necessarily what they say on the tin, and they're not necessarily suitable and fit for purpose. So that is the biggest secret in sustainability. But asbestos, waste, there's still no definitive figures. I remember talking to Paul about this probably about 18 years ago, something like that. How much is the carbon cost of a skip of waste? Still don't know. I've been waiting nearly 20 years and I still haven't found a number. Yet you go into some of these carbon calculators, they will give you a number. It's probably totally wrong, but they'll give you a number. So waste, is carbon accounting in waste actually possible? Because you've got to think of it not only as how much is it taking to get this thing and put it in a landfill or recycle it or reuse it or whatever. The whole life cycle should be taken into account in terms of the carbon footprint. Yet none of the ones we've looked at do that. So asbestos, it is probably still most sustainable to leave it where it is and keep an eye on it unless it's doing anything dodgy. That's probably still the most sustainable thing to do with it, because nobody's come up with a rationale as yet that the health impact of potentially leaving it there is any worse. So in terms of sustainability, yeah, asbestos probably it's still most sustainable to leave it where it is until parts of it break down. So coming to the end of this, sustainability considerations and requirements, they will probably now never end. They're getting embedded into the system, and they are a key requirement for the regulator and by the regulators. And if regulatory compliance is the top thing that we need to achieve, then we need to include sustainability. So it will probably always be a hot topic. The genie is out of the bottle. And when you see 9001, 14001, and effective business continuity within that, you will see that that is changing. But whilst now formalised, standardised, arguably legislated in places, we still have no single overall consistency in our approach to this. You can pick and choose, and there probably never can be. Priorities and situations change over time because they include political and social impacts and aspects, as well as the environmental ones that most people seem to be concerned about. Forgetting that environment is also political and also has a cost as well within the whole overall sustainability package. So like site investigation, every site, work, situation, task is going to be unique. Likewise, legislative requirements could also be unique as well on different places. And there is enough contradictory and variable advice, packages and data out there, which will basically give you whatever you want at the moment. They will justify pretty much anything you want to do because it's so variable. Now, is that truly sustainable in the wider social, political, environmental sense? That's sort of like the question I want to leave as the last element of it. Because really, what we need to be doing is getting together and discussing and deciding what we're going to actually put as the levels for a lot of these things. It's obviously the most sustainable way to do it together, and that's why through the AGS, through the GeoSoc, through BSI, and through various other groups, including the EIC, we're getting together on the environmental side to try and make sure it all works together in a logical, sensible and reasonable way. And if you want to help us, please come and join us. We need the help. We need the help. But it's no point reinventing the wheel. So what we need to be doing is together and making sure we communicate, as I hope I have done today, why it's an important issue and why we all need to be thinking about it and why it's therefore a hot topic. So my thanks go to AGS, BSI, GelSoc and Sizewell C, and thank you very much for listening. Righty-ho. We shall now wait for them to catch up. So our first speaker, where are you? You go. Get on that. And you shall be talking to us about applying sustainability initiatives. So how to make these numbers work for you.
Yeah, pretty much.
in a practical sense.
Yeah, definitely.
Saving. Brilliant. I shall leave it to you.
Cool. Thank you very much, Chris. So this presentation is going to be sort of talking about a case study that we've done over the last couple of years, where we basically applied sustainability initiatives in a remediation project at a petrol filling station. We sort of have a particular focus here on the transport of waste materials off-site and also a reduction in carbon emissions during the installation of the remedial wells. So, green button. So yeah, this is our agenda. This is what we're going to sort of run through. I'll give you a brief introduction to the project, what we sort of planned, what we went through, then into the sort of demolition phase initiatives, which is where the waste sort of comes in, the drilling phase initiatives, and then onto the remediation phase, and then kind of bringing it all together into the 3 pillars of sustainability and what the impact and how we can apply this to more projects. So bit of an introduction to the project team. Emma Evans is the project manager. She unfortunately couldn't be here today, so got me instead. So I was the task manager and sort of site manager on site at this, sort of leading us getting these together. I'm a senior consultant with Arcadis. I've got just over 5 years of experience, and yeah. So a bit of a background then. It was a petrol filling station, still is, which has been in use since 1965 roughly. Some of the tanks were actually that old, and so it required modernisation to allow EV charging points as well as, you know, new tanks, a good chance to sort of get a really good idea of what's happening in the unsaturated zone across the site. So we got the knockdown rebuild planning permission, which was granted in 2021, and then the demolition began early 2023. During which we removed 20 underground storage tanks across 4 different tank farms across the site. It's quite a big site, as well as chased out all the fuel lines, which was great fun. And then, yeah, we did a sort of remedial dig as well underneath one of the, where the pump islands was. So all in total, we removed 4,200 tonnes of contaminated soil, of which 720 tonnes of that was non-haz, and that's the part of the sort of waste that I'll be talking about in a minute. And then from April 2023, so once the site was empty, you know, there was no tanks, Arcadis advanced 22 boreholes down to about 25 metres into the sort of principal chalk aquifer underneath to be used for remediation works. So sort of at the beginning, we wanted to have a little look at what we needed to do to get the project and get to the site sort of to a level where we want it to be. So during the demolition phase, we looked at the sort of transport of contaminated soil from the remedial excavation to the end waste site. And then during the drilling phase, we wanted to sort of look at the plant and type of fuel that we used, and then how we were going to sort of manage and deal with welfare, empowering different bits like CCTV and all that kind of stuff, and just how we wanted to sort of rely less on diesel generators and sort of deviate, I suppose, from the norm a little bit there. And then going on to sort of remediation phase, we're looking at the potential to optimise water conservation through the re-injection of treated groundwater back into the aquifer, and we use the SURF UK Tier 1 sustainability assessment tool. So, transport of waste soil. We used sort of two different sort of scenarios. One where all the soil waste that we generated was transported via HGVs straight to the waste site, or the other one, where scenario 2, where we could use HGVs to take it from the site to sort of rail terminal, and then use the rail to then take it up to the final waste location. So talking about the numbers, we have sort of calculated everything based off of the 2023 UK greenhouse gas reporting conversion factors. There's loads of them. These are just the ones that I'm sort of using. They're up there, fun numbers. I'm not going to say them, but there you go, you can see them. So our sort of first waste scenario, as I mentioned, about just taking all via HGVs, we essentially looked at HGV travelling from site straight to the landfill site under the load, and then coming back at sort of a return trip under no load. And those are the sort of numbers that we got from there, including the carbon generated via like landfilling as well. So we got that at about 30 tons versus we looked at like taking it via rail. So as you can see, there's a HGV source, because that's obviously taking it from the site to the rail terminal and then back to site, and then from the rail up to the thing. Obviously that's 112 kilometers via rail. But I'm quite a visual person, and I struggle with that sort of stuff, so that's a sort of good idea of like the comparison between them both. Obviously you can see there's a big decrease of about a third versus waste scenario 1 and waste scenario 2. Obviously you couldn't really do anything about the landfilling portion. That's why that's the same, that green block, but at least we've significantly decreased the HGV carbon emissions, which is the sort of dark blue at the bottom. So what does this actually mean then? We by utilising rail, which is what we ended up doing for 720 tonnes of soil waste, we were able to sort of reduce our carbon dioxide emissions by just over 9,000 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions. Now, I use the greenhouse gas equivalencies calculator, which is by the US Environmental Protection Agency, because to me, I can't visualize that. I can't see what that actually means, but it is equal to emissions from over 2 petrol-powered passenger vehicles, which are driven for 1 year. Don't know how they get that number, but we'll go with it. Or 1,557 gallons of gasoline used, but also equivalent to carbon sequestered by 155 tree seedlings grown for 10 years. So it's still significant. So then we're now moving on to sort of drilling now. So that was the demolition phase. Site's flat, empty, there's no electric, no services. We needed to obviously prepare for a 12-week drilling program where we wanted to install those boreholes. So we looked at the sort of welfare and equipment that we would typically use with our for our supply chain, and we sort of talked to them and sort of implemented the next few slides, which I'll go through. So welfare then, we used a solar 22.9-foot turbo welfare unit from GAP, which according to their sort of own website and their own calculations has saved about 707 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions over the 12-week program compared to an industry standard comparable diesel only welfare unit. So the welfare unit that we had, it still has a diesel generator in it, but it uses it a lot less. It uses it more for things like when you turn on the microwave at lunch, rather than just for the lighting. All of the lighting and sockets were powered by the solar panels which are on the roof, which I wasn't tall enough to get a picture of. So an additional saving of that, because we were using the generator a lot less, we actually ended up saving 22 litres of fuel a week, roughly, based off of what we thought if we had a diesel generator, fully diesel unit going on for the day. It's what we thought we'd save, which over the 12 weeks is quite a close by saving of 663 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions, roughly. So CCTV, it was a really big site and we needed to have CCTV on site at all times. just, you know, acted as a bit of a deterrent. And we used these solar units from these are from BowWatch, but there are other ones available. So according to them, a non-solar panelled unit, a diesel sort of based one running off of a generator, could probably use about 351 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions a week. But in comparison to that, this solar fuel cell tower produces only, well, less than 1 kilogram of carbon dioxide emissions. So by utilising these, we saved about 4,200 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions over our 12-week drilling programme, rather than using usual ones we would have otherwise used. Another thing that we used was a pallet mover. We needed to have IBCs moving around this big site, and we also needed to sort of use it to move, like drill bits and stuff. So we were thinking about needing to have a telehandler, but it was almost a little bit overkill. So we were able to get this electric off-road pallet mover, which was great fun to like drive that around site. According to the European Rental Association, sort of comparing this with a Manitou MT420H, we saved about 763 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions, thinking if the telehandler was turned on for about 2 hours a day. So over 12 weeks. And again, similar to the welfare, we had a diesel saving of about 55 litres, which equates to about 138 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions. So pretty good. And then additionally, rather than using diesel on site, we used hydrotreated vegetable oil, and we use this in our own drilling rigs. We had no issues with regards to like needing to change any parts or filters, that sort of stuff, which was really obviously a really good benefit. Using this, it emits about 126 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions, but if we were to use mineral diesel in the same sort of volume, it would have been about 1,256 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions. So saved approximately just over 1,000, which is obviously great. But another win, again, this is not a sort of carbon saving, but just in general and sort of more social benefit is we used hay girls and had those sort of sanitary provisions on site in all the bathrooms, as well as the sort of bio bin. And Hay Girls is a not-for-profit organisation. They, every time we bought a new packet or bulk bought some stuff, they actually match that same order and donate to women's charities. And approximately 1 in 10 women are actually facing period poverty at the moment. So the more we can do and sort of help, the better, really. Always going to advocate for that. So all in all then, we estimated that we saved somewhere between 6,134 and 9,854 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions. The difference is because we were trying to, it's hard to know exactly how much carbon we would have used if we used like a telehandler versus whatever, just because we didn't know exactly how long we would have, had that engine running for. So we've got a sort of conservative value of 6,134 and a kind of more probably realistic value of 9,000. So yeah, but again, similarly, going back onto that equivalencies calculator, 6,134 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions is actually equivalent to CO2 emissions from 495,914 smartphone chargers. And I know, and about 0.824 homes worth of energy use for a year. So again, visual stuff, it just makes it at least seem a bit more in real and stuff. So moving on to the sort of remediation strategy then, before obviously like during the sort of options appraisal, we use the UK's Sustainable Remediation Forum Tier 1 Sustainability Assessment Tool, focusing on the impacts of the remediation technique as a whole. Just for the sort of, groundwater, which is what I'm going to talk about here, we did sort of multi-phase extraction versus low temperature thermal in situ remediation. We found that the multi-phase extraction scored extra points for under economic, which is part of that tool, simply because we had, we didn't have certain timescales with the thermal version. So this is just a picture of the compound on site. We've got our multi-phase extraction, which is total fluids pumping and soil vapor extraction, which goes in those remediation wells that we drilled previously. And it's now been commissioned, which is great. It's all working. And our intention, what we want to do in the future is we want the extracted water to be treated and re-injected back into the aquifer to reduce water consumption. It is a principal chalk aquifer, so you know, we do want to reduce our water consumption by as much as possible. So bringing everything together then, our 3 pillars of sustainability, because it's not just environmental. Obviously, we had an initial reduction of CO2 emissions. We reduced our sort of reliance on diesel and sort of fossil fuel on site. We had segregated waste systems, so we had like plastic skips, general waste, just to try and minimise landfilling as much as possible. Socially, though, we had less traffic in the local area because we didn't have as many HGVs running about, which was cool, and less noise and air pollution because we didn't have a telehandler and we didn't have constant diesel generators running all the time for the residents. The site is in a residential area, so don't want to annoy anyone, which is great. But yeah, we had our sort of inclusive site environment, as I sort of mentioned, with hay girls, and that's a picture of the bio bin down there. It's just a paper box essentially, but you it just means that for a small project like this, we didn't have to have constant like plastic waste bins and specialist disposal, which would have been an overkill for the project. So it was great to use those. And they were also in every single bathroom as well. Inclusivity, it's important that they're not just in the women's loos, that they're also in the men's, just in, and gender neutral toilets as well. Additionally, our CCTV on site from that picture earlier, it was so tall, it's massive. And you could see it from across the sort of roundabout, which was next to the site. It was a real big deterrent. And economically, like I mentioned earlier, the drill rigs that we had, didn't have to have any changes to any kits. We didn't need to sort of spend anything to make it actually work for them. And the telehandler versus the sort of pallet mover was a huge cost saving. And I believe in total it was including everything, it was about 4% cost saving, which is obviously great. So how this has been impacted and our application is, we were a finalist in the 2024 GE Awards in the sustainability category, which was great. We had a global sustainability award from the client and submitted as a best practice knowledge share via their global supply chain. But the main thing I want to sort of note is that all of these switches were really simple. A lot of them are available already, and if one site can do it, then most sites can. So thank you for listening. Any questions at all?
We have a couple of minutes if you want to take a question, if there's one from the floor. Any questions?
I'm interested about the tackle about the movement of your material. What about reusing it on site? Because you can consider that you'd be saving tons of carbon, not kilograms.
Yeah, definitely. So that could have been an option, but we didn't have the time to then reuse it. It was quite contaminated. We just needed to get it off site to then fill in on with clean materials. So
presumably then you also have the carbon of the key materials you brought in.
Probably yes, but we didn't calculate that. Anything else?
I'll say you can pick and choose.
Yeah, there we go.
That's the joy of sustainability. You can pick and choose.
Hiya. Did you use any alternative fuels or carbon saving technologies in the remediation plant itself?
We used it to we used HVO to actually fuel the pilot, the generator when we did the pilot testing. But the remediation container is set up to the mains electricity now through the FEM, but definitely looked into it. Cool, thank you. Cool. Anything else? Yeah.
Our third presenter. Where are you? Hopefully it should now be up there. We'll just that and go through. Right, is it? There you are. So it's just the one that makes 3 bucks 84 rotates it back.
So hi everyone, my name's Ellie and I'm here to talk to you about Sure by Ramboll, which is a free cloud-based digital tool designed to support the assessment of sustainable remediation options. So I'm aware that there's quite a lot of information on this side, which I won't go into it all, but here's a general visual representation of where a sustainability assessment should fit in. So it's an integral step as part of your planning process after the need for remediation has been identified, but prior to you finalising your remedial design. So the goal of a sustainability assessment is to assess the impact of your remedial options to identify the more sustainable and therefore the more resilient remediation approach. So why is sustainable remediation so important today? The impacts of the climate crisis, a reduction in biodiversity, and socio-economic challenges from years of austerity, which has been worsened by COVID, have led to a greater urgency for sustainability to be embedded in decision-making when selecting your options for land remediation. So while interest in sustainable remediation began over a decade ago, application of sustainable thinking in remediation option selection is still pretty inconsistent. There's an abundance of technical guidance on sustainability. However, the process of selecting more sustainable approaches has to be simple, understandable, and transparent to gain public acceptance. So Sure was first developed by Ramboll back in 2021, with the assessment criteria derived from the updated Surf UK listing, and it's an innovative tool for assessing the sustainability of your remedial options for contaminated sites. The tool creates project-specific assessments by allowing a user to select relevant indicators, enabling evaluation of the impact and assisting in ranking your options. This allows users to optimize environmental, social, and economic value through assessment of sustainability at all stages of your remediation project by placing emphasis on delivering positive net sustainability gains now and also into the future. So as mentioned previously, there's no cost to using Sure, doesn't require the download of any specific software or technology. Absolutely anyone can create an account and log in and do your own sustainability assessment. So the tool has 3 essential stages, the first being the assessment stage, which you can see in the middle there, which comprises framing your project, selecting the indicators that you want to assess your remediation options against, and creating an assessment report with the selected options. Secondly is the stage which you can see on the right, which is stakeholder engagement, and this can take place through the sharing of your draft report, allowing them to review and comment on it. And then finally, once your stakeholder comments have been reviewed and integrated, then your final report can be published. So as part of your project framing, you should firstly describe the project, the stage of the project at which you're undertaking your assessment, as well as the project's remediation objectives and its risk management goals. So following this, the decisions and actions that the sustainability assessment is intended to support should be described, as well as any constraints or opportunities that might limit achieving remediation goals, or that could, on the other side, create additional benefits. Your relevant stakeholders should also be included in the assessment framing, and you should establish any spatial, temporal, or life cycle boundary conditions. Sure draws on over 70 sustainability indicators and their contribution to the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the UN SDGs, enabling the identification of the more sustainable and resilient remediation approach. The SDGs are the blueprint to achieving a better and more sustainable future for all through addressing global challenges. So here you can see how the indicators which are part of the sustainability assessment directly tie into those individual goals. For example, the indicators that you can see on the left relating to land sustainability then tie into the UN SDGs for zero hunger, responsible consumption and production, and life on land. Through using the SDGs, you can further assess the robustness of your sustainability assessment. Now I'm going to talk you through a case study of a former gasworks in Worthing, which the client wished to redevelop into a site for residential end use. The site had been occupied by a gasworks since about the 1870s, with the more contaminative infrastructure such as the gas holder, the gasometer and tanks and things like that, predominantly located in the north of the site. The stakeholders identified as being part of the options appraisal included local residents, the residential developer, and the controlled water regulator, which was the Environment Agency. The geology underlying the site comprised make ground, overlying superficial deposits, which was underlain by the chalk bedrock. Perched groundwater was present within the make ground, overlying the superficial deposits, but there was also a secondary, deeper groundwater body within the bedrock. Ramboll undertook an intrusive site investigation, which identified that there was contamination in both soil and groundwater in the north of the site, and this included a soil contamination hotspot, which was to be removed as part of the future remedial works. Elevated concentrations of hydrocarbons were identified within the groundwater in the north of the site, which was comprised of dense non-aqueous phase liquids, or DNAPL, which produced from the use of coal tars, as well as elevated concentrations of styrene and ammoniacal nitrogen. A risk to health, human health, via the groundwater volatilization pathway was also identified. However, this pathway was to be addressed through the use of a vapor protective membrane during the development. Here you can see an actual plan of the gasworks site, and you can see that the majority of the contamination is in the north. The blue circles are the areas of groundwater impact, and the red, which you can kind of see underneath, is the measurable DNAPL underlying the site. So we did a detailed quantitative risk assessment, or DQRA, which identified that the controlled waters beneath the site were not at risk, but that the presence of the coal tar DNAPL could be a potential source of long-term contamination, and that any construction works, such as piling, could result in further release of contamination into the chalk. Any remedial action that would therefore have to be undertaken would have to address that DNAPL impacted area, which comprised an extent of approximately 250 to 350 meters squared at a depth of 5 to 9 meters below ground level. Monitored natural attenuation assessment, or an M&A assessment, was then carried out, which concluded that whilst M&A was occurring beneath the site, that it did not have the capacity to buffer any increase in contaminant loading. So following on from the DQRA, a process of optioneering was undertaken, which identified 4 remedial options. The first option comprised in situ chemical oxidation and in situ bioremediation of the dissolved phase contamination within the groundwater. Secondly was the use of a permeable reactive barrier or a reactive treatment zone down gradient of the area of highest concentration of contamination, which is also the area of proposed piling. The third option comprised of enhanced M&A with a light touch treatment to improve existing natural attenuation, such as through the installation of oxygen releasing compounds into the existing wells on site. The final option identified was in situ stabilization to treat the existing DNAPL, which was also notably the highest cost. So these next slides show how the Worthing Gasworks assessment was progressed through the SURE tool following the project framing stage. The first step is to select the sustainability indicators. These represent the sustainability effects that will be used to compare the remedial options to evaluate their performance. The indicators included in SURE are derived from the updated SAF-UK listing, grouped into 5 indicator categories within each of the 3 sustainability domains, which are environment, society, and economy. For the environmental assessment, the indicators are categorized into emissions to air, soil and ground conditions, groundwater and surface water receptors, ecology, and natural resources and waste, which, as you can see, are broken down into the further categories there below. So throughout the assessment, each remedial option was evaluated against those selected indicators. The societal indicators comprise human health, ethics and equality, neighbourhood and locality, communities and community involvement, and any uncertainty in evidence relating to the remedial options. Each option is scored on a scale of 1 to 5, with a score of 5 representing the best contribution made to sustainability. The scoring should be proportionate to the degree of the benefit. Therefore, for instances where differences in contribution are marginal, the options are scored equally. The economic indicators used include the direct and indirect economic costs and benefits, employment and employment capital, induced economic costs and benefits, as well as the project lifespan and the flexibility of the option. So here's an example of what the process would have looked like. To facilitate the assessment, a pop-up box is provided for each indicator, which provides advice on how to compare the options against it as aligned with the SURF UK guidance, and that's what you can see down here in the bottom right-hand corner. The description also identifies which of the SDGs the indicators are linked to, which you can see in the very bottom. And in this way, SURE helps to spread the SURF UK guidance and provides an educational facet to the assessment process. The weighting of each individual indicator is a crucial step of the assessment, as it allows you not only to numerically assess each option, but allows you to comment and justify on your scoring. This allows any stakeholders or reviewers to see your reasoning for each score, which makes understanding of the assessment accessible for all the parties involved. The level of detail involved in the scoring of each indicator is indicative of just how nuanced SURE is as a remediation tool. The breaking down of each of those 3 main domains further encourages you to think around your subject and consider each option in a greater level of detail, assisting in the removal of any inherent bias that you might have towards a technique or a specific form of remediation. So here's an assessment example that's not actually from the Worthing site, but it's quite a simple one. So once the assessment has been completed, SURE calculates a score for each of those remediation options that you've selected as a percentage of the maximum weighted score achievable. The total scores for each domain are presented as histograms, which is what you can see on the left, with additional bar charts showing the scores by indicator category for each domain. Having reviewed these, the user can modify any scoring or weighting and undertake a sensitivity analysis by returning to the assessment page and easily making any of those necessary amendments. Once complete, the assessment can either proceed directly to the reporting stage, or it can be sent to an assessor, a stakeholder, to allow them to input any comments that they may have, which is done by email. They can create an account, which allows them to access the project, and whilst they can't directly change the scoring within the assessment, they can add comments within each section. Each stakeholder can then choose to approve the assessment or reject it if they feel that further changes are required. The decision is then automatically conveyed by email back to the assessor so that comments can be reviewed, updates made, and a revised version returned to the stakeholder for approval. The level of collaboration encouraged by SURE between all parties involved in the options appraisal is another of its great strengths, as it promotes not only the development of creative solutions, but it also ensures that all parties involved feel that their concerns are being addressed. So for Worthing Gasworks, the assessment showed that the permeable reactive barrier option achieved the highest overall score for sustainability with a score of 70, whilst the in situ option scored the lowest with 39. Overall, the remediations option appraisal went on to recommend the permeable reactive barrier solution with an overall score of 86% when also considering technical effectiveness, durability, cost, and practicability. The outcome of this remediations optional appraisal actually triggered a sustainability discussion with the client, which resulted in the development design being amended to reduce the building heights and therefore actually removing the need to pile. This reduced the potential impacts to controlled waters, and as a result, remediation for controlled waters was no longer required. Following the discussion, the SURE assessment was rerun to include a 5th development option of shallow foundations, which was similarly weighted against the same indicators. So over these next few slides, you can see the visual representation of the scoring for each option. So for Worthing Gasworks, one of the key receptors for the project was obviously the groundwater beneath the site. And here you can see that the highest scoring was the reactive treatment permeable reactive barrier zone, due to its active improvement of groundwater and its higher level of certainty of improvement. The in situ stabilisation scored the lowest due to the fact that it could result in short-term mobilisation of the DNAPL beneath the site during any ground disturbance. Emissions to air is another assessment, which you can see on the left had notable variation across the options. Emissions to air was of particular concern to the local community, so this was weighted appropriately as being of greater significance. The option for shallow foundations therefore scored the highest due to its low carbon footprint, as no additional plant would have to be used outside of the development works. Whereas in situ stabilisation scored the lowest due to it requiring the greatest amount of plant and therefore having the highest carbon footprint. So what's important to note here again is the accessibility with which Shaw presents this information throughout the report, both in table form, but also in these key graphics, which allows for clear communication of both the benefits and the drawbacks of each option. Likewise, for the societal indicators, you can see that uncertainty surrounding the remediation options, as well as the impacts on communities, range far more broadly than the other indicators. Enhanced monitored natural attenuation scored the highest for impacts on neighbourhood and locality due to its minimal disturbance. However, when you then compare it for uncertainty, it scores the lowest due to the limited potential of the chalk aquifer underlying the site to actually mitigate any additional contamination that might have been mobilised throughout the groundworks or potential piling. This is another example of how Shaw can cause you to have to think around the subject and consider your options based on more than just one single element, such as cost, which is particularly useful when you're working through complex sites such as these, where you may not have an obvious solution to your issues. For the economic indicators, the greatest variation in scoring were in the direct and indirect economic costs and benefits, as well as the project lifespan and the flexibility of the remedial option. So the use of shallow foundations scored notably higher in the costs and benefits due to it not contributing to any additional costs of the development and the fact that it wouldn't disturb any of the contamination beneath the site. As noted previously, in situ stabilisation once again scored the lowest due to its extremely high cost and the fact that it would only target the DNAPL that's in the groundwater and wouldn't result in overall groundwater improvement. So an option by option comparison is also available in pie chart form, which is what you can see here, which shows a relative contribution made to each of the 17 SDGs using the linkages established by Surf UK. So here's an example, which is again actually from a different project, but which demonstrates which of the SDGs were most strongly supported through the use of this example, in situ chemical oxidation as a potential remediation option. As you can see, the option most strongly aligned with the goals relating to industry, innovation and infrastructure, decent work and economic growth, responsible consumption and production, and climate action. So to recap, Shaw was designed for use for landowners, consultants and regulators working within the contaminated land industry. Since 2021, Ramboll has applied Shaw to a range of project types and locations, from historic timber treatment sites and landfills in Finland to redevelopment of former fuel depots in England for residential end use. Shaw was highly commended at the 2022 Brownfield Awards in the Best Research, Innovation or Advancement of Science in the Brownfield sector category, and was an important part of the Plaistow Road project submission, which won the Best Application of Remediation Technologies category submitted jointly with SoilFix. As remediation option tools should strive to be, Shaw is easy to access, simple to use, and it's an understandable tool, meaning that you don't have to be an expert in remediation to make an informed decision. Ultimately, Shaw advances efficient, acceptable and sustainable solutions, which are becoming ever more important as we continue to tackle the climate crisis. Thank you.
20 minutes? What? We're good, we're good. Right, well, I think on that basis, we can take some questions. What I'd like to just say at the end of this, thank you very much for the presenters. Hopefully they're good examples to show why thinking about sustainability, using the stuff that's out there, but using it with a pinch of salt so that it works to actually achieve beneficial goals that you want to achieve for your client and or yourself as a company. It's doable, is useful, and will give you a lot of the benefits as well. And on that basis, it needs to be thought about rather than just trying to apply something straight to it, because there's nothing out there that will work for everybody. It's all got to be played with, it's got to be done with. And that process will continue as these things like this are developed to provide certain areas of the industry with guidance and tools that you can use to justify. I think it's going to be a hot topic, therefore, for a very, very long time as we try and work our way through all of this variability and seek to use it to its best in its most sustainable way. So, any additional questions? If the other speakers, if you want to pop up here, we can answer a few questions for a few minutes and then.
Hello, it's a nice presentation. So I just wonder, we are getting a lot of tools gradually. The tools we get in 2000 when the contaminated land management in place, there are 12 tools we receive for the prioritization exercise. Now we have got a remediation related tool. So SURF UK tier 1, another is SURE tool. So how, is there any comparative studies carried out how these are in tune with 17 sustainable development goal that we want to achieve?
Do you want to take that?
Yeah, that sounds good. So SURE actually draws from the SURF UK listing, so it incorporates that into the design of the tool, and then those then tie into the UN SDGs. So it's all kind of interlinked as part of the tool.
Some do, some don't, is the honest answer to that one. And ideally, for the most reasonable and sensible justification, they should be at the end of the day. So, for example, as I noted, and you'll see on the board outside when we go for our break, sustainability goals from the UN, yes, should be there and should be incorporated into whatever you're going to come up with, because it provides the ultimate justification for why you would be putting certain numbers on certain things. So I'd avoid any tool that doesn't make some relation or some reference to them, because it's arguably not as justifiable.
Does it always though? Because I like the SURE tool, but used it for 600 mil clean cover, which apparently is going to help world poverty.
How those things interact together and how they're used within the systems is, as I say, why you need to make sure that what you're using, the tool you're using, is actually suitable and fit for purpose.
I'm a bit dubious about always using the SDGs, because there's some people who argue that they're actually designed to entrench global inequalities, especially with the global south. So is it definitely really relevant to us in the UK, like always pointing towards them?
Not necessarily always pointing towards them, but certainly with an awareness of what they are. But yes, there have been those comments that it is biased potentially in certain ways in relation to diversity and this, that, and the other, in terms of, yeah, the ones that were chosen were mainly relating to European or American first world. And they were the things that were actually key to us rather than something else. But I think on the basis that we haven't got anything better, like A-levels, yeah, let's just do it. You know, let's use them until one of the other groups comes up with something more relevant, more sensible or reasonable. It gives you an initial justification, yes, but part of the process should be, is that actually relevant to what I I mean, therefore, are all of them relevant? Or actually, because you can pick and choose and say, well, actually, no, this one's not actually remotely relevant to what the hell I'm doing. So you can choose not to have it in there.
I've actually got another question relating to waste. Both of you in your, both of the second and third speakers mentioned dig and dump as a remediation option in both of your things. But actually, the circular economy amendments to the waste regulations in 2020 specifically discourage that. And actually, you know, documentation 20 years ago discourages that as an option. So why are we as an industry, and especially with case studies going for awards and that, still using dig and dump as a solution?
You want to answer that?
Yeah. Blimey, okay. You know, I think it's very much a sort of case by case, like site by site basis, especially where we had our digs to take out the old tanks. They were actually going to form the foundation and the soil underneath the big like canopy foundations. So part of it was sort of driven by it, able to sort of prove that it worked, but you know, it is so tricky. That's such a hard question.
It wasn't actually one of our options.
At the beginning, like on one of your first slides, it said that there was some soil contamination going to be removed to landfill disposal site, I think it said. So even though it wasn't one of your like groundwater remediation options, like you just had it in there as like a thing you were definitely going to do, even before the sustainability assessment was made.
Yeah. I think, again, it's an unavoidable part of the industry at the moment. There's got to be a lot of steps forward when it comes to addressing that. Obviously, you've got to balance things like cost, client expectations, environmental benefits. No one wants to send things to landfill. Unfortunately, that's not always something that we can address. Obviously, it's something we'd like to address moving forwards.
One of the interesting things that was done many years ago now, and possibly might be what Paul's waiting to talk about, is... Go on then,
You
Paul.
finish your sentence.
Okay, fair enough. Is that
nice chat?
the original stuff 20 odd years ago was predicated by the fact that, yes, we want to stop people going and using stuff to landfill. Oh, we can also tax it as well so we can make some money. But beyond that, it was nobody ever really seriously and sensibly looked through the total life cycle of, is it better to take it to a recycling site, winnow it or whatever to remove the hydrocarbons, or stick it through a heating system to get rid of your PAHs or whatever, compared to just throwing it in a landfill. And nobody's really ever done a total life cycle to be able to determine exactly what the carbon implications are, if that's what you choose to do, compared to the environmental ones of, yes, we're potentially polluting this land and this area, but we're containing it, so it's not going to go anywhere or harm anybody. So which is the best way to actually do it? But all that time ago, it was generally assumed that systems will come into place where you can actually recycle it. And unfortunately, that's not happened to be the case. So dig and dump is still therefore a big option, because most of the other options that you could use are more expensive and not necessarily sustainably justifiable anywhere. That's the problem. It's a historical one. Nobody's looked at it unless Paul knows different.
Paul's going to pretend you're a bus, because there's 3 questions coming, one at each of you. Firstly, thank you for some really good presentations. I think my answer to your question would be sometimes dig and dump is the most sustainable option. Get over it. Really enjoyed your presentations. Hey girls, when we wrote the asbestos guidance, we really struggled about PPE for women. How much better is the availability of PPE? And the advice for blokes is take all your clothes off and put on disposable overalls. We had to kind of skirt around that one. So PPE for women, when is SURE supposed to be used? At what stage of LCRM? Is it at the options appraisal stage or at the detailed design stage? And Chris, isn't it about time that BSI made their publications open access?
Well, I'll take that one. on the chin and say, we'd love to. We'd absolutely love to. It would be fantastic if we could. We could make sure, therefore, everybody in the industry who needs it gets it, or the regulators can get it as well. It would be brilliant if we could. And depending upon the fallout from the European community, we shall possibly have that happening next year. But unfortunately, it rather defeats the object of BSI being there as a money-making enterprise to sustain itself. And therefore can't give away what it does for free because nobody else will bloody pay for it to be done. So yeah, it's a bit of an in-between on that one, but that's unfortunately the way it is. I would love them to be free.
Do you want to do that?
So
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, SURE is part of your remediation substance appraisal. So it's after you've done your ground investigation, you've identified the need for remediation, and then you're looking through your risk management and your options appraisal, and that's where SURE should fit in.
PPE for women, basically near enough non-existent. It's very tricky to get. As a plus size woman as well, it's very easy to get straight size, but as soon as you're anything above a UK size 16, good luck. It is really, really tricky. I know that there is a lot more happening now, especially like Leo Workwear's done a women's range, which is great. But there needs to be so much more. But also, you know, there needs to be better inclusivity in terms of like size ranges, but also consistent sizes across different brands. There's just, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's not great. There's a LinkedIn team called Boulders Brass, and that is so good. I think the leader of that, I cannot remember her name off the top of my head, but she tests out all these different parts of PPE, which is obviously great to see. But generally speaking, yeah, I have about 3 different types of fire resistant overalls. Most of them are too long in the legs and they don't fit across my hips, my chest. So, you know, there needs to be more done.
So Chris, I'm going to throw it back at you, given the opening DEI challenge to aspiring chartered geologists. The Geological Society, and we're seeing a lot more women coming into the profession, the GeolSoc needs to take this seriously. It is absolutely pathetic. I really appreciate your answer, but I'm really saddened by it.
It is sad.
And I speak as the husband of a woman who works in the sector. I've got a niece I'm trying to encourage to get into the sector, and I've got the daughter of a really good friend who works for a major consultancy doing brownfield stuff. It is absolutely stupid.
It is bad. Yeah.
So Chris, GeolSoc, Conland Group, get your act together.
yeah.
Go out there, talk to the textiles people. And what's the point of saying I've done a training course
Yeah.
if we can't give people working out there the protection they need
Yeah.
by law?
Absolutely, absolutely. And yeah, rather than necessarily answer that directly, I would say one thing in the group I'm working for at the moment, they have instituted a policy of their PPE because they get through a fair amount of it, being archaeologists and digging in the muck all day. What they're doing is they've got a specific contractor who can recycle, replace, reuse, all of that, rather than throwing it away. And they reckon over just the last year, they've saved 32 tons of carbon by doing so, by following that policy and procedure. But yes, I'm totally with you. I mean, I remember that when my late wife used to work on sites. Yeah, trying to get PPE for her was absolute nightmare, and it still is. So, okay, we shall do that now and say that we are. Oh, yeah, we've got a couple of online questions if you want to throw them out to us.
We do. We have 3 online questions. Is the tool able to take account of the sustainability benefits of remediation in situ and soil reuse, please?
Yeah, so it's
Ellie, can you talk into the microphone?
sorry. Yeah, it's able to take that into account because as you're weighting your indicators as you're moving through the tool, you'll look at the benefits of that, and that's when you start scoring it on 1 to 5. So 5 is obviously the best for sustainability, and that's how you can make sure that you're properly conveying the benefits as part of your options appraisal.
Are we at the stage yet where positive weighting for sustainability is desirable?
I'd say yes.
What about the rest of you?
If it's to your benefit, yes. If it helps you achieve your goal, yes.
Excellent answer, guys. And the last one online was the cost of the solar welfare units and CCTV more than the cost for the diesel equivalents?
Off the top of my head, I think it was slightly more expensive, but I can't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head. I'll find out.
That's everything online. Thank you.
They're reaching a sort of parity. I mean, the last ones I went to, the cost for a week for one of those was about 2,000. I think it was roughly equivalent for the diesel one.
Yeah, they are a lot closer. It's just a little bit more expensive. And when we got them in 2023, they were less available, I suppose is the right sort of way of saying it. They're a lot more available now. I think it's pretty much standard now in some cases.
And the final thing that's come through online is the group that Lauren just mentioned. It's Ruth Easterbrook is the lady for Boulders Brass. There you go.
Yeah.
I can't take credit for that. That is Mel Lyons. Thank you, Mel.
Right, so that's it then. Let's go and have a break.
Thank
and
you.
be back here in 15 minutes.
Yep, we can have
Okay.
tea and coffee now,
No,
early.
yep.
Oh, wait, no, Ruth has come online. Ruth has come online and says it's Catherine Evans. Catherine Evans.
Well, there we go. Catherine Evans.
Yeah. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Okay, welcome back after a short break. Just give a chance for the last person to filter in to the room. Thank you. Thanks to the first session for great speakers and a discussion on sustainability. For the next session, we're going to be talking about emerging contaminants, and I'll introduce three speakers. We've got microplastics, we've got asbestos, which I have already heard there's been one or two comments in the Zoom chat asking why asbestos is in emerging contaminants. I'll address that now. It's more of an evolving approach, and do we really worked out what we're doing with asbestos? It might have emerged a long time ago, but I'm not sure we've really worked out how to deal with it very effectively yet. So hopefully that covers any more questions about that. Barry won't have to answer them himself. And PFAS, of course, and fortunately only one of our three presentations is about PFAS today, so it's nice to have a bit of variety. Although what we do have, I'm sure, is excellent. So I will introduce the first speaker. We've got Ben Stride from Ramboll to talk to us about microplastics.
Right, hi everyone. So my name is Ben Stride and I'm going to be introducing microplastics and contaminated land to you. The main thing is obviously because it's an emerging contaminant and there isn't really much regulation on it yet. But just as a general introduction to myself, I've been kind of specialised in emerging contaminants with plant protection products, microplastics and PFAS kind of being what I mainly specialise in. And then I spent 6 years doing my undergrad and masters in America, and then I've recently just finished my PhD, which was all about the transport and fate of microplastics, and hence now I've been at Ramboll for about a year and a half, and yeah, they're kind of here presenting on kind of half of what I did for my PhD, and well, not really what I did specifically, but the knowledge that I gained from it, so that you guys can then apply it to going forward. So generally, microplastics or plastics themselves are a bit different to what would you associate with an emerging contaminant, because if you were to go and ask the general public, oh, what's the plastic? I'm pretty sure everyone would know. This is a bit different to say, even like PFAS, which has gained massive traction, as everyone knows in here. If you were to then go to the general public and ask someone, oh, do you know about PFAS? There's probably a good chance that they might not know. But so this goes into more of the definition of what is a microplastic. So if you look on here, microplastics are generally defined as greater than 1 micrometer or microns and less than 5 millimeters. When you go bigger than 5 millimeters, it's called a macroplastic. If you go less than the 1 micron, it's kind of nanoplastic area. And they're generally defined into primary and secondary microplastics. This is based on their origin. So if they're, primarily made as a microplastic to begin with, such as some cosmetics or even like the glitter that you might buy for your kids or whatever, still that is a microplastic. But a secondary microplastic is normally what you probably associate everyone here with, such as, if you discard your plastic bottle somewhere and it, degrades, breaks apart into small fragments, that's kind of a secondary microplastic. But if you just generally look at some of these facts about microplastics, are a bit concerning and how it's not really sustainable, as we just had a good hour and a half of sustainability presentations. This doesn't really support that, but we'll keep going. So this is about 414 million tonnes were just produced last year alone. This is kind of quite common number as I looked over. So basically Plastics Europe publish some of these facts every year. And if anything, in certain countries, most countries that are primary producers such as China and India are continuing to produce more. And 90% of these plastics are produced from fossil fuels approximately, which doesn't help either. And obviously 5 trillion tonnes, this was a study done in 2014, was predicted to be afloat at sea. This is what you normally associate with your garbage patches, that they call them, that you've heard in the news. There's not just one, or like the Great Pacific garbage patch. They've predicted to be at least 3 of these big plastic soups that are basically going and combining in the oceans into these big areas. And it's also important to know that it's not just what you see on the surface, but it also does go deeper as well. And then there is some hope, though, saying from a transport and freight perspective, around 45% of the global plastic polymer production is just from 2 polymers. So that's polyethylene and polypropylene. And then 82% is comprised of about 6 polymers that we use. So this is, a lot of them you might have heard of, like PVC or high density polyethylene, but there's also polyurethane and polyethyl and other things in there as well that I could go into a whole range of polymers that you have to take into account their properties for when trying to predict their transport and freight. But yeah, the thing is, besides all this, and besides that attention has been brought, to the general public, the plastic problem, and I'm pretty everyone here knows that, plastics are going to be a problem, or they are currently. Their toxicological effects are largely unknown, and this is what I'm going to go into on the next slide. So, plastic particles, they've been found in the bloodstream, they've been found in your brains, they've been found in lungs, and even though they've been found in all these places, it's unclear as to what damage they're causing. But plastics also contain harmful chemicals. So about over the last decade, if people have seen on their food containers that they have, or even baby plastic bottles that they've bought, BPA, it says BPA-free on those, which is a bisphenol, BPA-free on those containers. Essentially, that has been known as a known chemical associated with plastics, which has been causing infertility and reproduction issues. And that's why it's slowly been recalled. And there's other chemicals as well, where they don't quite sure as what harmful effects they may cause when associated with plastics and ingested and so forth. But also when plastics are incinerated, they release toxic gases into the atmosphere. But saying, as I just said, they also carry a variety of toxins. So from a co-contaminant perspective, this can be PCBs, PFAS, heavy metals, and other things, so they can enable the transport of other contaminants as well, which is what makes them a concern. And microplastics have been shown to bioaccumulate, but they haven't really been proven to biomagnify, which through food chains, which is a bit of a godsend, because there is so many. But despite this, they can then encourage the bionegrification of the toxins that they carry, which obviously is not very positive. So microplastic sources. So generally, microplastic sources are kind of split into your marine sources. You do associate with your fishing gear and your coatings and paints of boats and hulls and so forth. But even though this is what you normally associate, with microplastics being afloat at sea and so forth, 90% of microplastics are actually from land-based sources, and this is mainly from plastic pellets, your personal care products, paint, your washing wastewater, sewage sludge, and your rubber roads, so your asphalt that contains plastics, and even your tires and so forth. But also here, it's important to note that your wastewater treatment, or the sewage that's coming out, actually sewage systems are an important source, but they're also a pathway of microplastics. A lot of drinking water companies might claim, if you were to go and look online, or the filters and so forth, that they might filter around 99% of microplastics. But this all goes back to the definition of what is a microplastic, because if you look, the definition that's generally accepted I had earlier was between 1 micron and 5 millimeters. But then they can just, fudge those numbers about a bit, and then all of a sudden they've got 99%, rather than actually, when you get to the smaller range of microplastics and nanoplastics, it's more around 40, 60%. And this is where it ends up in your drinking water and so forth and all that. But also they're in, if I was to encourage anything to take away from this, plastic water bottles, stay away from. There's a lot of plastic microplastics in there, and don't leave them out in the sun all day. That would be the other thing. But terrestrial sources, as I said, are supposed to generally far exceed those from marine. So if you look here, we've got, this is a general diagram of the transport process in the little rectangles and the circles showing the locations. So the main thing that is the main pathway here is that as you go through, microplastics have a similar density to water. So therefore, water is generally the biggest pathway that they find, and that's why 80% of microplastics entering the oceans, which is probably the biggest sink, I'll get onto the next slide, enter through river networks. And given the right conditions, as someone who's done a lot of research in this area, we're given the faster velocities of rivers, microplastics can follow the same pathways as solutes, which is also why they get everywhere, unfortunately to everyone here. But the other thing is that basically smaller size plastics are generally are considered a greater threat. This is because, just general logic behind, the amount of force that's required to move, a big boulder, say, is much more than a small particle, like a small pebble. And this is what I mean, the smaller the microplastics get, the more mobile they are, the more places they can get transported and so forth. So there's some general logic behind that. I will go into why also smaller plastics are a general threat in a second later, but that is going to be left in a couple of slides. So microplastics are ubiquitous. They're basically been found all over the world, and they've been found in the 6 deepest ecosystems on Earth. They've been found in sea ice in the Arctic. When I'm talking about 6 deepest ecosystems, they've also been found in the Mariana Trench. So, they've been found everywhere. When you're looking at other contaminants and you think, such as PFAS, you think, oh, they're everywhere. They're not as everywhere as microplastics. So that's definitely something to consider when you think of the microplastics as well, or microplastic contamination. And more studies are speaking of missing plastics. So we don't know where a lot of this ends up. We can tell you it's in the ocean. We can tell you they're probably in marine sediments. We can tell you that there's, in those great garbage patches, or they're afloat at the surface. But the large portion of plastics that we make, we just don't know where they are. And this is when more research needs to be done. And even though, as I was saying, marine systems are considered the largest sink, a lot of microplastics are accumulated below 100 meters, and this is kind of probably where a lot of that missing plastic is ending up, and is in marine sediments. The next biggest receptors are more likely to be soils and sediments, but significant data gaps still remain. I will go through in a second and discuss more about soil and groundwater and how that is more related, because obviously I think here we're part of the Geology Society, that's more of what we're interested in. But microplastics have also been detected within both flora and fauna. So they've been detected in over 690 marine species. They've been shown to affect the root growth of plants. And they're supposedly responsible, a CUP study came out that they're basically responsible between 4 and 14% of the world's crops lost. So they are affecting, that's a large amount of money also, for farmers and so forth, that they are affecting in there as well. Also filter feeders. So filter feeders, basically, if you're talking about general contaminants and other things, yes, they will generally like to absorb them. But with microplastics, they can get stuck. And so next time, even if you're talking about your largest filter feeders, such as like a humpback whale, or even if you're going down to like your small clam, they will be taking up plastics. And this is where the smaller the microplastics they are, the more dangerous they are, because they can traverse cell membranes, get stuck in tissues. And this is kind of the next stage that they happen. Whereas a lot they will excrete out. And this is why it hasn't been so harmful. A lot you will excrete out. But because there's so many, there's a good chance that more and more come through, and the more times that you swallow microplastics accidentally, that they will remain in your system and bioaccumulate. So now I'm going to move on to just more of a transport and fate side of things, specifically in soil and groundwater. So accounting for all the different microplastic particle properties and then also the physical hydrogeological processes is extremely challenging. Okay, these are just some, these aren't all of them. These are arguably some of the most important ones. But the ones in blue show the particle properties and their associated processes of the microplastic. The ones in green show the hydrogeological properties and associated processes. When you're taking all these into account, models have been really struggling to predict where microplastics end up. You get different answers. You get, you know, there needs to be more research, but the problem is that then this relates to scale as well. So this is why a lot of the research, which I'll come on to in a bit, is taken on the poor scale, on a smaller scale, because as soon as you get into a larger scale system, when you're talking like, you know, a whole groundwater body, for example, trying all these different properties and processes are exacerbated, and it gets even harder to model. Also, it doesn't help that microplastic physical, chemical and properties and transport behavior are highly dynamic, so they're changing. Quite often, as you're saying, you have a microplastic that will aggregate to a soil particle or a different particle as well and take on the properties of that particle regarding density and, you know, size and so forth. So then also including that into models is extremely challenging. But when you're just looking at over the vertical axes and when you're, you know, trying to talk about groundwater vulnerability and so forth, microplastics will essentially do one of three things. They'll either ascend to surface water or ascend to, you know, go upwards. They will either be immobilized or they will descend to groundwater. Okay, or they will. So those are kind of the three main options that what they're going to do. So when you're looking at specifically in soils, it's not well reported, and this is the same for groundwater as well, as I've just been saying. But large concentrations of microplastics have been found to temporarily been immobilized. But when movement does occur, it's mainly driven by bioturbation. So bioturbation is essentially, you know, animals making, you know, pathways through the soil and opening up cracks for microplastics to move, but also plants and roots and so forth, and they're doing the same thing. But then there's also wetting drying periods. So as I said, water is a main driver of microplastic movement because they're similar in densities. So if you have, you know, annual groundwater changes in groundwater levels, if you have, you know, tidal influences coming in, or even just large precipitation events coming through the soil, that's going to encourage microplastic movement. But microplastic density and size are likely to be the most influential particle properties, because if the microplastics are small enough to fit through the soil pores, then they're obviously going to have a higher transportability. And then obviously if they're, depending on their density, which I will get onto in a second, if they're in water, obviously that encourages them to, if they're quite dense, they will sink. And obviously if they're lighter than water, if they're right around that boundary, then they will flow. But then if you look, regardless of all these transport processes, specifically in soil, if you look at this study that was done in China, the forecast over 100 years basically shows that they're only actually going to move about 7 meters, you know, approximately at the far end, down, penetrate into the soil. So even though that's not that much over 100 years, when you're talking about the amount that we have released into the environment and the long time it takes for them to degrade, you're talking about this is going to be a major problem potentially for future generations rather than ourselves. So then I'll move on to the next slide. So as I was saying, they mainly talk about the ratio between particle diameter and the particle, or the diameter of the soil particles or the grain size. And saturated soils are also, you know, the denser particles are more likely to be more sink into groundwater systems when there is a lot of soil pore water. But then if there is, and you're in a unsaturated zone rather than a saturated zone, the lighter particles are actually more mobile from that sense, so they are more likely to move and be more transportable in that way. So there's different ways. They're saying that the amount of different properties and processes that you've got to take into account are very challenging. Although limited, the current research has, you know, suggested that soils saying are not only a sink but they also are a pathway to get into aquifers. And also, in summary, like a lot of other contaminants, in soils that contain, high groundwater levels, small and unsaturated zones, preferential pathways, and consist of sands and gravels, are more likely to facilitate microplastic transport. So if we move specifically onto groundwater, so once again, a few studies have researched microplastic process in groundwater, but they have confirmed that there's variable concentrations. So there isn't really a lot of consistency based on findings so far. I'll get onto a table on the next slide that will basically show a literature review of current groundwater concentrations that have been detected in aquifers around the world. But yeah, the seepage from microplastics through the hyporheic zone and through hyporheic exchange is considered to be a large contributor and a pathway into groundwater systems, because, as you're saying, there's a direct link there between, there's no unsaturated zone, and this, as you're saying, goes back to water being the main pathway for microplastic movement. Fibers, so they're one-dimensional fibers that mainly found in textiles and clothing. They are predicted to be the most common shape of microplastic found in groundwater. This is because they can traverse the soil pores and fit through the small gaps, saying in sand and gravels. Existing dispersion models and particle tracing models, they've also encountered difficulty incorporating the many parameters, as I've previously stated. So if you look at this table here, a lot of the research has been done in China, because they know one of the biggest, they're kind of leading the research on microplastic and transport at the moment, but they also are saying, along with India, who have also been doing quite a bit of research, on the main plastic producers. Now, when you think, I've talked through all about now all the different properties and processes that would affect microplastic transport, you'd expect that in certain areas that have large saturated zones, the denser their microplastics to end up in aquifers and so forth. Or you'd also expect large and unsaturated zones, the lighter ones might. The problem is that based on the studies already, we're finding a large degree of polymers across all the different studies with different density, different properties, and they're just getting into aquifers, and we don't really know why. And the abundances, they're also very variable. So if you can have abundance of up to 6,800 particles per litre, but then you could also have, and the same in another study here, you got some zero concentrations or abundances per litre as well. And then with the size, you just, once again, as of what I've just explained, you'd think, oh, okay, the smaller sizes of microplastics would more likely be in aquifer systems, but you're getting sizes of all ranges here for microplastics. You're getting up to the smaller sizes of 18 micrometers, all the way up to the 5 millimeter range. So yeah, it's saying there's a lot of confusing mixed messages, along with the fact that even though here you can see fiber and fragments are the most common shapes that have been found in these aquifer systems, there are also pellets, foams, and other films as well that have been found in these aquifers. So, and they've also been found saying, unfortunately, trying to get from the current research, this is also the problem with generating the standards, and that I'll go to in a sec, of microplastic research, is that people then don't state necessarily what aquifer that this was actually done from, which you would have thought is quite a big thing and part of the research you're doing. Some don't state the polymer type, some don't state the shape, some haven't done the size, but we have shown here from the aquifer type, they've been found in the karst aquifers, they've found in fractured, and they've found alluvial sedimentary aquifers as well. So okay, so the complexity of microplastic transport process and the subsequent complexity of the model, as I described, increases with scale. So the scale of, say, your most standard contaminant, when you're talking about the larger end of the scale, would generally be much further on than what would be for a microplastic. So because of all those different particle and processes, the physical properties that you've got to take into account, it's really hard. It's much harder for microplastics to then model, because you have to start these smaller scales. And this is just an example of why poor scale processes have been most researched. So for example, in this study, This is a pore scale study here. So you can see that we're looking at, polypropylene, even though here it is a lighter than the density of water of 1 grams per centimetre cubed. Most the ones at the top are floating to the surface, but also they're aggregating to the sediment here in the base as well. So there's a lot of different properties to take into account that we don't know yet. And the denser ones over here, even though a lot of them are descending to the bottom of the system here, they are also at the faster velocities presenting, in the water column above, moving more comparatively like a solute. So in conclusion, there is a valid concern for groundwater contamination. This is due to the potential incremental effects of microplastics becoming immobilized within sediment soils and leaching chemicals into pore water or descending through pore water into aquifer systems. To achieve a greater comparability between sites, it is essential to establish defined protocols. This is mainly for sampling, extraction and quantification. Sampling perspective, obviously your gloves are made of plastic. If you're doing it from a well, then probably the borehole and pipe or whatever that is used is probably made from plastic as well. So there's got to be a genuinely, the microplastic community or contamination community has got to come together and define these protocols, and we get regulations and guidance out there. But there is hope. I know there's been a lot of negative about microplastics over the last, 20 minutes, but primary microplastics do leave a footprint, so you can hold people responsible who are creating the primary microplastics. There was a case in San Antonio Bay where essentially the people that were in charge of looking after the local bay were finding tons of plastics going around on the shore, winding up, and they basically went and then collected them, took them back and took a case saying, these are coming from somewhere. It turned out that the local plastic producer was dumping them illegally into the bay, and then they were able to sue them and get the money and so forth to remediate the bay. Similar in the Charleston case study, but they settled, so it wasn't quite as news breaking. But yeah, more and more research is also being underdone to fill in these more knowledge gaps. But more attention needs to be brought to both microplastics in soils and groundwater, because the reasons that I showed above, the majority of the attention is on surface water, freshwater systems, and marine and oceans. Okay. Thank you very much for listening. If you'd like to see some of the research that I've done as well, you can click on these links or on my research gate. And yeah, thanks everyone for listening.
Thanks, Ben. That was fantastic. Just very quickly before I introduce the next speaker, we'll do questions at the end of all three speakers. Like for the first session, if you can, for the workshop panel this afternoon, if you can put your questions for that onto the Mentimeter system, and obviously questions directly for Ben and the other speakers after the presentations, either in the room or on the Zoom chat for people online. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker, and I will immediately introduce Larry Mitcheson from WSP.
Right. So what I'm going to talk to you today is about asbestos. As we said, it's not an emerging contaminant. It's been around for thousands of years. We've been using it. But one of the things that's quite complicated about asbestos is the interplay between the legislation and how you deal with it in soil. So I just want to run through what the issues are, and then how you might assess risks to people from asbestos in soil, and just try and highlight some of the difficulties of applying this and when you might apply this. That's sort of the aim of this talk. So first thing I want to just get across is asbestos is a real problem. If you go and look at the HSE website today, they're saying over 5,000 people still die of asbestos-related diseases today. It is a huge issue. One of the things I sometimes feel in contaminated land is we underplay the risks because we don't really think about these contaminants. Asbestos is definitely known to cause some pretty nasty diseases. Mesothelioma and asbestos-related lung cancer are almost always fatal. There are no known cures for them. And the other diseases, asbestosis and pleural thickening, are really, really nasty things to get. They affect your lungs, and it's really hard to breathe, etc. So they're really hard to deal with. But one of the things that makes asbestos difficult to deal with is there's a lag between the exposure and the effect. So symptoms typically take 20 to 30 years to occur. And because of that, if I did something today, it'll take 20 to 30 years before I see whether that worked. And if you look at this graph of mesothelioma deaths, you can see they sort of peak at about 2014, 2015, and they seem to be declining. Does that mean that we did something 20 to 30 years ago in the 1980s or something to try and reduce these deaths? You've got to try and track all these things down. But because asbestos is such a big issue, you can see why the HSE have really been focusing on it. It's their biggest workplace killer, as they say on their website. So they've got to focus on it. So what did they do? They basically introduced a number of things. In 1985, they banned blue and brown asbestos. And then they progressively banned other forms of white asbestos in various stages until they completely banned it in 1999. In 2006, they introduced the control of asbestos regulations. This really focused on asbestos in buildings, and that was requiring mandatory training. If you were around that time, you probably suddenly had a load of asbestos training. It was because of this legislation. You had to do risk assessments and all sorts of things. They set control limits and maximum short-term exposure limits for asbestos. And then finally, in 2012, they updated these regulations and they introduced a whole load of new requirements about notification of works, designating where you are, areas where you're working, medical surveillance, record keeping. But one of the things that affects us is suddenly soil became something that was incorporated into the 2012 regulations. So as part of that, they started saying, well, actually, are we testing for asbestos in soil properly? So they introduced the asbestos in soil scheme. And that really, really was a game changer in the way we look for asbestos. Before 2012, when we were looking for asbestos, the lab would effectively look to see, can I see a large piece of asbestos cement? Or is there just a massive amount of asbestos fibres in the soil? But the detection limits were pretty poor. And most of the time, from what I remember, we only found the odd piece of asbestos cement. After 2014, when the labs started bringing these in, we started finding asbestos absolutely everywhere. I reckon that probably I find asbestos in about 20% of all made ground samples I analyse, which sounds about right. And if you look at some of the laboratory screening data, that sort of bears that out a little bit. There's a bit of variability. So suddenly we've got now a big problem with asbestos because we're actually looking for it properly. Okay. And we've got this legislation that's saying we've got to deal with it. And so we've got to start worrying about things like licensing. So if you've got asbestos in made ground, there's a whole load of rules about whether your asbestos is whether your work is licensable if you're going to disturb that soil. And this gets really complicated because it's quite easy in a building, or it's relatively easy in a building to say, if I've got loose fibrous asbestos, that's licensable. And if I've got asbestos cement that's in good condition, that's not licensable, or certain activities aren't licensable. But if it's in soil, it's in some wet mess that you really can't see most of it. How are you going to deal with it? And so all those things have just made it a lot more complicated for all the things we're trying to do. And actually, the Joint Industry Working Group did a great job, I think, of trying to interpret these guidance and trying to make them more practicable when we're trying to look at soil. And if you haven't read it and you're doing any assessment, then you really do need to read it. I'm not going to go into lots of detail on that, but I will touch on various bits. So we've got this legislation saying these are the things we have to do. If we've got certain types of asbestos, the work's licensable. if we're dealing with stuff in the workplace, we've got to do risk assessments. So we've got all these rules that we have to follow. But what do we do when we're not dealing with a workplace? What do we do when there's a wood near me where there's a whole load of building rubble in the wood? And that wood, I feel, has been there all my life. I can see the asbestos in the soil. Should they be doing anything about it or not? That's not going to fall under the car regulations because no one's really doing anything. We're just walking through as members of the public. How are you going to assess whether that's a problem? If you look at the NCLOG guidance on cover systems, they make a comment that if you've got asbestos in soil, you need to have a thicker cover system potentially. How do you decide whether that asbestos is a potential problem or not? If you're doing a Part 2A assessment, I cannot believe that any Part 2A assessment has ever not found asbestos at some point in the soil. So how do you deal with that? How do you decide whether it's significant enough to have to deal with this? So I think there is a place for doing some sort of risk assessment. Another point is if you go and follow the Joint Industry Working Group guidance, you'll see that they do try and bring in some rules about if you've got tiny amounts of asbestos, it might not be licensable, but you need to think about whether you're going to exceed the control limits for asbestos in soil, for asbestos in air when you're doing your activity. So you've got to make some decisions about that. So I think there is some room for doing this sort of stuff because there are some problems that we can't deal with. And actually in contaminated land, we're actually used to dealing with non-threshold substances. There used to be a thing said by the HSE that one fibre kills you. That has been widely debunked now. If it did, we're probably inhaling. There's certainly asbestos fibres in this room somewhere in the air. We will all have inhaled asbestos fibres. We should all die of asbestos if that was true. If that was true. So it is like every other contaminant. Paracelsus was right. The dose makes the poison. And actually the HSE have done a load of assessment. And one of their papers, Lucy Darnton, who's at the HSE, wrote a paper and did a load of modelling. And the asbestos regulations don't differentiate between different forms of asbestos, between white, blue and brown, but actually there's a real significant difference between the toxicity of the blue and brown forms compared to the white form. And that's one of the things they highlighted. And SOBRA, with the help of Lucy Darnton, did produce a little tool that helps you take the concentration of asbestos in air and your exposure time to come up with the risk of death from asbestos is effectively what it is, which they've published and they updated it at the beginning of last year. And one of the things you can do is just put into that asbestos risk assessment, you can say, right, let's just say we've got the clear scenario. We're going to inhale dust. We're going to inhale dust in a building. We're going to inhale some asbestos for this many days a year. And you can actually come up with your thresholds of asbestos in air. And I'm just going to point out the control limit is 0.1 fibres per milliliter. The thresholds you end up for residential are 10 to the -4 to 10 to the -7. If you're looking at commercial, it's 10 to the -3 to 10 to the -6. The limit of quantification that most asbestos practitioners tend to work to is 0.01, so 10 times below the control limit. They can get lower, but it's typically what they use. If you're doing an asbestos risk assessment based on a risk of 1 in 10 to the -5, you're going to be dealing with asbestos in air much, much lower because you're looking at long-term exposure. So what would be really good is if we could come up with a generic assessment criteria for asbestos. And that's what SOBRA were actually asked to do. Wouldn't it be great? One form of asbestos, just have a generic criteria. If asbestos is below this, we don't have to worry about it. Problem with asbestos is it's really complicated. And I've never heard anyone actually explain why the SOBRA group never did come up with a generic assessment criteria. So I thought I'd just try and point this out. And part of this leads to how you might actually assess the risks. So the first thing to think about is, I've already mentioned the different types of asbestos have different toxicity. The other thing we're trying to do in asbestos risk assessment, we're only really worried about inhaling asbestos. That's where the risk comes from. So we need to work out how much asbestos is going to be released into the air. The actual type of asbestos makes a difference. White asbestos is hydrophilic, so it's going to stick to water much better than amphibols, blue and brown asbestos, which are hydrophobic. It's why you're often asked to add a drop of detergent to your water if you're dampening soil for asbestos. So the actual form of asbestos is going to make a difference. Similarly, if you've got a clay, a sand, a silt, it's going to make a huge difference to the amount how asbestos sticks to that soil. And finally, the moisture content. If the soil's wet, the asbestos will stick and probably won't be released. And what the Institute of Occupational Medicine did in 1988 is they looked at all these things and they did this experiment where they got a drum and they slowly, there's a paddle in the drum that slowly rotates and turns the soil. It's slowly turning it, so it generates some dust. They take that dust, they measure the amount of dust, and they measured the amount of asbestos in that dust. And that is called a dustiness test. And so you can see this is a plot of their data that they came up with. And I'll just note it's on a log scale. So each of those blocks is a factor of 10. And broadly, what this research says is if you've got chrysotile in clayey soils, it's much, much less easily released than if you've got blue asbestos in sandy soils. They also did some studies saying if you've got 5 to 10% moisture, you've got much, much lower risk of release of asbestos. But there are other things. That's an easy bit to do. The other bit is when we see asbestos, we don't see loose fibres generally. What we see is we see a bit of asbestos cement. There's half a bit of asbestos insulation board. There's something we couldn't quite work out what it was, but it looks asbestos-y, and the lab have said it's some sort of debris. And all of those are going to release asbestos in different ways. If it's asbestos cement, it's sort of known as being non-friable, so it's quite tightly bound in. If we're talking about the asbestos insulation, it's just loose fibres everywhere. It's going to clearly release a lot more asbestos. And actually, just one of the things that's a useful reference for this is Schwartz, I can't pronounce his name, but I will try. Schwartz and Tromp did a study where they collated information from asbestos construction sites, and it's not quite clear what activities they were doing and how they dampened the soil. But they measured the amount of asbestos in soil and the asbestos they were finding in air on these sites. They also did an experiment where they basically blew air on soil which they'd added asbestos to. So they have these 3 lines. And what you'll see in the bottom line, that dashed yellow line, is they didn't find any asbestos being released from non-friable asbestos, from asbestos cement, unless there was a huge amount. So when you got nearly 100%, that's what that little blob is. Blob is up there, and that's probably because that asbestos cement or whatever it was broken up a bit. Whereas there is a linear relationship broadly with the amount of asbestos in soil and in air in those things. But the other thing that's going to make a huge difference is the activity. If I'm going to go and rotivate my garden, it's going to be very different to me just getting a little trowel and planting a few seeds or bulbs in the ground. So the actual activity you're doing makes a difference, and the weather. If it's raining, if it's windy, you're going to get different concentrations. When you have this many factors, you cannot come up with a generic screening assessment. You're starting to look at that. Sounds like a detailed risk assessment. There are too many things to consider. So that's why they didn't come up with a generic assessment criteria and why SOBRA went down this route. And I don't know how many people have seen the SOBRA asbestos methodology. It's a PDF and it has this, whatever it is, flowchart that you can click on each of those boxes, and it jumps to the page and provides further information about each of those aspects and references and things. So I think it's a really good document. I was involved in writing it, so I should do. Yeah, I think it is useful. It's not perfect, but it's I think it's pretty good. And it broadly follows, sets out an approach for assessing it. And I'm going to run through this. There are ways that you can shortcut and you don't have to do all the steps, and I'll try and touch on them. But I just wanted to run through that because I've never heard anyone really talk through this, and I thought it might be useful. The first step you have to do is to establish your conceptual model. Guess what? It's contaminated land. If we're not doing that, then we're doing it wrong. And fundamentally, I think this is the fundamental step. I think it's the most difficult step. You've got lots of different types of made ground. Why is asbestos here and not there? Have you looked at the history? What buildings were knocked down? When? Where? What does the material look like? Do we have different layers? Have you looked at all the aerial photos? You're not just using a concentration, you're looking at all the data so you properly assess that. So first thing is, what's the distribution? When you found asbestos, you're going to have to quantify the amount that's there. If you have a laboratory and they say that it's got, I don't know, 0.1% cement tile and loose fibres, one of the things you're going to need to know is how much of that was the cement tile and how much was the loose fibres. And one of the things you can do is you can either ask the lab for the laboratory, for their analyst's notes, or you can ask them for a detailed breakdown, and they should be able to provide that to give you information about that. Otherwise, you're a bit stuck because you're going to have to assume all the asbestos was loose fibres for the worst case. And if you've got a lump of cement, that might be quite different. And then you need to characterize the asbestos by the different types you've got, the different forms, the different types of asbestos, and work out what the distribution and representative concentrations are in the soil in each population to try and work, so you've got now your general conceptual model and concentration you're going to use. This is no different to anything else you do in contaminated land, but it's a really important step. The next thing that you need to do is you need to move from your soil concentration to the amount of asbestos you'd get in dust. So the idea is you're trying to work out, I've got 1% asbestos in soil, how many fibres per gram of dust will I have in a gram of dust generated from that soil? Well, there are lots of ways you might try and do that. One of the main ways that the methodology sort of presses is this dustiness test. So it's basically doing the same test IOM did. There's a British standard that the laboratories tend to follow, hopefully do follow. And this measures the asbestos in the drum and it measures the dust concentrations. And some of the labs, if you ask them, can differentiate between white asbestos and blue and brown asbestos, which can be really useful when you're doing your assessments, given the difference in risks from those. And I'd recommend doing that if you can. So that's one of the methods. And it's the main method that I've used when I've done this. And I'll just give you some comments that I've had on this. If you're going to do this test, it's got an advantage. You're using the actual soil that you're dealing with. You don't have to start guessing about, is this similar enough to a clay or whatever else. But if you start doing it on wet soil, you can end up with clumping. So as the paddle comes round, it pushes all the soil together. So you don't actually generate the dust in quite the same way. So we've tended to do it on dry soil. It can work with some as received soils, but just be aware of that issue. And also, if you're looking at pathways such as tracking back soil into buildings and the dust there, you might really be wanting to look at the dried soil anyway. Similarly, you need to know, how is the dust measured? Have they measured it as PM10 or total dust? Most of the labs I've seen use total dust. And how have they measured the fibres? There are a number of ways of counting fibres. The most common way they do in the field is they use a phase contrast optical microscope. So they use a polarizing microscope and count the fibres. You can use a scanning electron microscope, and that tends to pick up more fibres, typically about twice the number that you get from a phase contrast PCOM type microscope. So you need to know how they're counted. because you need to know what's going to be used in whatever models you use. The SOBRA methodology, by the way, uses fibres as PCOM. And then also, if you're going to do a test, which is an empirical test where you're going to just churn up some soil, you probably want to do it more than once because it's quite an empirical, rough and ready test. So most labs run it 3 times. It's worth looking at the variation. There are other ways you can look at dustiness. You could just look at the published values in IOM. People do that, and you might want to use that as a check to see whether you're getting the right sort of results. Another way, which I haven't really used, is to count the respirable fibres in the soil and compare that with the PM10 fraction of the soil, or whatever you think is a good estimate of the amount of dust you'd get from that soil. That's only going to really work if your asbestos is all present as loose fibres. But I'm aware that people do it, and there's more information in the asbestos methodology about that. So we've now got asbestos concentrations in soil, in dust, got to predict the amount in air. We're going to predict the amount in air. We're going to use some models. So typically, we could measure it in the field, but you're very rarely doing the activity in the field that you're looking to predict. There are some really good models. The advanced reach model is what they use to predict the behavior of chemicals. There's a series of models by the US EPA. The miscellaneous chapter is the one you want to look at. It's called AP42. And that looks at things like the dust you produce when you bulldoze a site or when you drive on unsurfaced roads and things like that. Or you might be using the CLEAR model. And then you've also got some other methods, such as you could look up published values, because the HSE, the Institute of Air Quality Management, and the National Radiation Protection Board have published values. If you're going to do a calculation, I really would suggest you use more than one method, just to make sure, A, you haven't made a mess up in your calculation, and B, just to validate it seems to be giving you the right sort of numbers. So you should, as with all these things, sense check, make sure you'll know what dust concentration you're measuring as well. Finally, you multiply all these three things together, and you can get your asbestos in air. You can shortcut these things. If you happen to be doing the activity that you're looking to assess, you could just measure the asbestos in air. It's very difficult because the detection limits are pretty poor generally, but you can monitor for longer, use SEM, get better detection limits, or you can compare against things like that paper by Schwarters and Trump, and see what they're getting. You might use that as a sense check on your data. If you're doing this, I will just note, having done this several times, units, think about PCOM, think about total dust, think about milligrams per kilogram. You get lots of units errors happening whenever you're dealing with air quality. And then finally, you can put this in the model and put in your expected lifetimes, etc., and sense you can put in your predicted exposure frequency. It's important to get the age classes right, because if you're exposed at the age of 5, you've got much longer to potentially get asbestosis, so the risks are higher, as well as being more sensitive when you're younger. And remember that if you're using this model, it uses PCOM fibre counts, not SEM, if you're worrying about it. And from that, you can come up with a risk. As with all risk assessments, you set that into context, think about what background is, think about what is acceptable, think about how this compares to other risks. But the final thing to say is this methodology enables you to predict a risk from asbestos in air from your soil, from tracking it back into buildings, or from digging, or whatever activity you've predicted your dust from. But it doesn't get you away from the legislation, which requires you to do risk assessments for all the work you're doing, manage the asbestos in your workplace, licensing requirements, preventing and reducing exposure to asbestos and the spread of asbestos, and making sure your works are ALARP. But I think it does have a place in sort of helping with your risk assessments, deciding whether things are below the control limit and providing much more certainty in that. It could be used in assessing risks if a cover system fails or partially fails. could be used in Part 2A in assessment of ongoing use, that woodland you could assess that I mentioned earlier. I wonder about whether it can be used in a commercial end use or a park under planning. I'm not sure what a local authority would say if you say, I've done an asbestos risk assessment for this topsoil. It's got asbestos in it, but I think the risk is fine. But the risk is less than 1 in 10 to the 5. I'm not sure how well that would go down. Particularly if you're under planning, you've got an opportunity to do something else. But it's a question. But I think there may be a possibility under some of these other scenarios. And I'm not really sure that it's being used much under planning. It's one of the things that I think there is a place, but I'm not sure that's where we are. So that was it.
Thanks, Barry. Fantastic. We'll move straight on to the next, the double act of presenters for the next PFAS presentation. We've got Geraint Williams and Paul Nathanail.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide a talk about PFAS. When Paul and I were discussing what we should specifically talk about, we come up with kind of an overview, and the parts that I'm going to discuss relate to kind of a definition of PFAS and also how we collect samples. That's always a big issue in terms of cross-contamination. But also we're going to have an opportunity to have a quick look at some of the latest laboratory techniques, why we use certain techniques, when we should use other techniques. So we'll hopefully be able to have an opportunity to look at some of the pros and cons of the different lab options available to us. I was privileged enough to work with Paul on the Syria guidance. If you're not aware, it came out last year. I would certainly refer you to that document. As I said, it's available now. You can purchase it on the Syria website. Also been involved with Paul on the Nicole working group. Paul leads you're deputy chair of the Nicole working group, as I understand it, Paul, and I'm the lead on the analytical working group as well. So we're involved in lots of things together, even clean up in Australia. I think we had some involvement in, so you can't get rid of me, Paul, unfortunately.
I don't want to.
So when we consider PFAS, we're often thinking more around the perfluoroalkyl acids. So these are the P4s, the PFASs. And we think about those in terms of persistence. But actually, this PFAS can be polymers, it can be non-polymers, they can be anionic, they can be cationic, they can be zwittionic, so they can be positively, negatively charged, or positively and negatively charged. So they've got different physical chemical characteristics. So you need to be aware that not all PFAS are persistent. I know you published an article quite recently, Paul, on how lingering PFAS rather than using the word forever chemicals, which has kind of come out of use these days. We're talking about their mobility. I think you're going to talk a little bit more about the mobility of PFAS, but that's often related to their chain length. So we know they can be soluble in groundwater, they can be very mobile in groundwater. And we've done a lot of work looking at PFOS and P4, as I said, and their bioaccumulation potential. A lot of discussion about the toxicology of different PFAS, and that's work that's ongoing at the moment. IARC published something quite recently on PFOS and P4. So that is also a useful reference document. And if you're not aware of that, I'd certainly refer you to the kind of latest published information out there. And just a word of caution around some of the definitions of PFAS as well. Got an OECD definition, and there's been some published papers, Szymanski, etc., has published on some of the definitions of PFAS. We're kind of talking about the universe of PFAS at the moment, where we're looking at the PubChem database has published 7 million individual PFAS. But when you look at the REMOA, the latest information from HSC that got published, admittedly that's taking not necessarily a land contamination perspective, but looking at it from more of a UK REACH perspective, has come up with a narrower definition where we're looking at in the order of 200 plus PFAS. So there's a difference in terms of definition, and we probably need to be aware of that when we're talking about PFAS. And we're looking at, the most famous of all the PFAS, the P4, it's called C8. So we got 8 carbons, And we've got a whole range of different acronyms that we use for subsets of PFAS. So I said, you know, when we're looking at subsets of PFAS, we were talking about how persistent certain PFAS are. When we're looking at things like the fluorotelma alcohols, they're not very persistent. They're neutral. They're volatile PFAS. You have to use a different sampling methodology when we're collecting samples for fluorotelma alcohols, just as an example. And we've got an interesting approach now where we've got a whole range of different type of replacement PFAS. Probably the most famous one is not on this list, Gen X. That was a replacement PFAS that's been used. These are all replacement for either PFOS or PFOs. But we see PFECHS, that's turning up on a lot of sites that I'm involved in, where it's used as a corrosion inhibitor for hydraulic oils in the aviation industry. So we've seen it a lot on hangar type sites. 62F tab is a particularly interesting one, where it's an ingredient in firefighting foam, and it's a constituent that's replaced other PFAS as a result of the developing interest in the toxicology and the risks from other PFAS. But it's certainly a big issue on a lot of sites as well. And C604 is probably another example, often associated with one specific manufacturer of PFAS. But that's included in this kind of revised list that the European Union come up with a list of 24. That's a problematic one for UK labs because there's real difficulty trying to get hold of the standard to be able to analyse for C604. I think it's yours.
Yeah. Gold means I talk, blue means Geraint talks. This session is misnamed. It should be the Joanne Kwan session. Joanne works for Syria. She's left. She's gone back for a council meeting, but she is the project manager for the Syria guidance that Geraint's mentioned, C819. She was also the project manager for the Syria asbestos guidance that Barry talked about, C733, back in 2014. And she's on the point of letting a contract for microplastics in construction. So Joanne, this is your session, if only you were here. My one takeaway on this slide is remember Sun Tzu. A lot of PFAS contaminants are associated with defense sites. Sun Tzu said, know your enemy. The message to us under LCRM context is in the preliminary risk assessment stage, you've got to know your site, the processes, and what was being used in a lot more detail than we have historically been able to get away with. Geraint's given you a hint about all the trade names and so on that are involved, but you've really got to drill down into what process, when it was being done, because fashions change and so do product compositions. So it's a real emphasis on us to do our desk studies much, much better. I'm called Paul in some contexts. In others, I'm called other things. Some polite, some not so polite. PFAS also go under a variety of names. So the CAS registry number is almost always your friend. Okay? Don't trust those 3, 4, 5, 6 letter acronyms, even if you don't make typos ever. I do. I infamously misspelled TPH once, go figure. So use the CAS register and go and check the shape of the molecule as well. Know your enemy. In terms of PFAS function, what was it doing? What PFAS were delivering the actual properties that were in vogue or desired at the time? And remember, things change with time. See if I can manage to make the slides change.
So there's been a lot of discussion about PFAS, how we collect samples, the kind of issues around cross-contamination. And what the Syria guidance tells us now is take much more of a risk-based approach. If you've read anything from the US EPA, maybe about 6 or 7 years ago, it was very precautionary. There was an abundance of caution. What Syria have taken is kind of the very latest information from the US, a lot of the kind of very latest research studies, and that points us in a more pragmatic direction. That gives us an idea of what kind of precautions we still need to obviously take quality control samples, but we need to consider what actually comes into contact with the sample rather than some of those kind of external factors which might not be relevant on some investigations. So I always think about when we're carrying out any type of investigation, you know, start with what the highest risk type samples are. So if you are collecting, just take much more of a pragmatic approach where you would start with the least contaminated samples and work backwards. Don't put the most contaminated samples in with drinking water quality type samples. It's that simple, more pragmatic approach. Think about things like an interface meter, which does get used from location to location, where that might be a point of source of contamination. So just take these kind of simple approaches. Think about your conceptual site model. Think about secondary sources of contamination. So there's been a lot of discussion about PFAS in concrete, for instance, where PFAS can form layers on the surfaces of concrete. Concrete being quite porous, and you end up with bleed off of PFAS into groundwater, into surface waters. So if you didn't take that into account in your conceptual site models, you might be missing a significant source of PFAS on some sites. So and on some sites, groundwater's been remediated, surface water has been looked at as well, but the impact has often been from a secondary source, from concrete, especially with fire training areas. So that would be something to consider as well. But just, speak to your lab. Labs can also provide things like deionized water, which is proven to be PFAS free. Don't use your own source of deionized water. The lab can provide you with a source of deionized water which is certified. They know that it's below the detection limit when they've carried out the analysis of it. So if you're doing quality control samples, speak to your lab. They'll be able to provide you with a source of deionized water. It's just following more of a pragmatic approach. I've included some references there. These are the kind of references that have been used in the SOBRA document. But again, there's SERDIP, ESTCP kind of studies that have been done on different approaches to collecting samples. One thing about surface waters to be aware of, PFAS, surfactant-like properties, it can have stratification in surface water. So if you take a sample, which is the foam sitting above the bulk water layer, potentially you're going to have hundreds of thousands of nanograms of PFAS in that sample. But if you take a sample below that kind of stratification, before that kind of foam layer, you're going to have, close to detection limits. So you have to take into account that. We see impacts from sea foam, for instance, when it's reaching a beach and you get impact on the beach from the foam that's blown onto the beach. So just to be aware of some of the specific properties of PFAS and how we have to be aware of making sure we're collecting representative samples. I think next one's me as well, actually. Yeah. So this is a bit of a complicated diagram. Apologies for this. It's an adapted version from a paper that was produced by Szymanski. This kind of looks at all the different analytical options and what subsets of PFAS are being measured. We don't see an awful lot of use for PIGI, NRM on a lot of sites that we're involved in, but certainly we're starting to look at GCMSMS as an analytical option for the fluorotalum alcohols, the particular subset of PFAS that we're looking at. Those can't be reliably measured by LC, which is the workhorse, the standard approach for measuring the vast majority of PFAS that we look for. Top assay is an important approach. It's used on a lot of sites. I've seen it used many times on many different types of sites. What we were able to develop in the SOBRA guidance is a set of data quality objectives, which allows you to assess the data. So in the lab have carried out the analysis, it allows us to look at an approach to make sure that that data is correct. And I'll talk about that a little bit later on. There's a developing approach. One of the key things we need to ask ourselves is what question are we actually answering when we're looking at carrying out PFAS analysis? If it's trying to develop a fingerprint, are we trying to determine what the source of contamination is? I think high-res MS, HRMS would be an appropriate technique. These are not mutually exclusive. They can be used together. So sometimes we need to understand if we're using conventional LC analysis, standard targeted analysis, what mass of PFAS are we missing? And by using things like total organic fluorine analysis, we can look at that fluorine mass balance, because that will give you an indication of what the total mass of PFAS is. And that will allow us to understand what that fluorine mass balance is. And if you can say by looking at the total concentration by using, shouldn't say total concentration, but the TOF concentration, comparing that to the conventional LC, and if it accounts for the vast majority of it, or if there's a big difference, then it might not be accounting for all the PFAS on the site. Maybe one key point to raise with this, there's always a trade-off between how selective the method is, how sensitive the method is, and how inclusive the method is. So when we're talking about total organic fluorine analysis, it's an inclusive method, but the detection limits are very low. It doesn't give you the individual PFAS. in the same way that LC analysis would, standard LC triple quad analysis would. So there's pros and cons for each one of these different techniques. And kind of this gives you an overview of the evolution of PFAS analysis over the past couple of years. It's very US focused, but a lot of our methods are based on US methods. Really, labs were not analysing PFAS before 2005. Since Bunsfield, labs have had to develop a method for doing PFAS analysis. This is kind of how PFAS analysis has evolved internationally. We see 1633, that's 40 PFAS. In the UK, we're not looking at 40 PFAS. This is an example of a suite of analysis of 50 PFAS, but I know labs are looking at 55 PFAS. Labs in the US are looking at a targeted list of over 75 PFAS. So I think we'll see this list, but it's a developing list. Labs are already looking at things like ultra shorts. They're already looking at fluoroethyl alcohols, these replacement PFAS that we've talked about. So this is a list. We've got 48 DWI list. Labs are going over and above what's on the 48 list. I suspect we'll see a much more extensive list in the future for all the labs. One point I wanted to make was just about this issue with this replacement PFAS, this specific issue with 6.2 FTAB. Prior to having this additional PFAS, we were only looking at 47. By using an approach, this high-res MS approach, this gives an idea of what else we were missing potentially. When we were, this was data from the Chemical Investigations Programme from ALS. This highlights the fact that we were missing a key PFAS, this 6.2 FTAB, this replacement PFAS that was often in AFFF. We're seeing really high exceedances, high frequency. Because of some of this data that was coming back from the labs, that's the reason the DWI included 6.2 FTAB as part of this extended suite. So we might see this with other PFAS in the future. I suspect we will see an increase into the list. We might see a reduction of the list when we see non-detect, but again, we might see additional PFAS added to the list if we're looking at high-res MS as an approach in the future. This just gives us an example of the kind of data that you can get from top assay. It should be used as a word of caution as well. This approach was developed by Dave Sedlak and Erica Holtz at Berkeley University. Labs use persulfate, they use heat, they use sodium hydroxide, raises the pH of the sample, mimics in the environment kind of worst case conditions in terms of the data that you would get. So it's a way of looking at potential future liabilities, looking at how the precursors that we haven't got standards for can biotransform in the environment. So it almost gives you a look out into the future, what could be the risk in the future from some of these precursors that we know can biotransform in the future. So it's specifically focused on PFCAs. So you're not going to see changes in the sulfonates. You're going to see broadly similar kind of concentrations in the sulfonates. It's meant to look at changes in the PFCAs, so like the P4s of the world, for instance. So if you've got 8.2 FTS, that can biotransform to P4, but you do get that sequential unzipping as well and lowering of the precursors that might be present as well. And there's some improvements that I'm looking at in the US, where we're using different types of oxidation. So instead of using what I discussed about persulfate and heat, they're starting to look at UV instead of that to kind of mimic those changes that can happen in the environment. And as I said, you know, there's some data quality objectives we need to be aware of, which are in the SOBRA guidance.
Next door is the Royal Society of Chemistry. For the geologists amongst us, go and find a friendly chemist and become very good friends with them, because they speak a different language to us. And we have to learn at least the basics of it. So Geraint, thank you for helping me learn how to speak PFASes. Once in the ground, lots of different types of behavior are exhibited by the different PFAS. And remember, the S in PFAS is plural, it stands for substances, and they've all got individual characters, quirks and characteristics, a bit like us in this room. So some of them, particularly the long chain ones, will really like to go and find the organic fraction and hang on to that. The amphiphilic ones, the ones that have got a positive charged one end and a negative charged one end and a neutral one at the other end, will go and find the air-water interface, be that at the water table, if that's a valid context concept, or in the pores where you've got unsaturated materials. They love having their charged end in the water and the neutral end out of the water. That's really, really weird and important for PFAS. The precursors, the ones that are Theresa May moment there. Or a Theresa Cory moment. That's even better, isn't it? That's it. No questions for me this afternoon. The polyfluorinated, where not all the hydrogens have been replaced by fluorines, can, in the environment, transform to the fully perfluorinated terminals. And that's really partly what the top assay is supposed to try and give us an insight into. And the ionic forms, and most of these things that are acids will be in the ionic form at environmental pHs, are essentially non-volatile. So that's really important things to remember about the fate and transport. Most PFAS, the carboxylic acids, PFCAs, I have to unpack these 4-letter acronyms, and the sulfonic acids will dissociate. The hydrogens say bye-bye to the rest of the molecule and go off into the water. So that dissociated form is what we generally find in the environment. So I've illustrated that with, I think it's PFOS on the left and PFBA, the butanoic acid and the butanoic salt there. Now that reminds me that the Stockholm Convention waste limit criteria changed yesterday. 1st of April, it's not a joke if you look at the statutory instrument. And the reason I mention that is because PFOS, PFOA, and PFHXS, the 6-carbon sulfonic acid, and their salts and associated compounds, and there are several hundred if you add them all together, have new waste limits, which means if you exceed those, you can't shove it in a landfill. So sometimes dig and dump isn't the solution. You've got to break the little molecules up and destroy the PFAS molecules. So this disassociation process is really important to remember. And it also matters when you're doing hydrogeological risk assessments, because you need a KOC, and you need a KOC for the ionic form and a KOC for the neutral form. So life's a little bit more interesting, and you need a dissociation constant as well to feed into your favorite spreadsheet. They are slow in degrading. I'm a geologist. You know, what's 10 or 100 million years amongst friends? So slow is all relative. They will degrade, but really slowly, unhelpfully slowly, so slowly that it's not even worth thinking about M&A, as we saw in one of the talks before the coffee break. Why are they so slow? Because once fluorine has got hold of, in a covalent bond, one of the carbon atoms, it ain't letting go. It's really electronegative. And when you look at where it sits on the periodic table, kind of equivalent to our geological time column for chemists, you begin to understand why. The other interesting thing is that the fluorine ion is about the same size as a hydrogen ion, because it keeps its electron shell really tight. So that uniqueness is what makes some PFAS really interesting and challenging and problematic. Human health risk assessment, underneath my triangular warning is the table of interim C4SLs that were published last year. Don't use them. I'm being very blunt, and I'm happy to take heat for that. Don't use them because they didn't look at all the plant uptake. It's not entirely clear what you do if you exceed their low level of toxicological concern, because they didn't use the tolerable weekly intake that EFSA put out, that the Committee of Toxicity gave us a really good handle on what to do. And they assume that PFOS, PFOA, PFHXS, and PFNA, the 9-carbon carboxylic acid, are equally as bad for you. Paracelsus would have loved that. Problem is, they're not equally as bad for you. And last August, EFSA published a report it commissioned that said PFOA and PFOS are pretty bad, PFHXS and PFNA aren't as bad. So that's why I've got caution there. Good news, you can use CLEAR to develop your own site-specific assessment criteria. Don't use the plant uptake algorithms in CLEAR, it won't work. So you need to find your own plant uptake factors or do a sensitivity analysis. We don't really know too much about the background, other than you're probably having more than is good for you in the food that you'll be eating and in the drink that you'll be drinking. So it's a working hypothesis. You won't go far wrong with assuming the maximum that you can possibly assume, which is 50% of your tox value if you're dealing with threshold behavior. And finally, the Committee of Toxicity is our friend. They have an ongoing program of looking at PFAS, and they publish really good stuff from time to time, and then they don't tell anybody about it. So look at the COT website, really useful source of information there. Okay, Houston, we have a problem. We've done our risk assessment. What are we going to do about it? Well, really, there's only two options. If you're going to do the stuff in situ, and we've all heard earlier on about how much better it is doing stuff in situ than digging it up or pumping it out of the ground, then you would immobilize your PFAS onto some kind of absorptive media. And I'm sure, where is he? Gareth will talk to you about a particular flavor of medium that he would talk to you about how it behaves. If you're going to pump it out or dig it out, then you can then concentrate that, find fractionation if it's water, soil washing if it's a soil, and then send the concentrate away for destruction. So there are other techniques being developed, but those two treatment trained approaches we see time and again in the States, in Australia, and in the UK.
So just in conclusion, not all PFAS are the same. We know that that is the case now. Some are more volatile than others. We know that there's different types of PFAS. So, some of the past guidance around sampling has been very conservative. Take a pragmatic approach, develop your own standard operating procedures based on established practice. But I know a lot of people are kind of looking at how samples should be collected to try and minimize any issues of cross-contamination. We know that PFOS and P4 are not the only show in town. There's much more of an extended suite of analysis that we need to certainly look for. Conventional targeted analysis might not be picking up all the PFAS. If you take into account the precursors, top acid might be a useful approach, but it's got its limitations as well. Need to be aware of that. There's some data quality objectives in the SOBRA guidance, worth having a quick look at that. Whatever technique we use, there's always this trade-off between how sensitive it is, how low level, kind of detection limits, how selective it is it picking up PFOS, P4, all the individual PFAS? Are you just getting an understanding of the overall concentration for all the PFAS that method can determine? How inclusive is it? Are we looking at all the PFAS? There's no method that gives us all the PFAS, but how inclusive is it? Are we just looking at the very tip of the iceberg? Are we got an understanding of a much broader concentration of all the PFAS? And just maybe one passing comment, having worked for a lab in the past, have a chat with your lab. Communication is always a good advice to speak to your lab, make sure they're aware of what your requirements are. They'll be able to help you in certain ways you're not aware of as well. Thank you.
All PFAS are synthetic. Many are persistent. Many are widespread. Many are toxic. Many are bioaccumulative. So be careful of absolutes always. You've got my email address on there. You've got Geraint's email address on there. And happy to take questions now or over lunch. But I'm going to close with watch the BBC on iPlayer and look at the story about the Jersey groundwater pollution of private water supplies and the draft report that was issued around about midnight by the states of Jersey and the recommendations there for how to deal with people who were drinking that water and now have PFAS in their blood. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Geraint. Okay, questions. We've got about 6 minutes until the lunch break. So in the room.
Hello. Is there, I'm just thinking about PFAS, and I'm from next door, chemistry building. I'm just thinking, is there any work carried out in relation to the chiral behavior of PFAS, the chirality of the PFAS molecule and human health risk assessment? And Paul already mentioned one of his slides about fate and transport, but there are several other interactions available in PFAS in terms of one is fluorophilic, another is hydrophilic, phobic, electrostatic behavior of PFAS, and also ionic exchange going on there, and also hydrogen bonding. So there are 5 types of interaction. Is there these sorts of things has been considered for human health risk assessment of PFAS?
No. What the best we have are a limited number of There are some epidemiological studies, all the problems that epidemiology has. The animal studies go some way. What we don't have yet is a causal relationship between exposure and specific diseases or specific impacts. So you'll see the word associated with, and that's a really important word. It's not to say we should ignore it. The nearest thing we have now is the IARC's decision that PFOA is a category 1 known human carcinogen and PFOS is a category 2B potential human carcinogen. But if you look behind what those classifications mean, it's still not necessarily a quantitative dose response relationship in the way that we have for mesothelioma, for example, because sadly we've got loads and loads of cases of people who inhaled and then got mesothelioma. So not yet, I think, is the answer to your question.
Question for Ben, if I may. Thanks for your talk. Do you have a feel for the kind of likely relative exposure you might get from microplastics in soil compared to indoor dust or consumption through food and drink?
Definitely consumption through your drink is probably the largest exposure that you'll have at the moment. And then, yeah, followed by food. And as I said, about filter feeders absorbing a lot of the microplastic, you have a lot of, if you eat oysters and clams and other things, the next time you do that, you're probably going to be thinking after this that, oh yeah, there's microplastics in them. Yes, so yes, there is. And along with any food that you eat whole, like shrimps and so forth, because you're eating their digestive system, that's common as where the microplastics will end up. When you're talking about microplastics in air, the concentrations are a lot less, and it's normally the lighter plastics that are also you're more exposed to than the denser ones. Whereas, as I was just saying through my talk, right now it's hard to say what specifically is responsible for their movement and being exposed to them. Did I answer everything correct there? Okay, cool.
We have one more in the room, and then if there are any online.
Another question for Ben, actually. We've done quite a bit of work looking at the accumulation of persistent pollutants on plastic pellets, and we've sort of identified some persistent pollutants such as DDT, PFAS associated with plastic pellets in sort of marine environments predominantly. I was wondering to what extent, I think you touched on it as a potential sort of source of pollutants, but have you sort of looked at that in any detail, or have any other authors looked at that in detail as far as you're aware in sort of soil and groundwater as well?
So I'm confused as to what specifically you're asking us.
So whether you've looked at the other sort of accumulation of other pollutants such as pesticides.
Yeah. So, well, yeah, it's still evolving is the main thing to kind of take from it. Yeah, and then there's plastics in pesticides and other things as well. It's really hard because the majority of plastics out there are from secondary sources to then directly associate them with other co-contaminants and also places like, for example, with the San Antonio Bay case, you could easily just go straight there and say that's the reason, and then you could be like, okay, whatever. But because we've got such a large amount that are ubiquitous everywhere, it's really hard to say at the moment, other than that these pollutants and co-contaminants can attach themselves to the microplastics. It's really hard to say other than that, oh, okay, in this situation, this co-contaminant is more associated with the plastic, if that makes sense. Is that answering kind of what you're after?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's interesting. I guess it's a lot easier, I think, in the kind of marine and riverine sort of environments. Yeah. And I know that there's people out there sort of using them as kind of markers for pollution. There's an organisation called Global Pellet Watch, for example, that published data on the contaminants associated with plastic pellets, which is really interesting to see. So
so that goes into more of like the colloid transport stuff, and even though that has been used in the past, as you're saying, quite well in more of like the shallow porous media, it's really hard to then translate that into the larger scales, and that's when it hasn't been very successful. If that makes sense.
Okay, couple from online, and then if you've got more questions, please put them on Zoom or Mentimeter for later on, I think, because we're at half on now. Oh.
Okay. There's a talk about some research into lesions on fish gills. Are you aware of any additional research in terms of asbestos on micro and macroorganisms? Yeah, sorry. No, nothing at all. Perfect. And then the other question is on PFAS. Is there a list anywhere of where we can find information on where PFAS could be found in terms of industries? And
there's Ian Ross published an article in Clare, Technical Bulletin 22, I think, and there's a research paper published by Gluge et al., which lists a whole long list of industries. I think there's about 300. So
thank you so much. Yeah, that's everything online.
Thank you. Okay, we're just past 1:30 now, so we'll break there for lunch. Thank you for listening.
See you back at 2:15.
Yeah, 2:15.
2:15, yeah.
Thank you. I was a bit nervous as well, rambling on, but
No, it's good. It's interesting topic.
yeah, it's just hard because it's just constantly evolving, and you have to constantly keep up with the research. As you well know from PFAS, but it's just at an earlier stage, so at least you have like more sources, I guess. I had to go like digging, especially for groundwater, quite deep.
The ITRC are only just really, they've got some kind of preliminary stuff coming out on ITRC.
Yeah.
Quite interesting on microplastics, but it's still, again.
The ITRC stuff is referring to stuff that's been out for a year or two.
Yeah.
And your 2025 reference.
Oh, yeah,
makes
that's
the
right.
point.
Yeah. But it's the question about, what's the balance of actually from soil and groundwater and whatever, how big a source is it relative to everything else? And I was just looking, you can see the projector, you see all the little glinting bits. Most of that, I don't know, polyesters and things, isn't it? Clothing. I mean, that must be one of the biggest sources with like food and drink, and also
I think dust and I mean it is in dust and so forth, and you can see it, but it's honestly water that you get exposed when you're drinking with it. It really is, yeah. Like the concentration, the amounts we were talking about in groundwater, it went up to like most was like 6,000 parts per litre. You took a bottle of water, you're talking hundreds of thousands. It's really bad.
Just off the box.
No. So it's a part of the making process, but also the longer that you have the bottle there, the more little small nano fragments are coming off, the more leachate are associated with thermodegradation and so forth.
So what about bottled water that's in a glass bottle? Is that different again?
Yeah, that'll be less. That will be less. Yeah.
Whatever the fancy ones are, like Perrier or something.
But there still will be some in there.
Yeah.
Just purely because you're saying the background levels of whether they got water. Of course. Odds are, if it's from the Highlands in Scotland, then it will negligible.
No, it is an interest. It's definitely going to come more and more. It's definitely going to come out in biosolids stuff, which has become getting a bit of interest. Obviously, there's a lot of microplastics and biosolids, I think.
Yeah.
Everyone's kind of ignoring it at the moment. Well, ignoring everything in biosolids, to be honest, but not for much longer.
There's so it's all loaded up, and then I guess so. Yeah, you know what? I don't. Yeah, I guess so. I guess let's click that for next. Is now. 3 minutes. Okay. Hello, I'm Theresa Cory. I'm from the Environment Agency in the E&B Land Contamination Management team, and I'm chairing this 3rd session. So please don't fall asleep because it's you've had a lovely lunch. So keep awake, keep thinking about those questions. So I'm going to kick off with the OEP, then I'm coming up to talk about some updates, and then I'm going to hand over to Amy for our piling risk assessment guidance. So without further ado, I would like to invite Darren Watson from the OEP to come and start his talk. Oh, steady on, health and safety.
That's a good start. How about that? Maybe I should have done a little bit more of a flourish and a bit of an intro. Green for, to be honest, how that started, green for forward and red for back is a really good reminder. Thank you, Theresa. So yes, let's reset that. So hello, everybody. My name's Darren Watson and I'm from the Office for Environmental Protection. I'm here to give you a bit of an update on our EIP progress report and our interests and our developing interests in land contamination and brownfields. But also, I think, as Chris rejoined us, I heard Chris refer to us this morning as the regulator's regulator. So I also, fortunately, have a couple of slides here that give you a good indication as to who the OEP is and what we do. Because we're not actually the regulator's regulator in a strict sense. We are an oversight body. So just to introduce myself, I'm Darren Watson. I'm a principal environmental analyst. I sit in the Insights Directorate of the OEP. I was really pleased to get the invite here today. Scarily, this year marks the 30th year since I graduated with a geology degree from Staffordshire University. So this is the first time I've set foot in the building. So at lunchtime, I went on a bit of a fanboy tour looking at various maps and photos. I'm also, for my sins, the only contaminated land officer from Coventry City Council, where I worked from 2002 to 2011. So between myself and a few colleagues, we've been promoting the subject area, the theme of brownfields, land contamination, contaminated land, and all of those lovely things. So I suppose, could we start with a bit of interaction, seeing as this is a little bit like a, you know, it's a bit of a graveyard shift after lunch. You get hands up, anybody who's heard of the OEP? Great. Okay, so about halfway there. Brilliant. So we are a new body. We were formed 3 years ago, and we were basically a Brexit benefit, if you can put it that way. We're part of the transfer of powers from the European Commission back into the UK. And we're part of a new system of governance alongside the Environmental Improvement Plan, environmental principles, and we are here to oversee environmental law, environmental regulations in England and Northern Ireland. So our remit, second bullet down, protect and improve the environment by holding government and public authorities to account. The key part there being holding government and public authorities to account. So we have 4 pillars of our work. The first is on scrutinising government's environmental improvement plan, which is the main focus of my presentation today. We also scrutinise environmental law. So this is around looking at whether the implementation of environmental law is being delivered in a way that was intended and is working effectively. So around about 18 months ago, we published our report into environmental impact assessments and the implementation of the various bits of legislation and regulation, looking for ways to improve opportunities and really to speak to government and our stakeholders. We also have an advice function, which takes twofold really. It's around providing advice on consultation. So we're looking at land use framework at the moment and various other pieces of consultation that go into government. But we also undertake some enforcement work. So public and organisations can make complaints to the OEP, and we can investigate, but we can also self-initiate investigations. So, for example, if you've seen previously the Finch case, which looked at downstream emissions from oil and gas wells, our legal team intervened in that particular case to clarify whether Scope 3 emissions should form part of environmental impact assessment. And that's part of our enforcement role. And one thing I did miss on advice, so government can also ask us for advice. So before Christmas, the Secretary of State asked us for advice on the refresh to the Environmental Improvement Plan. So we were able to go straight to Steve Reed, our chair certainly did, and our board, and gave them advice on what we think would make a more effective environmental improvement plan. So here to talk to you about our Environmental Improvement Plan progress report, which does exactly what it says on the tin. We have to report under the Environment Act every 12 months, generally around January. So it's our main statutory duty to deliver a report on progress that government is making on improving the environment. It actually forms 3 reports. We have a method statement, and we also have a code of practice with a compliance method statement, which basically gives us the opportunity to say, well, look, this is what we found, but this is how we went at it. So all of our stakeholders can see how we've undertaken our assessment. Because if you can imagine, scrutinising the 10 goal areas of the EIP, plus all the policies, indicators and strategies therein, is really quite a challenging process. So we do this in what's called an integrated assessment. So the second part of the report, the main body, is around our assessment of the progress and prospects across the 10 goal areas. So this is looking at a broadening scale from what's happening empirically with quantitative data on trends, various pressures in the environment, various charts, etc., that we produce, but it also looks at recent policy progress. So over the previous 12 months, how is government doing with getting its actions out there and making some progress? And then we make a final assessment on future prospects. So where is government going in terms of its various targets and commitments within the EIP? Part of this also takes into account some cross-cutting themes. So this year we looked at green finance and green choices, which really stem across all 10 of the goal areas. So we look at these in depth and see where, for example, we can recommend mobilisation of finance and where behaviours can be changed within the general public, for example. We also have a deep dive section, which this year, as last year, looked at improving nature as government's apex goal for the environment. And this year we looked at nature-friendly farming. This isn't a static thing, so there is opportunity for us to look in depth at different areas. So we're going through a discussion at the moment as to whether we look at areas such as the circular economy or things like waste. So some of the real meaty areas of the EIP, and that's within our grasp. And then finally, we pull everything together into hopefully an accessible set of tables and recommendations. So what we've tried to do this year is, it would be very easy, if you see the chart that I'll pop up in a moment, it's very easy to become quite negative and be quite critical. But we've tried this year, particularly with the change of government, to identify where opportunities lie for government to improve its management and its improvement of the environment. So what we do across our assessment is assign RAG ratings, and I hope you'll agree this is quite an accessible way of summarising where we find the state of the environment in England over the last 12 months. So as you can see, we give a red, amber, green rating. Trends, we don't see any particular change, any significant change there. I don't know whether anybody's surprised by that. We see some progress in clean air and in climate mitigation, but then some deterioration in areas like biosecurity, so the spread of invasive non-native species. And then progress and prospects, so progress made over the last 12 months and the prospects of meeting targets and commitments. I think the picture pretty much stands for itself. So there's mixed and limited progress, and we conclude that government is largely off track to meet its varying targets and commitments within the EIP. But as I say, what we try to use this area for is, obviously, once we're looking at reds, that gives us the opportunity to do exactly that and say, where can government improve things? Oh, failed on the green button. At this point then, we start to think about, well, what exactly is it that is holding back progress? What is government doing? What is government not doing? And this falls into 4 key areas. The first on key policies and strategies and regulatory frameworks being announced, but then actions not being developed or delivered. Actions not addressing all major pressures in the environment. The resources available to regulators and others to be able to implement the actions, and then insufficient urgency in implementing them. So I lead on the resources and waste chapters within the EIP report. And I think the progress with government's resources and waste strategy, for example, is a really good illustration here. It's published in 2018. Good actions in there. I think it was relatively well received. You know, it was going to deliver half of the progress towards government's residual waste target. But we've seen very slow implementation. A lot of the collection and packaging reforms aren't being delivered until next year, some this year. So we've seen an 8-year delay in the proposal of a strategy, which was quite well received. Good actions, but actually limited implementation. This comes down to resources, but also that lack of urgency, because government needs to get on with things because of the dates of the targets that it's trying to feed into. And then if we think a little bit more broadly, the actions within the resources and waste strategy focus primarily on waste. So areas such as circular economy and resource use, which have quite a significant impact both upstream and in minimising the amount of waste that's produced in the first place, have not really taken a step forward, which is why we really welcome the efforts of the Circular Economy Task Force and look forward to seeing their proposals later on in the year and what government are then going to respond with. And obviously Steve Reed made a speech a couple of days ago, which highlighted 5 key areas for the circular economy strategy that's in development to address. So really quite encouraging there. So we split our key recommendations up into 2 areas. We produce 8. Won't be surprised, the apex target of the EIP is to benefit nature and to improve nature. So given that England is 70%, you wouldn't think this looking outside the door, but England is 70% agricultural land. So getting nature-friendly farming right and working with farmers to improve the provision for nature across the landscape is really significant. And then as part of that piece of work, maximising the contribution of protected sites, for example, our triple SIs, is also significant. At the moment, we don't see a particular improvement. In fact, some are deteriorating. But these really should be the cornerstone of any landscape recovery. So they should be the key parts from which nature spreads and which we demonstrate our commitment to the environment. In a similar way, we need to speed up action in the marine environment. We've heard some talks this morning around the marine environment, and one of the things that always surprises me is the amount of the territorial mass of England, which is actually the marine environment. As a Midlander, it's quite scary because it's huge and you can't see what's going on in it. And it's also under a significant amount of pressure. So we know the rush for net zero, the installation of wind infrastructure and associated cables, but also provision of sustainable fisheries, protected sites themselves, and also things like aggregates. So this then brings us on to how does government then reconcile all those competing demands, both in the marine environment and on land? So government setting out clear mechanisms on how the right thing is going to be done in the right place, particularly by the right people as well, is critically important. So we welcome the land use framework that's been released and is currently being consulted on. So we look forward to making a response to that. And then from a wider perspective, the development of circular economy framework, as I've mentioned. So this isn't something that's as narrow as waste and resources, for example. This is around food security, energy security, and resource security, so that we make the best of what we've got. We've all seen the problems that are happening in Ukraine, and obviously the pressures that are being put on resources. But also it's around thinking about how the supply chains can minimise our impacts both domestically and internationally on things like deforestation. So then we think, well, actually, how can government go away and do this? Top is mobilising investment at scale. And this isn't just about government producing more money, because we know what the situation is with the budget over the last few years. This is about the opportunities to maximise investment through biodiversity net gain and the climate and nature frameworks. We also see that government needs to regulate more effectively. So this isn't about regulating more or regulating less. It's about regulating effectively. It's about giving the regulators the powers and the opportunities to make sure that their regulatory activities work and are functioning, and they do the best for the environment as well as the stakeholders and for the work that they do themselves. And then finally, harnessing the support needed to achieve the ambition. So the parallel I would draw here is the OEP is the grand total of 75 people. We talk in terms of directorates, but our Insights Directorate is 16 to 17 people. So part of the reason to come to talk to you guys today is to harness that support and get the message out there in terms of the work that we do and who we are. And the same stands for government. And that's not only engaging with their stakeholders, so particularly the farming community, but also that it's not just DEFRA that needs to do this. Harnessing support across the whole of government and the various departments who can contribute to improving the environment in England is really key. So in terms of conclusions, and I'll move on to the sort of brownfield stuff in a moment, we really conclude that government has a significant opportunity in its next and its refreshed environmental improvement plan to make a significant step forward. Last year, we made our recommendations that government needs to speed up its actions and scale up its actions, because the time period to its various targets and commitments is getting shorter, and action hasn't been at the scale that which they forecast and which they thought they would hit, and which we think should be the case. But also that the actions there must stack up. I think I made the point around it's relatively straightforward to release a strategy or a policy, but it's around how all of those actions in the environment actually tie together, and can they as a mass improve the situation across the whole of the nation. So government has to catch up. Some of the waste targets, for example, are 2028, and there's some others in 2030. So there's not really a huge amount of time for government to hit these. And bear in mind, there are plenty of legally binding targets which government have committed to. But then once they've caught up, we know all about the threat of climate change, the pressure on the environment, land use, etc. So once government gets there, it really needs to keep up. So it's not just a once only task of increasing species abundance and then saying, wow, great, job's done. But we've got to actually catch up and respond to changes as we go forward. So for our contaminated land interests, I wanted to give a quick update. This is a very emerging area for us. We are, as I said, only 3 years old. We have a limited budget, and we also have a limited amount of people. So I'm one of the number within the OEP who have experience of waste, resources, and contaminated land. So one of the things I'm really keen to do is to still pursue sustainable reuse of soils and sustainable management of soils. Government made a step back really in EIP 23 by saying we'll sustainably manage agricultural lands, whereas in the 25-year environment plan, the commitment was to sustainably manage, if I can say it, all soils. So we've retained that point, that actually this shouldn't necessarily be about agricultural soils. Our concern for soils should be a holistic thing, whether that be in the urban context, in the brownfield context, or peatlands, for example. So this year we've also highlighted the opportunity of addressing brownfield land and contaminated land, but we've also taken an active interest in ongoing issues. If you've seen the Wally's Quarry landfill problem up in Staffordshire, we took an active interest in that, and a fascinating, if I can use that phrase, the Maboy landfill site up in Northern Ireland near Derry, which is the largest illegal waste site in Europe by all accounts, is a fascinating case study of where things go wrong. So we're taking an active interest in there. And we've also commissioned 2 reports on waste, both in England and Northern Ireland. So this is forming our view of where we are as an organisation around waste policy. Northern Ireland focuses a little bit more on waste crime. Final slide, you'd probably be glad to know. We held, as part of our forming of our opinion on brownfields, we held a workshop for our College of Experts a few weeks ago, and we asked them some questions around what they considered urban soils to be, their thoughts on the implementation of Part 2A, and some other areas around disposal of soils and soils in general. So these are pretty much a scattergun of the outputs. We're going to finalize these once. Paul's going to email me at some point with some comments on his contribution, which would be gratefully received. So we definitely want to keep a narrative on land contamination issues within our EIP report. The EIP report is something that it's laid in Parliament on an annual basis. And as we have a legal duty every 12 months to report on progress, government has a legal duty to reply to that and respond to our recommendations. So it's a real opportunity for us to make some really salient points that government has to take notice of. I probably should have made clear earlier that actually this isn't something that goes on a shelf somewhere and then collects dust. This is something that government is legally required to respond to. We discussed a lot of issues during around about an 8-hour session. One of the key points was around needing a clear definition of soil health. So this isn't just around the chemistry of soil, but also around the biology and the physical nature of soils, plus also the functions that it provides. I think sometimes there's a sort of lack of understanding, if I can put it that way, that soils provide a growth medium or something to build on, where actually when you start to dig down in terms of what functions soil provides, climate change, pollution attenuation, health and well-being, it's actually really quite significant. It's something that we want to develop our thinking on. We're also looking at the wider policy system. So I've been really pleased, along with one of my colleagues, to be part of the National Brownfield Forum, looking at the policy system in a wider context. So starting then to think about waste and permitting, but also then as soils as part of the circular economy and how we facilitate as an industry, as a country, the more sustainable use of soil as a resource. I think we've probably touched on that a fair bit today. And one of the things that was discussed in our workshop was around, in a sense, how easy it may be to dispose of soils, but how actually quite difficult it is on a remediation site or a contaminated land site or a development site to actually reuse them effectively. So we're really keen to engage on that. And we've had discussions with Claire, and we're really keen to see their new soil bank project being announced alongside the one that DEFRA promised in the EIP. We're also undertaking a little bit more of a wider view of the waste hierarchy. This is primarily to look at the policy system within the waste hierarchy to see where it is and it isn't working. So this gives us opportunity to identify areas where we can suggest recommendations. And this is important to us because it's where we can add value to the sum of the policy system for waste. And then finally, understanding the impacts of climate change. In similar sessions, I usually point to my colleague, Richard Hossack, who has a real interest in coastal landfills and the erosion impacts undertaken as part of climate change, something he would quite happily ask a few questions about if he was here. He's online today. So I suppose just to sum up, the IP progress report is our real opportunity to say to government, this is what you need to do. This is where the issues are. And generally it's been very well welcomed. But obviously we have an opportunity through the rest of our work to feed into that report and to highlight some significant opportunities to make improvements. And one of those things is engaging with you guys in the contaminated land community. So I hope you found that interesting. I've probably taken up most of the time. It wasn't a ploy to avoid questions, but I'm happy to take questions either now or at the end of the session. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Darren. So I'm going to go straight into an EA update, she says, waiting for that to no. There we go. Oh, sorry. The whizzy screen, that's what just put me off there. So yeah, it's just literally an EA update. So it's kind of building on the one that I gave back in SOBRA next door 4 months ago. So I just wanted to just sort of do a quick run through of the current external consultations that the Environment Agency are doing now, and some recent publications, of which we've got Amy to talk about the piling in a minute, so I'm not going to dwell much on that one. And also like a little bit of a forward look, and like as Darren has explained about, you know, areas of where the industry can engage and opportunities there to actually do that as well. So quick small plea, as you see the logo for the Contaminated Land group for the Geological Society, as Chris and I don't know, earlier we said that we're looking for volunteers to join that group, because there's several of us who have reached our end of our 6 years, so we're looking for new members. But back in 2009 I was part of a group. We organised the Contaminated Land Forum for North East Thames, which used to be my old patch when I was in operations. But it's, you know, the last time we met under CliffNet was actually here 5 years ago, just before lockdown. But the main plea here is that we'd love that as a forum to keep going, but we need some more volunteers to help run that because I can't do that anymore. So if anyone wants to have a quiet word to me later, please do. And now I shall just shut up and carry on. Okay. Oh man, look, there we go. So as I said, external publications and consultations. So the actual consultation for the hazardous substances list for JAGDAD, the joint working group that looks at the individual chemicals and decides if they're hazardous substances or non-hazardous substances for groundwater. The public consultation actually shuts on the 14th of March, but there weren't any showstoppers with what was being proposed. So originally, I think the consultation response was due out in May, but they've said that we're able to publish that in early April. So that's kind of good news. We can get going and running with that. And then obviously there's more substances to be looked at by JAGDAD. So keep your eyes on their webpage and look for new consultations as and when they come out. Interestingly enough, back in, I think, 2009, 2010, when it was the coalition government, we were the Environment Agency were kind of told we weren't supposed to publish things. But it's kind of really nice. We've got a new sort of department in the Environment Agency called the Chief Scientist Group, and they've just been looking at the implications of net zero. So they've done a review of certain energy storage technologies, including grid scale battery energy storage systems, hydroelectric storage, carbon capture, thermal energy storage and things. So that is available to download and view. In my other things that I work on, I also sit on various subgroups with the Energy Institute, of which they are also looking at guidance, a bit like for those who work for petrol filling stations, aware of the Blue Book, which is talks about construction and operation of petrol filling stations. They're doing something similar for the grid scale battery energy storage systems as well. So keep your eye out on that when that comes out as well. And something that's come out from my team, the E&B Land Contamination Management team, we also look at abandoned wastewaters and abandoned mines, and we just published some reports here. There's several reports depending on where the catchments are, so it's not just one report. And unfortunately, it's not available on PDF. You actually have to read it on HTML. But there's a series there. You do have the option to print the page, of course, if that's the format that you prefer. But that's to do with the targets and things for the Environment Improvement Plan. Okay, so moving on to the forward look. So a few slides on state contaminated land report, voluntary remediation teams. Some of the waste teams have been working on the quality protocols for reuse and various bits and pieces. I think there's one slide on the PFAS, and then other things that are going to be coming up in this next financial year. So we were commissioned by DEFRA just before Christmas to undertake another state of contaminated land report. It's bizarre to think about. It's the 25th anniversary of the Part 2A contaminated land regime, and it makes me really sort of cringe a little bit when, I think, well, actually, how much progress have we actually made with our special sites? And that really, it does, I won't say it does keep me up at night, but sometimes it does. We've still got over 50 special sites on our books that we're regulating, and I think two of them that I know very well are Helpston landfills, which are two direct disperse landfills that are leaching into the limestone aquifer there near Peterborough, as well as the bromide plume in St Leonard's Court, just outside St Albans, and I'd love to be able to say they were done, dusted, remediated, and yet, these are sites that were actually designated as contaminated land and special sites literally as the regs came out, and we're still working on them. So we do need to make sure that it's still properly funded and regulated, really. So just coming back to the state contaminated land report, we're working busily behind the scenes, finalising the questions. But also we have to make sure that we comply with the single data list requirements, and that's for when any government department requests information from a local authority, there are certain requirements that have to be made that we meet those criteria. So that's what's going on there. So we're currently aiming for the survey to hit the local authorities sometime during the summer, and then aiming to have a final draft ready for publication around about end of March 2026. So the survey is going to include some information about these contaminated land risks downstream of historical lead mines as well. So it's still, I announced that we were doing this next door before Christmas, but we're still in that zone that we're still finalising those questions in case any local authorities are going to ask that question. Voluntary remediation scheme. So when I was working in area as a groundwater contaminated land technical specialist, I was approached several times by consultancies to see if they could effectively pay for, times and materials, pay for our time to discuss their remediations or their due diligence report, their site condition reports. But unfortunately, there was no mechanism to do this. But when I joined our head office team and environment business team, that was one of the things that I've done is collate all the work that had happened previously, and then that all got put into the external consultation that happened just before Christmas. Unfortunately, we were delayed by the general election last June because we were hoping to go out in June, but it went in November. So that consultation has now closed, and I think I had about 161 responses, of which 143 yes, please. So that's kind of the good news that it's going to happen. So nobody said no, don't do it. So I've just done one slide on this. It's going to be kind of a pay-as-you-go system. We do have a system called service level agreements. If you want to engage agencies, say for a 2, 3, 4 year project, you can discuss at that local area level about the resource that you need, and that that helps us secure our funding to be able to literally fund that team person to do that work if that's what's required. But this pay-as-you-go system, it's the up cost fee, or it's like an application fee almost. It's £500 plus VAT for up to 5 hours work, because we charge £100 an hour, and that's been modelled by our DEFRA colleagues to take all our time into account. So that it's going to be a form, like a portal, very similar to the definition of waste portal. So you apply, you have a form, and you have to give us a check or a backs payment, and we don't start work until we've actually received payment. And then obviously after that initial review, if we need to go and say, well, actually you're going to need this amount of work, or you say up front, actually we want you to look at this report, and we know that we're going to want to just talk to you about that afterwards because we want like a meeting, that can be all factored into the quote and the discussions after that with the £100 an hour. So that's coming hopefully Q1, sometime before end of June. And then here's what our E&B waste colleagues have been up to. So they've looked at the quality protocols, they've looked at compost, anaerobic digestion, and poultry litter ash. With these, so I think these used to be the RAP protocol QPs, and we've been looking at these since at least 2020. So the compost and the anaerobic digestion ones, they've been it's been looked at and decided that they need significant revision to bring them up to modern standards, and they're going to be published as new resource frameworks rather than just a QP in the way that the old one was. With respect to the poultry litter ash, that one's going to be withdrawn because actually in the end it only turns out there's one operator, and liaising with them, they've decided actually they're going to make a case-by-case submission instead. So it's not like we would withdrawn it completely. It's that the framework for it is still there. It's just going to be done on a case-by-case basis instead. So a quick update about our PFAS remediation lines of evidence. So a literature review, there's updated reports, including the treatment trains and some of the technologies. They've moved on from the in development mode into being demonstrated in the field. This is also going to get developed into some internal Environment Agency training consisting of case study fact sheets and a slide pack, and of which at some point we hope to be able to socialise these draft materials with relevant consultants and remediation contractors. And then pending our spending review, we're looking to deliver some of this internal training as well as review of external materials by the Clare TRG and have some of this stuff published on the Clare wall. So areas of work. So I think the new standard rules permit for cemeteries external consultation is actually open today. If yes, no? Yesterday, 1st of April, not an April Fool's, but it did hit. I was told it was happening, but I didn't want to put an absolute date down until, because I had to submit these slides last week, but it was actually happening. So for those who are involved in risk assessments for cemeteries and various things, for planning applications for cemeteries, please go and have a look at that. And then the other piece of work that I'm working on significantly is the review of the Standard Rules Permit 2008-27, which is the mobile plant permit for the remediations of contaminated soils and groundwater. So I'm hoping that I can introduce a new groundwater discharge activity. So at the moment, if you want to do a pump and treat on a site affected by contamination, you have to apply. If you're abstracting more than 20 cubes of water, groundwater, you need an abstraction license. Then you use your deployment permit or bespoke version of the standard rules permit to treat the groundwater that you've just pumped out. And then if you want to do a circulatory system, you have to apply for a bespoke groundwater activity permit to discharge it back upstream, so you can effectively, you know, what's the word? I won't say washing machine, but you know what I mean. So my aim is to include a standard rules version. So it means there will be boundary conditions associated with how much and what the water quality will be, as well as some boundary conditions of the unsaturated zone as well with respect to the discharging back into the system. So by doing that now, it means once the abstraction licensing comes into the environmental permitting regulations, you know, you'll just have to do 2 bits of paper rather than 3 bits of paper. Okay, but there will always be some cases where you'll need actually bespoke permit to discharge because you don't meet the boundary conditions. Other bits of my team are doing the horizontal guidance for environmental permitting for site condition reports. So we've been working on updating the 2013 version to make sure it includes all the relevant information that we need for the Industrials Emissions Directive. This document is used by the local authorities to regulate their Schedule 2, Annex 2 activities. So I think, you know, this is a really useful document, and it's going to be going out to external consultation sometime this year. One of the things that we're looking at is possibly bringing NQMS into the system, the National Quality Mark Scheme. So, but as I say, when you see it, please do provide us a consultation response. Highly risk assessment guidance. So I was talking to Jonathan Smith early in the morning. You know, this is the cover shots, the A5 pamphlet that we had, you know, before the Environment Agency, or just as the agency was formed. You know, we've been using it for over 20 odd years. And the research into the piling methods was done, you know, that significant time ago. So pleased to say that we've been working with Clare and EPG, and we've updated that guidance, which is now published by Clare. Other guidance is still in preparation, is remedial targets methodology and Excel spreadsheet. We're also looking at updating our land contamination risk management guidance, our LCRM guidance as well. There's also some work on climate change and land contamination that's happening. I'm also looking at the DOE industry profiles. So we started a phase 1, for some of you may have attended a workshop, looking at how we can help update those profiles, especially with some of the new contaminants of concern. And also there's ongoing PFAS work as highlighted on the lines of evidence that we're hoping to be able to publish some of those things as well. And last, I've withily whizzed through these, but the last slide for me is just things that are happening in government right now. So Darren's already mentioned the land use framework consultation. So it's not going to fix everything, but it is a start at looking at land use holistically. So please do have a look at that and make some comments. We're also expecting the publication of the Dan Cory review into environmental regulation that he's done on DEFRA. I think it's, interestingly enough, I think there was a statement somewhere by a minister that kind of preempts the conclusion of that review when they said, we know that environmental regulation is not working at the moment. But we shall see what happens with that. There's also been a ministerial statement about statutory consultees, so we're kind of half expecting a reform of the statutory consultee system and maybe an external consultation on that as well. So I think on that statement alone, it sort of says they're getting rid of 3 statutory consultees with respect to Town and Country Planning Act planning consultations. The Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government have also been, they've kind of published a working paper on the brownfield passport. So these are for brownfield sites that are listed in the brownfield register that was prepared by the local authorities, trying to identify land that they could bring back into beneficial use for housing. There's also a planning and infrastructure bill. Apparently it's gone through the 2nd stage of the House of Parliament already. So there is a call for evidence for that, and the oral evidence is going to be heard on the 24th of April. So again, fantastic opportunity there to make some interesting comments and use your influence on what we can do to improve planning in the case of things. And obviously as that goes through, you know, I'm anticipating more changes to the National Planning Policy Framework, as well as the supporting planning practice guidance as well. So that's me done. Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Amy, and if we whiz through hers, then we can have questions for a little bit later. Thank you.
Cheers, Theresa. Right, last talk of the day, guys. We're nearly there, and then a break, then some chat, and then some drinks, I'm told. So thanks very much for having me and for the introduction, Theresa. So you've got me instead of Steve. Both of us authored this new guidance. I think it qualifies as hot topics. It was published Monday. I'm sure you've all read the 170 something pages already, so you won't have any questions. So this is just to tell you a little bit about it and introduce it. Piling and penetrative ground improvement methods on land affected by contamination, guidance on pollution prevention. I'm not sure if there's a competition for letter count in guidance names, but I think we might have won. There we go. So the document, it's published by Claire, who was appointed by the Environment Agency to update the original guidance, originally not to completely rewrite it. And it isn't a complete rewrite, but there is some really significant changes, as you would expect, the original being from 2001. Won't make you feel old and tell you how old I was then. 11. So there's quite a bit of research has been published since then. Lots of papers have been reviewed, and there is a literature review in the appendices if you feel the need. We've updated all of the different foundation options in terms of updating them and making it clearer, the different techniques. Also gave us an excuse to sketch a little EPG branded piling rig all over the document, so I hope you enjoy that. And also we had a look at monitoring data that's available from the Environment Agency and others. At EPG, before my time, there's some monitoring that's been done for gas migration up piles as well. And we've also included issues of turbidity and loss of support fluids during drilling, which are not strictly kind of contaminated land issues, but also kind of related to pollution prevention. And one of the big aims of the new guidance is to help screen out low-risk sites and low-risk piling methods in situations to hopefully streamline the process. So why EPG? EPG, in particular, Mr. Steve Wilson does have a background in geotechnical work, and we have been, you know, people have been supervising piling. You can tell it was a little while ago. I like the quality of these photos. It's quite analog, aren't they? So excuse the health and safety issues in the pictures if there are some. But we've also got a lot of experience as a research contractor, having written a fair amount of documents ourselves, as well as that geotechnical experience and obviously contamination. But we were supported in the production of this by industry consultation, a steering group. Our representatives from AGS, SOBRA, the Federation of Piling Specialists, who've all reviewed the document. That's why it has taken a little while, but we're there now. And obviously the Claire being a big support in terms of publishing, proofreading, getting it over the line. So thank you to everyone that's contributed to that. So I've gone through some of these key changes, but we've tried to kind of streamline the document. The old version had some out-of-date reference to specific legislation, which we've tried to take out of this document, like the legislation exists elsewhere and will continue to change and be updated. We've updated the methods. We've stuck with the pollution scenarios from the original guidance and added one in that was felt there was a need for. Combined some of the sections, tried to remove repetition, though, because we've gone into a bit more detail on all of the different piling methods, that does make it a slightly larger document overall, I think. There's a risk assessment framework that should allow you to screen some sites out and encourages you to really start this consideration of piling on sites at a much earlier stage, and mapped the stages of the foundation works risk assessment to the REBA stages to encourage that early consideration. And we also talk a bit about competence. So there's good definitions of competence in contaminated land, in LCRM and NPPF, which this document references to, and states how important it is that people that are conducting the foundation works risk assessment have an understanding of contaminated land. Each of the pollution scenarios are described in terms of a source, pathway, receptor. So those skills are very applicable. But it may be that contaminated land practitioners need to consult with geotechnical colleagues, because it is also very important that when you're doing this, you have an understanding of the piling technique and actually what's involved in constructing the foundations. So it may be a kind of multidisciplinary kind of get together with a colleague and work this out type approach. So the literature review, so a lot of references in the document. Lots of research has been undertaken, in particular some key research by the University of Sheffield into how contamination can travel with piles and driven piles, looking into leaching of contaminants, the behaviour of support fluids, and also turbidity. So what were the key findings of that? It's good news, mostly. So driven piles, not necessarily the baddies they were once thought of. And actually the migration of contaminants down a driven pile is less likely than was thought when the original guidance was published. Driving down of contamination by the tip can also be minimised by conical tips. There are some situations in which this might be a little different. For instance, if chlorinated solvents, dense DNAPLs are present on the site, then they can cause a higher risk. Or if the clay layer that the piles are passing through is over-consolidated and not confined by overlying geology, then that could cause more fracturing around the pile. And then also there are different piles other than square section and circular, like H or I steel piles or raking piles that might have a different effect, or timber piles, for instance, can be a pathway for contaminants. But those kind of piling techniques generally not used for structures in the UK, but could be used for infrastructure. So as guidance explains detail around all of that. And then for ground gas, similar to groundwater, the actual kind of driven pathway is pretty unlikely and won't cause a preferential pathway. The kind of principle here is if the the cohesive layer that the pile is passing through that might cause a pathway for contamination is less than 2 times the pile diameter, then the kind of pathways are more likely. Stone columns are a potential risk for gas migration, but it's a site-specific assessment. The vibro stone column will be a more permeable pathway than the surrounding ground, but it depends where it's passing through and if it is connecting a source of ground gas with a receptor for the ground gas, about how they're formed, and also then the concrete that's on top of the stone column. So we've got a little diagram. When you've got stone columns formed, they are often for ground bearing slabs and connected with a granular load transfer mat. And in that case, you can see that the pile is acting as a pathway to directly underneath the slab. But they can be used more on like low-rise buildings just directly underneath the foundations, and then the pile pathway itself is capped by a big lump of concrete, so that's a much lower risk scenario. There's just some monitoring that we've done up the top of some pile heads. So vibration during piling will not cause off-site gas. That's very Steve sentence, isn't it? Very direct and exact. So actually that in certain scenarios, it's possible that vibration of during piling, it reduces the pore spaces. So it could, as a very temporary effect, probably not acting over very long distances at all, cause some migration that can be easily mitigated with a vent trench. And then on to turbidity. It's unlikely that piling causes significant turbidity issues, but it's something that really needs to be considered, especially if you're piling in a drinking water supply zone. It's obviously got a very severe consequence if there was any issue to occur. So there's a section on that. It's all about the CSM. So in the guidance, it highlights the importance of drawing a diagram when you're assessing the risks from piling, and a cross-section that has the geology and the depth to which piling is going to occur. And that's key in turbidity, as the diagram shows. If the piles are not extending down into the groundwater table, then the risks are low. Whereas if they're extending into the groundwater or even further down into the main zone of water flow to the abstraction point, then that could be a high risk. So it might be that the depth of the piles or things need to be adjusted for a high sensitivity, high risk environment. Aggressive materials, this is one of the pollution scenarios considered. So the effect of contamination on the actual strength of the pile material and the strength of concrete. Design for steel piles should make certain allowances, heavier section or different materials used in the construction to mitigate any corrosion happening in the ground. rattling through these, aren't I? And then we've got support fluids. So in the construction of certain piling techniques, you're going to have the use of fluids, water with additives of bentonite or polymers to maintain, keep the pile open during construction. The whole point of these fluids is to stop the groundwater loss through the ground. So if they're doing their job well, then you're not going to have a great deal of loss of support fluids into the ground. But that is something that needs to be assessed, particularly in very sensitive groundwater environments, so you need to look at it. Appropriate site investigation data is needed to help this assessment, and that's part of the reason why it's really important to think about this early on in the process, even before designing a site investigation. So when it comes to the site investigation, you can test for certain parameters that will help assessing whether this is going to be a risk or not. The chemical quality of the groundwater can interact with the support fluids and potentially cause this to be a different risk scenario. So that needs to be looked at, as well as the permeability. If you thought about this earlier, then permeability tests can be added to the scope of the investigation. So these are the piling methods that we looked at. We didn't come up with this framework. This has been taken from Fleming. Here's the EPG little rig. I like that. And then the ground improvement methods, stone columns, or which are the permeable type using aggregate, or rigid inclusions using concrete. Focus purely on penetrative ground improvement rather than ground improvement methods that happen at surface, such as surcharging and vibrocompaction. But there is soil mixing on there as well. And sheet piling. This is addition from the previous version of the guidance, which didn't include it. So with sheet piling, the risk from doing sheet piles and then potential to cause a pathway for contamination depends on the technique used to install them. So when they're driven, this is likely a lower risk scenario. And then where they're vibrated, or in particular cases where pre-augering is used before installing the sheet pile, that could loosen the soil around where the sheet pile is going, and therefore encourage a preferential pathway to be more likely. So big change from the previous guidance, which was more about a piling technique has been selected on your site, you're about to employ it, and now you need to undertake an environmental risk assessment for that piling technique and potentially put in mitigation measures for it. Here there's an encouragement to consider that piling might be used on a site really early in the process at the preliminary risk assessment stage, as simple as a brief paragraph that says whether piling is going to be used, whether this site can be screened out because it's low risk, or whether the assessment needs to be taken further. And then thinking about whether the piling technique can be changed at that point, or potentially piling could be excluded from the design. I think it was interesting when we were hearing the talk earlier from Ramboll about the Shore tool, that actually the solution for the site, shallow foundations rather than piling, because of that potential to mobilise the contamination and cause a pathway. So following this guidance might give you an encouragement to think about it earlier, potentially lower cost to change the foundation solution than to continue with it and then think about what mitigation can be put in later. Here are the pollution scenarios. So we've got 1, 2, and 3 are generally the kind of groundwater ones, talking about pathway for contaminants to get down into an aquifer, direct push of contamination, or the turbidity one. And then we've got number 4, which is about the action of pollutants on the actual pile itself and losing integrity. We've got 5 and 6, which are ground gas ones, either migration of ground gas up piles themselves, if it's a permeable stone column, or up the side of a pile, or vibration causing gases to migrate. And then number 7, which is about contact with contaminated arisings from piling, which depends on whether your piling method is one that actually produces arisings, a replacement method or not. This is the risk assessment framework, encouraging you to start at an early stage, REEB stage 1 or the preliminary risk assessment. Like I said, just a paragraph potentially for lower risk sites, or making it something a bit more involved if a risk has been identified. Site investigation designed to collect the information relevant for the risk assessment, and then constant review all the way through the process. This isn't meant to be a huge additional kind of burden on the site, but it's just about considering things early in a holistic manner, encouraging the most sustainable, effective, non-environmentally polluting solution. And this is guidance on screening out those low risk sites. So it's about the groundwater setting of the site and the different factors that could be present and whether that equates to a negligible, low, moderate or high risk based on guidance that's already out there from the AGS. The Foundation Works risk assessment should be a dynamic document that's updated throughout the process. Currently, it's mostly done at a late stage in the process, at construction, which is too late, and making a visual and potentially even scale conceptual site model as part of that process, as all of these pollution scenarios that we're assessing are basically a source pathway receptor linkage. And considering the end of the stage as well, construction, reviewing what's been done, quality assurance processes. It could be that it's been assessed that it's a fairly low risk from piling on the site, but that relies on certain things being installed to a high quality. And therefore, maybe there's an additional kind of verification requirement on the construction of the piles to ensure that that has been done in line with the assumptions. Baseline monitoring and monitoring during the works can be useful if a potential groundwater risk has been identified that needs to be kept an eye on. There's no one size fits all to the monitoring schemes. It's encouraged that those are designed to be proportionate to the risk, suitable for the site. And there's no point monitoring for monitoring's sake. There needs to be an action plan. If I'm monitoring something, then there needs to be a conclusion in terms of if thresholds are breached, how is that data going to be assessed? And then if the thresholds are breached, what actions are taken? There's also a mention in there about reporting that monitoring data regularly and in a timely manner to the suitable regulator so that they can be brought on board in the process with you and have a chance to see if something's slipping or things aren't meeting the targets. So there you go, follows the same pollution scenario approach with the addition of one key changes that the groundwater risks should be assessed on the same standing and weight with the geotechnical and structural requirements, and this considered early. It might be more cost effective to change the piling solution or eliminate piling than put in extensive mitigation measures. Starting the process early, not stopping at design, continuing into construction. And driven piles can be used on quite a lot more sites than we might have thought, not necessarily the baddies we once thought. And risking driving down contaminants with conical tips is fairly minimal. And then there's a risk assessment framework in there. I haven't popped it on the slide with the different, encouraging you to actually go and download it and get it, which gives you the different piling techniques, the different pollution scenarios, and generally what range of risk threshold those are likely to be. With the idea that if you're using a piling technique that has a very low risk for that risk scenario, you can just de-risk it at that point and not take the assessment further. So it's hopefully going to help streamline the process all around. Excellent. And that's all I've got.
So thanks very much. We're actually running 20 minutes ahead of time because we all rushed through all our PowerPoints. So I don't know if we would want to do a mini panel now, Darren. Oh, an online question. So yeah, so if we just take those questions, do you want to start with the online questions? Okay. We have a
Oh, that was loud. Amy, would the new guidance, if properly followed, have prevented the upwards migration of gas and avoided the Cleat Hill explosion?
Wow.
Start with a big one.
I don't think so, no, because the Cleat Hill explosion was a borehole that was drilled for geothermal purposes, and this applies to piling for construction for the development sites under planning, so I don't think it does apply to that scenario. I could talk about that site, but I'm not sure I should go much further.
I'll go on to the next question. Still with you, sorry, Amy.
Okay.
In terms of the turbidity assessment, did you have significant engagement with the water companies in terms of looking at the ongoing risks to their borehole supplies?
They were part of the group when we went out to first consultation.
Yes. Yeah, there was an industry consultation right at the beginning of the document, so yeah, and they were involved in that.
Perfect. Does the guidance take into account piling density, that is the number of piles in a given area, as some sites will have tens, hundreds or thousands of piles, and the quality assurance of that piling? That the consistency in the installation, for example, sheet piles can leak through the clutch as they're not aligned correctly?
I think the sheet pile thing is that where sheet piles are being used as a barrier for groundwater. There was the question about the last little bit was about leaking of contaminants through the clutch of a sheet pile.
Yeah, so for example, sheet piles can leak through the clutch as they're not aligned correctly. That's what it says.
Yeah, I think that would be where you're using a sheet pile as a groundwater remediation technology to kind of prevent migration of, which is not really what this, because that would be a remediation technology not quite meeting its objectives, which would more be down to the remediation options appraisal and determining if it was the suitable technology to use. Whereas this guidance is about piling on brownfield sites, just you're doing it for geotechnical purposes anyway, and then assessing the risk of, you know, unintended consequences of environmental harm, which the early part of the question was about the density of piles, how many are being used on a site, and the fact that if you've got an awful lot of them, then that would have the potential to have a larger magnitude risk than if you had fewer. The document isn't a if this then this thing that you follow through just by rote. It is encouraging us as risk assessment practitioners to assess these things in a framework. And I would say that, yeah, if there's an awful lot of piles, then that might sit in a higher risk band than where you're just doing a few piles. But a lot of the time we're thinking about release of hazardous pollutants into an aquifer, and there's regulations that kind of cover that. And it's a bit of a, you know, these things shouldn't be causing environmental harm. And so I'm not sure how much the magnitude of the harm really affects it. The idea is that you put sufficient mitigation in that kind of there isn't an effect, and therefore the number of piles might not matter so much.
Okay, so no definitive answer particularly. That's fine. Last question for you from the online is planning risk assessments are generally captured by pre-commencement planning conditions, which are normally stipulated by generally the Environment Agency or other regulator, normally for the risks to groundwaters. If you've got a site where the risk to groundwater isn't being impacted, how is that going to be captured in terms of planning reforms? Are they still going to do, in terms of you looked at in like a gas risk, are they still going to request a planning risk assessment? I think that's what they're trying to get to. So
Yeah,
they
well,
request a planning risk assessment. in
I
terms
can't
of-
speak to like particular authorities and how this will fit in. The introduction to the guidance makes it quite clear that the regulator for the groundwater elements of this may well sit with the EI and NRW, SOBRA, the relevant groundwater authority, whereas the risk from gas would sit firmly with the local planning authority to regulate. I don't think that's a reason to produce kind of separate documents or separate conditions, but maybe the consultees would be different for the different elements. I don't know if Theresa wants to add anything on that. No.
That was a hard no. Theresa, a question's just come in for you.
Oh, blimey.
And then I'll hand over to the room. Theresa, what do you see as the main advantage of getting paid for advice from the EA via the voluntary remediation scheme? For example, could we assume that if the EA support remediation under the scheme, we will subsequently avoid related planning conditions?
Okay, so voluntary remediation scheme is for sites that fall out of the planning regime, Part 2A regime or EPR regime. So these are sites, for instance, petroleum companies that own petroleum filling stations, if they're upgrading or doing an audit of their sites, don't necessarily fall within the spatial planning regime. So and actually, I think some of the things that they do on site are deemed under permitted development. So again, National Rail, they do things under permitted development as well, which doesn't fall within the Environment Agency's scheme for spatial planning pre-app discussions. So it's a way in for our regulatory steer, as subject matter experts for groundwater and land contamination, for due diligence reports and things like that, really. At the moment, we can't charge for our regulatory time looking at Part 2A sites when sites have been designated. So it's kind of 10-20 years ago, we were more funded to be able to do more voluntary remediation consultations, whereas now we're not. So as I said, it was kind of like we were highlighting it at least 7 years ago. It would be awesome if we could have a pre-app, the equivalent of a pre-app charging scheme, where if interested parties, landowners wanted to come and talk to us, we'd have a mechanism of that being available to us, and now we are going to get one. So in answer to that question, does it preclude you getting planning conditions? It's always site specific. You can never foresee what's going to happen, because you might decide to sell your site based on a specific sort of use in mind, and that the initial developer, inverted commas, is going to take that forward, but then they sell the site to somebody else, and they might just they might decide to do something else completely different. So we always have to look at things on a site specific basis.
Nothing else online.
Thank you. Any questions from the room?
Oh, just a quick question, Theresa, if you don't mind. You mentioned work packages on your slide. Would that include the phase 4 PFAS work packages, I'm guessing, as well?
I would have thought so.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks.
Question for Theresa again. Sorry. I just wanted to check with regards to the review of the permitting, standard rules permit 27 in particular. Do you foresee any changes to RPS 215 and the use of that?
In the short term, no. In the long term, I have an aspiration that we will withdraw 215 because it'll be replaced by something else. But that's kind of really, really dependent on what environmental reforms happen. So, so at the moment, we've still got 215.
Thank you.
Theresa, it's you in the spotlight again. LCRM includes a really helpful spreadsheet of remediation techniques for different types of contaminants. Doesn't have one for PFAS. in the update for LCRM, are you proposing to add PFAS specific technologies to that spreadsheet?
I can't answer that question.
That's fine.
With my
You
colleague.
might want to cheat and look at the Syria guidance because we did put them in the LCRM format just in case somebody wanted to.
Do that.
Yeah, you know,
Bear
it's
in
there.
mind. Yeah, I know with our government publishing rules, they really frown upon like PDFs and flowcharts and stuff on our bits of the .gov. So yeah.
So the whole Excel file might disappear.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? That's 3 hands up that way. Has anyone got questions for Darren?
I have a question.
Amy.
I have a question for Darren.
Doing such a good job.
Darren, what kind of mechanism there is for imposing penalties on the government for not completing your targets or suggestions?
So, as I said in my presentation, there are a suite of legally binding targets, and we take quite a precautionary approach to things like taking action against government, but there is a facility there for us to potentially look at progress and take action against government. I'm not sure whether necessarily we've thought of that in detail and what the consequences are, but I think we'd rather take the good regulators' position of working with government to achieve their aims and support them in that. I think there's a potential with the revised EIP for some of the targets to be changed, and obviously that has to go through Parliament, and we're not the only scrutinising body that is out there. You know, there are the various committees. The Environmental Audit Committee chair came to our launch of the EIP report earlier on in the year, so there's a lot of pressure on government to change, and I think legal action would be a step of the last resort, to be perfectly honest.
Theresa, what are the chances are there for the sites to get under Part 2A in relation to PFAS in future, because it's an emerging pollutant? Yeah, that's my question. Sorry. And years of monitoring, I think I read some years of monitoring some sites, I guess. And yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
So I'll just summarise your question. I think you're asking me what's the likelihood of more sites coming through Part 2A because of PFAS contamination. I would say a very big likelihood that is the case. It's work in progress, basically, as much as I can say about that right now. But yes, it's definitely, it's something we're bringing into the DOE industry profiles work, you know, so those DOE industry profiles that were historically used, you know, in looking at inspection strategies for Part 2A back in the day in 2000, you know, they were based on documents that were written probably late 80s, early 90s.
94, 95 they were probably.
Yeah, so that, you know, they're really old. So they're still on the Clare Wall because they're in our National Archive, but they don't spell out these are the industries you really need to look at because they've got PFAS in, you know. So we're looking at trying to create a tool with Clare to help bring that understanding further, so that when people are designing their PRAs, it's kind of there that, oh yeah, we need to be doing that as well. So, you know, in the great scheme of things, it you know, as we always talk about conceptual site models and doing your research and desk studies and stuff, but under Part 2A, yes, that there probably is a very big likelihood that we'll see some more sites.
Hi, I've got a question for Darren. So from your presentation, it looks like you're doing a lot of firefighting now, and there's lots of kind of environmental issues that are related to the government, I would say, at the moment, such as, you know, the airport expansions and sewage pollution, all that sort of thing. Can I ask, with so many things that are needing to be addressed, how do you prioritise what to really pressure the government on? Are you just presenting them everything?
It's impossible for us to to cover all of the issues. So I hate to give the standard answer of it's about our governance. We're an evidence-led organisation, so we look at the areas that potentially have the greatest impact, but also where we can provide the greatest added value. So, for example, you could say that we've looked at Part 2A, for example, but there's no real reason for the OEP to intervene on Part 2A because the Environment Agency are doing some really good work on looking to improve things. So we're guided by our corporate plan, which is set out in consultation with external stakeholders, and we're driven by our board and our executive committee. And decisions are made through our business planning process as to where the most effective impact we can have as an organisation. So I wouldn't necessarily put it as firefighting. I would almost put it as opportunities for us to provide added value and to point government in the right direction and to give them suggestions as to where things might be improved. So actually, it's quite an enjoyable space to be in as an organisation because you can see and you know that you're making some difference. Does that answer your question?
It's Theresa, I'm afraid. You probably expect that sort of thing from me. Steve Edgar from Vitace. Really supportive of the idea of like recoupling like sort of discharge of water back to mobile treatment licenses. Has the agency thought about, or could you think about going all the way? And considering kind of, I suppose, remediation is generally a positive improvement to the environment, actually coupling back up sort of abstraction of contaminated water, treatment of water and soils, discharge of it and reuse of soils all into one little neat thing that we could apply for. Use, assess the risks, and how much faster would that be?
Thanks for that, Steve. Yeah, I did cover the abstraction licensing is still under the Water Resources Act, so that there's work still, it's work in progress trying to get abstraction licensing into environmental permitting. That's outside of my area of work. With respect to this specific review of the mobile plant permitting, it is, I'm kind of slightly bound by how it was set up originally because it was all about the treatment and not about the reuse of material afterwards. And obviously, things have moved. I was looking at the original, was it the 90s task force report, and then the urban task force report that generated the first code of practice in 2008, and obviously we've got to the 2011, and now we're still waiting for where we're going next, as it were. So that there's a lot of things happening behind the scenes that I'm not at liberty to talk about, I'm afraid, because it is all work in progress. But absolutely, completely want to be behind remediation and reducing that contaminant mass on a site and not storing it up for generations later. So yeah, it's a hard question for me to answer because there's only so much we can do within our current bounds, and we also have to be resourced appropriately to be able to do that. But there are certain things that have to happen at government level as well, and I think where we are on my penultimate slide, that forward look of, well, what is actually happening right now? There's a lot of work happening right now with the Treasury, with the Ministry of Housing Communities and the DEFRA as well. So 20-30 years ago, DEFRA and the MHCLG were used to be the Department of the Environment, and I think if we'd stayed as that one organisation, we might have actually progressed a lot more sooner. But because we're two different departments, for instance, there's a specific homes accelerator and a task force for accelerating homes as well. So we're actually trying to work out how we can get money from MHLG into the Environment Agency, because we bid for some money from them to help do stuff. So just little things like that where you think, red tape challenge, you know, you're like, it's lovely that we can do red tape for everybody else external, but we really can't help ourselves until we sort that out, you know, fundamentally.
How can we that more? So I theorise that I bet there's
Yeah.
a remediation contractor or practitioner in the industry that won't agree with.
Yes.
They won't agree with that suggestion of like coupling it all back up properly. And you know, because arguably a contaminated groundwater plume on a site is hardly a water resource, is it? It's something that needs addressing. But how can we help you if you can't make that happen, if you know what I mean? What can industry do?
What can industry do
to make other people
I think,
listen?
So you've got an opportunity here to send in evidence to the call of evidence to the planning and infrastructure bill that's happening right now, but you need to do that now because, as I said, the more sooner you put it in, the more likelihood that it will get looked at within that select committee. And I think, you know, those valid points, they need to be aired at that level, rather than just at me here today.
Well, you know, it's not just at you, but thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for that.
I think we've got time for one more question and then it's tea.
How does the OEP sit alongside the Environment Agency? Because you mentioned in your slides about taking like a active interest, was it, in 2 landfill sites? And then you mentioned like the waste hierarchy. Are you like the political arm of the Environment Agency?
No, we are we are independent of the Environment Agency. So we are.
Not some overlap then?
There's not. From an operational and implementation point of view, everything sits with the Environment Agency. We oversee how environmental law is implemented. So we're talking about both the law from government plus also how the Environment Agency and other regulators go about their daily duties. So what we're interested in is whether they are doing that effectively. So
are they doing it effectively?
Well, for Wally's Quarry, I'll give you an example. So our interest in Wally's Quarry was around whether the Environment Agency were discharging their duties effectively. So that's the position that we sit in. We do hold. It's quite a complicated thing when we're having discussions with Theresa, and we've got really good relationship with the team, because we've both got an enforcement responsibility, but we've also got effectively what is a research and publication. So we have to be really careful when we're talking to Environment Agency, natural and local authorities, to be clear that we are either on the one hand collecting information to look at how a system works or a particular policy is being implemented, versus whether we have concerns over the implementation of a piece of law and whether the Environment Agency or natural and local authorities are implementing it effectively. But we sit both independently of DEFRA, the Environment Agency. While we're funded by DEFRA, we are very much independent of them, and our board is very, very clear on that. So our first step in everything we do is to be open and honest with those that, in inverted commas, we regulate. It's not quite, we oversee. It's not quite the right word, regulate. So we're all about soft power and about undertaking sort of soft investigations into areas, expressing interest, and only then, when we do see there's a significant breach of environmental law, intervening. So it's quite a, I wouldn't say it's a tightrope, but it's quite an interesting mix of powers that the OEP has, plus also maintaining our independence whilst also trying to work with Theresa and the wider teams across government as well.
Right, I'm going to wrap this bit up. So it's coming up for 10:02. You've got 10 minutes to grab coffee, comfort break, and then it's time for our workshop sort of questions as well. So hopefully your Mentimeter, Mentimeter app questions have all been summarised and put to us in 10 minutes.
thank you so much for your attendance today and all your questions. The idea of this final session is just a bit of a freewheeling discussion around the survey that hopefully some of you have filled in today. And if people have questions for the panel that they'd like a bit more information on, then great. We've got some sort of questions that have come in as part of the survey that we'll throw out to the panel, but there will be roving mics as well if people want thoughts or comments as we go through. So we'll just start by going through the responses to the Mentimeter survey that's been going on today. So just a breakdown of the people that we've got here, predominantly consultants and regulatory, but yeah, a nice bipolar mix there. How long have you worked in the industry? So again, a bit of a range. It'd be good to try and get more very early careers and students along to these kind of things potentially, but we're working on that. And yeah, just the first topic was sustainability. So there are a couple of leading questions in here. Is the contaminated land industry at large doing enough to improve our sustainability performance? The general consensus is no. So, I mean, the question is why? And then here are the responses as to why and what those barriers are to more proactively addressing our sustainability performance. Sorry, panel, you're craning your necks here to see this. Should have thought about this a little bit more.
Sustainable.
Yeah, there we go. Less paper printed. So yeah, clients not allowing, lack of effective regulation, lack of knowledge being our top three here. We can talk about those further when we come to the questions, but sort of one of the big questions on sustainability to put to the panel, which came out of some of our talks earlier in the day, is what are the factors that are stopping companies or consultants using in situ methods of soil remediation or on-site reuse of soils, given that it is generally a more sustainable solution? We heard a lot about better transport, but why wouldn't we necessarily do it in situ? And yeah, just any thoughts on that from the panel would be very welcome.
No one's making us.
Strong.
Cost and program and clients' appetite for putting that into place. Really, it needs regulation to drive sustainability, doesn't it?
So there is guidance out there. Is it just that clients aren't willing to kind of take that guidance on board, or we're not putting it into our proposals, or is it?
I think if the planning system took the presumption in favour of sustainable development seriously, an objection to any proposal that involved excavation and off-site disposal should fail on the basis that it's not sustainable development. It's one of the few reasons for refusing the planning application. Okay, there you go.
Interesting.
But you should be doing in situ. If it will work, in situ is by far the smartest way of doing it.
It's always programmed though, isn't it? I've even had clients willing to like spend a lot of money on putting in lots of unnecessary gas protection and things because it's programmed, like they're on site doing it already. Like they're gonna lose more money in like not building things out quickly, so they'd rather, and that's like money and not just the sustainability issue. It's a sustainability issue as well, but it's I don't know. And so unless it's like there's guidance, but unless it's a regulation that you have to do this, then it's not enough, I think.
Yeah, I'd like to supplement the regulation with policy, because there are certain things that will come not via specific regulations or acts, they'll come via national policy. But, you know, depending on how these policy things are printed and then it will come down to how it's implemented, either via local plans or national plans, overarching national plans or things. So there has to be a cultural change. And, you know, as we discussed in the piling risk assessment earlier, talk about bringing things into play at a much sooner stage. So rather than back-ending stuff via pre-commencement conditions on planning, you know, in an ideal world, you want to be having those discussions about how are we going to move, for instance, at Heathrow, if it ever happens, you know, potentially they have to move 20 million cubic meters of material around, of which some of that, actually most of it is landfill from post-World War II all the way to current landfill directive compliant landfill. You know, when you're looking at that sort of thing, you can't have that discussion post planning permission. You have to have that years in advance of planning, so you know as soon as you get that planning permission or whichever way it happens, you hit the ground running, you know, and that's what we need, you know, and actually having those discussions earlier might help getting the information right first time, which again drives that smoother process through as well.
Matt, you had a second part to your question, which is why don't we reuse more soils on site? That's because we have daft legislation that says a bucket full of a JCB is waste. And I think that at 9 o'clock this evening, depending on what a certain commander-in-chief in a different side of the pond in a former colony says, we might need to be a lot more self-sufficient in resources than we've been able to get away with. And I think that that might be a paradigm shifting lever to get government to change how difficult it should be for a bucket of excavated material to be waste. It should be a resource that should be finding a home, safe, suitable for use and all the rest of it. And only very rarely should you be allowed to say, this is so bad, I can't find anywhere I could use it, and I've got to shove it in a hole in the ground somewhere else for somebody else to dig it up in 70 or 80 years' time when they want to build a piece of critical national infrastructure on it. So let's see what happens tomorrow.
Great. Thanks. Yeah, really interesting. Yeah, we'll come on to our orange friend across the pond a little bit later. So there are some questions about him and PFAS. But yeah, let's move on with the slides for now. Sorry, we won't go through all of these. What should we as an industry do to focus our efforts to most effectively improve sustainability performance? I mean, I did a word cloud on this, and I will export these results and share after this event. But essentially, the key was regulation, which we've already talked about here, and clients, which is, I thought was an interesting word to pull out, that it's clearly not something that's necessarily our client priorities, which is what Amy was alluding to earlier there, that program is king. Costs become, you know, increasingly, and perhaps the triple bottom line of sustainability is sometimes not quite as true in the world that we live in as it might be. So just moving on to the next one.
Can I just comment on that?
Yeah.
Clients not wanting to spend additional money on sustainable approaches. Internationally, the big drivers on sustainable remediation have been clients. One of whom at least is sitting in this room, or was earlier on, I don't know if he's still here. But when I was writing the international standard on sustainable remediation, that was thrown at us. And when we looked at it, actually, we realized if you go down the trouble of doing sustainable remediation, you spend less money. Why? Because you spend a bit more time thinking and a bit less time filling up lorry loads of stuff to take into a hole in the ground somewhere else. Brain power is a lot cheaper than an excavator. And so I reject that clients they don't want to spend additional money, but a sustainable approach is often environmentally better, socially more acceptable, and cheaper because you've thought about the problem better.
If you think about it early enough.
Yeah.
It's about, yeah, the most sustainable remediation option is the one you didn't do at all. So spending a bit more time on the risk assessment and DQRA stage, eliminating it rather than reducing the impacts once you're doing it.
Yeah. Do you think that as Chris alluded to in some of the talks, the prevalence of sustainability tools that maybe give you the answer you want, if you make those numbers work for you, as it were, that it's a movable feast? One of the questions that came in was, as professional scientists, are we being transparent enough on the data or lack of used in sustainability tools? Is it clear they are subjective and open to opinion and potential inconsistencies? A controversial statement. What are you guys? what does the panel think about, that as a statement?
You got to start somewhere. And
Yeah.
sorry, yeah, jumping in on all these. I think carbon calculators are a really important first step, because if you're not measuring it, you can't reduce it. And it is very difficult to pick a starting point and do a full life cycle, all of that. You've got to draw a line somewhere in terms of where the numbers come from. I think transparency is probably important if there are, understanding what the basis is for the numbers and the assumptions that have been made. But as long as the assumptions are consistently applied in the calculator and using it as a tool to assess options, then I think that's super valuable.
Very fair. So before we move on to the next section from, this was aimed to be the sustainability discussions as part of the workshop. Are there any thoughts from the room on the things that we've discussed here? Chris?
I'd like to say one thing, that top one up there, convince clients there's a better and cheaper and more environmentally friendly way. Taking what Amy was saying, there is always. It's a question of A, finding it, B, justifying it, and then not necessarily convincing clients, but asking clients why they're not doing that. That is the better way to go. And I think that fills in with what Paul was saying as well. To my mind, that's the much better way to do it, is you don't spend your time convincing them. Try saying, there is this better way. Why aren't you doing it? Because you can see the benefits of doing it. So that's the way to convince a client to spend more money or less money or whatever their particular goal that they're trying to achieve is saying, this is the way to do that. Why don't you do it?
I've got two questions. So one question about that.
Can I add to that, Chris? So I'll put my hand up as being the person Paul's referring to on Surf UK, I think. We introduced this in our company as a requirement for all of our projects 13 years ago. So after we wrote the Surf UK guidance, or we're involved with the Surf UK guidance, it's now part of our global programme and requirement for all sites. But even then, it was quite difficult to get some of our consultants to implement it until we introduced a recognition programme, at which point everyone wants to be part of the sticker. And that's what worked for us. The stick, it took time. Praise people with the recognition programme, it worked a treat.
Right, hello. As someone, I don't know how many others in the audience here, I actually write carbon tools. So I'm the one that can sort of answer perhaps some of the criticism of them. I think they have to be used appropriately. And the one thing I've learned in actually developing the tools is how much better you start to understand the problem. And the important thing is not that carbon tools are an estimate. They are not an exact science. And therefore, the outcome of it, you don't want to see something as quoting 3.22 tons of carbon. No, it's not. You can only use it on comparison if you've used the same tool to do an options appraisal, for example, because you're using the same parameters. So you have to be aware that what the output is. It is good for comparing this with this if you use the same tool. And then you start to understand where your carbon's being used and how you should start addressing it. And the key point that's come out of every time we've applied it is start reusing your soil on site, stop sending it to landfill, and stop bringing in clean soil to fill the hole.
Thank you.
Hi, I was just going to ask, I know we had a slide up there earlier saying who here is present, if they're a consultant or a contractor, and I didn't look at the time, but very interestingly, are there any property developers or house builders that are present here today? Because this would be a really useful forum to invite those people in. As a former consultant, trying to get your client to buy into these things is really difficult, and this would be so useful for them to attend.
Thank you. We've got 3, it looks like, from the graph.
Sorry, can I just quickly say to someone, I work for the NHBC, and I regularly try and talk to house builders, and getting them to listen is really, really, really hard. They just want to build houses. Just on the other thing, and that's the other thing on sustainability. just my observation is we see, and as Amy said, get your risk assessment right first time. The most common thing we see in the NHBC is just clean covering back gardens. Sometimes, yes, it is really needed. Sometimes there's a minor exceedance of a PAH, which maybe just want to move some soil around, but you don't really need to bring in clean cover from someone else to deal with it. So again, just get your risk assessment right. Don't be over precautionary when you don't have to be.
Can I comment on that one? Will NHBC formally disavow the cover system guidance document that you guys put your name to back in the Precambrian?
The AGS statement said it still has some valid science. It's used a lot less now, though.
Say the science wasn't valid. I thought its practical application was non-existent.
Paul, it is completely knowledge 20 years old now, and
Wasn't
showing its
any good
age.
20 years ago.
Well, I wasn't at the NHBC 20 years ago. No, in all seriousness, it's got some value still, but it's very rarely accepted by the councils. So if they're not accepted by the planners, doesn't matter what we think. So I'm happy. The NCLOG guidance is really good that it came out on clean cover, and that does talk about it can be used in certain situations, but again, it needs to be justified. And yeah, reducing your clean cover system down to less soil maybe works in some places.
So I just want to add that you need enough ground investigation before you start your risk assessment. So your risk assessment is only as good as the data you put in it. So convincing your client that you need an adequate ground investigation in the first place, because the cost of that, or the savings you make in remediation, is going to more than outweigh the cost of the extra ground investigation.
Okay, keep going. Some of the questions. So moving on to our next section, just to talk about emerging contaminants. So there are going to be many references to asbestos in this section. Again, to reiterate David's point during that session, we appreciate that asbestos is not an emerging contaminant. Perhaps there are still some questions to be answered in terms of how we deal with it in soils. So there will be some comments which just say, why is asbestos in this section? Those have been answered. So which emerging...
Can I answer that?
Oh, please.
The person who wrote the AGS guidance on how to do it safely.
Please.
12 years ago. I would say that it's always going to be an issue. It's a forever contaminant. We've got it there. Unless we take it all and stick it in a hole somewhere else, it will always be a problem. It will always be an issue. It's brought up recently because of them having to find it in association with various other things that are problematic in public buildings, like the fact they use crumbly concrete and this, that, and the other, and they're finding all this asbestos associated that they, in theory, should have already known about, because there should have been, since 2000, a register of what's actually inside the building. I remember going and doing a large amount of those for my first employer, and as a result of the consequences of all of this happening, it is still an emergent issue because we are changing the way we're doing it. And I almost laughed when that comment came up, because back in 2012, when this first came out, as Paul will be fully aware, I was not large amounts about how the hell do we take the British position, which was everything in buildings is what we need to be looking at. That's where the greatest risk is. Sod what happens on the ground outside, only to be told by the European Union and the Court of Human Rights that no, actually it applies to the area outside. And we have been spending the last 15 years trying to square this circle and to actually come up with something. The main problem has been that, yes, professional buy-in has been 100%. The problem is regulatory buy-in, where you're looking at it in a risk assessment manner, where you're trying to reduce the risk as much as possible, versus a regulatory requirement for zero risk. And it's that inherent issue that has been at the heart of why this circle cannot be squared. It's that simple. Because Foils will show you exactly how to say, yeah, we can pretty much guarantee that less than 1 to 10,000 of harm, therefore complying with the NOL requirements, is there, but we want zero risk. Sorry, you can't have that.
Yeah, thanks.
So that's why it will always be an emergent issue until we've actually squared this circle.
Yeah.
Matt, are you going to ask us the planning question on asbestos?
I feel like I don't have to, Paul. Just answer it.
So the question that we would have been asked was, can the tool that we saw earlier on be used in a planning context? And the answer is yes. And I think that the reason why it counts as an emerging contaminant, and it had nothing to do with it, is because of the tool that Simon Cole developed for SOBRA. And it's a bit of a game changer, because now we have a tool that allows us to do a quantitative risk assessment, and we have laboratories that will do the fiber release and the respirable dust tests for us. So we've got the data, we've got the tool, and we can give the regulators the quantitative risk estimate that allows us to say it's minimal risk. Yeah. And therefore, you don't need to do anything about it. And I've got several examples in the last 9 months where either the regulator asked me or a developer asked me to do the QRA, and I then spent a load of money on a lab to do the tests for us. Well, I didn't, the client did, and it works. So it's an emerging contaminant because we've got a new tool to help us answer the question better. Yeah. The Australians are driving themselves balmy in Victoria and New South Wales because they've got daft legislation where one fibre means it's hazardous waste and has to go off. One fibre.
Wow.
So there we go.
It's nice to feel we're doing something right. That's good. Okay, so yeah, the key emerging contaminant, as I imagine there won't be too much controversy over, is PFAS. So there were a few questions that came up following about PFAS. So we'll start with one that came up with the term replacement PFAS that was used a few times. And these have now also been found to be of potential concern from a toxicological point of view. So what is replacing the replacement PFAS is, are they going to be, you know, of concern down the road?
Okay. So probably the most dispersive use of PFAS in the environment is firefighting foams. So we're seeing legislation which requires switching out of firefighting foam. So I know there's a number of consultants probably in the room which are involved in switching out, transitioning from AFFF firefighting foams to fluorine-free firefighting foams. So we are seeing that kind of change where the source of contamination is changing, where we're potentially going to be restricting the use of PFAS containing firefighting foams in the very near future. I think some of the regulations kick off in July where you can't have P4 in firefighting foams. There's other restrictions which cover C9 to C14, PFHXS, PFHXA as well. So there's a whole range of restrictions around firefighting foams coming into place in the very near future. So in answer to the question, I think that where it's not essential use, and there's a lot of debate about what essential use is for PFAS, we've seen restrictions across the board. We've got REACH restrictions coming into Europe, which restrict all PFAS, depending on the definition that you use, but that's where I foresee. But then you think about firefighting foams, PFAS is not the only contaminant in firefighting foams. We see siloxanes, which no one's actually looking for at the moment. That might be the next emerging contaminant. We might see that in the future where it's persistent. You know, we've got these similar problems we're facing with PFAS at the moment. So that's what we talk about, you know, emerging contaminants. That might be the next emerging contaminant potentially.
Right, thank you.
And some of the replacements are, everything is toxic. This is a glass of water. If I drink too much of it, the poison is in the dose. It's probably better for me to be drinking water than gin in that kind of quantity, but that's still got a toxicity to it. The replacements have a higher reference dose. They are less toxic than what we are told PFOS and PFOA are. So everything's toxic, yeah, but not to the same extent.
But is it more the persistence or lingering that's the bigger issue than the, if you're spraying them diffuse into the environment and they're hanging around for a really long time?
Because some of the replacements hang around a long time as well.
We've got this term, haven't we, you know, regrettable substitutes. GenX is probably a classic example of that, where, you know, it's similar physical chemical characteristics to P4, So it's a big issue, but you know, some of the replacements are less toxic. Some of the replacements are potentially less persistent in the environment as well. But yeah, we've got this problem. I say, you know, REACH, we're potentially going to see a ban across the whole of Europe about the use of PFAS for certain products anyway. So we might see this kind of less issue in the future. There was a study done of people's blood where they looked at different types of PFAS in people's blood. We've seen high concentrations many years ago of PFOS and P4. When there was increasing restrictions of PFOS and P4, we've seen a change. But when they did the total organic fluorine result, we've still seen a high concentration, but it was the replacement PFAS that was present in people's bloods. So there's a useful case study in Sweden, in Uppsala, I think it was, that got published a couple of years ago. I was just also interested to look at some of the kind of results from this study. Theresa might be able to comment on this, but there's an environment agency, it's called PEWS, Priority Early Warning System, which looks at a whole range of different emerging contaminants, and that kind of looks at what the priority should potentially be in the future. And just as a thought, there is one contaminant called 1,4-dioxane, which was a stabilizer for 1,1,1 TCA. Whenever I've looked for it on any sites, we find at really high concentrations. It might not be as persistent in the environment as PFAS, but that's perhaps a contaminant that is probably worthy of note. Maybe that could be under the other category, but I'm saying on any chlorinated solvent release site, you would probably find 1,4-dioxane at quite high concentrations. The plume is very extensive as well. I spoke too soon.
I don't think it came up.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, there's our question.
Yeah. What is it? How toxic is it?
There's some debate about the toxicity of it. I think
Right.
some developing research on 1,4-dioxane. It's a big contaminant in the US. Sorry, Dave.
I'm going to ask a question as I'm holding the microphone up. Well, not a question, but 1,4-dioxane actually, I'm fairly sure in the US has been a well-recognized contaminant. They test for it. They, if you conferences in the US, they have loads of case studies of remediation of 1,4-dioxane, and it has always puzzled me a bit why we never seem to test for it in the UK. Apart from the fact it's mainly associated with 1,1,1 TCA, so I wondered if actually you only need to test for it if you've got 1,1,1 TCA as a problem, which I don't find on that.
Yeah, because it's very volatile 1,1,1 TCA, isn't it? So you see the degradation products of 1,1,1 TCA. Sometimes it's not a stabilizer for TCA, but if you do find TCA, you often find 1,4-dioxane as well. But the plume's very extensive. It's very soluble in groundwater. It's that mobility issue we see with PFAS as well. So it's shares a lot of the same issues with PFAS. Might not be as bioaccumulative as the PFOSs and the PFOs of the world, but certainly if you look for it, you'll find it. And, you know, the extensiveness of the plume is similar to what you'd see with PFAS as well. You're totally right. I think, you know, it's such a big issue in the US. I think there's only a limited number of labs which test for it. I think, yeah, there's 2 or 3 labs, I think, that can test for it, but that's probably right. So.
Great, thanks.
Right, PPPs, plant protection products.
Oh, I didn't know what that was, I'll be honest, so I just sort of moved on, but please.
So we're involved in an EU project called Sprint, which is looking at plant protection products. I would call them pesticides. That's worth having a look at. So if you want, look at the Sprint website. It's involved taking samples from all sorts of different bits of the human body, animals and the environment, and testing them, looking at mixtures, looking at indoor dust levels, and there's loads of data there. So have a look at the Sprint website.
Thank you.
Little question on here. Is a lack of available data just guidance and justification to omit microplastics from a CSM? And if no, how can we effectively assess the risk for microplastics?
Should I say that?
Yeah.
No, so essentially there is no kind of regulations or anything about microplastics really in the UK, but the EU have just released some new legislation in their REACH regulations. that have mainly targeting the production and trying to limit the amount that is being used as the way of trying to limit the amount of plastics going into the environment. When you're talking about a specific site conceptual model, currently there isn't really anything out there, other than, potentially, do less trips to site to prevent microplastics coming from the tyres for, HGVs, just like logical things like that you could add to it, but there isn't actually, any guidance or anything out yet. So, but on, I was just wondering if I could also add, so regarding the plant protection products, because there's obviously a big issue about TFA and whether that is a PFAS as well at the moment. If anyone's wondering as well, there's some real high concentrations across Europe as well, but I guess in the UK, we're not really thinking of it. We're trying not to just kind of ignore it, I guess, is kind of more of what's happening. I was wondering what you guys thought of that. And then also the last thing is, so we obviously have a big problem with companies creating new chemicals to then essentially get round their old ones being banned. This was also happening with microplastics with 6-ppd. I don't know how much people know about that, but that's what stops your tires from flaking everywhere. It boards them instead. So currently there's a big lawsuit going on in the US about that. But instead, so what the tire companies are doing is creating 6ppq. So you can already imagine that that's probably going to be just as toxic. So I was just wondering how we solve, if we just given up on that, that's how they get around it, and then we just have to stop them, or if there's anyone's got a nice innovative solution.
I'd just like to point out that in contaminated land terms, which is part 2A and planning, they are chemical agnostic. Unlike Superfund, circular, where you have to be on a hazardous waste list, otherwise the agency, the EPA, cannot regulate you. So to answer your question, Chris, if microplastics are a particular either a source or a pathway, because other things are piggybacking on it, then it's a valid part, in fact, an essential part of the conceptual site model. And if you ignore it, then you are being negligent. There is guidance out there on microplastics in the environment, and there's loads of publications on it, and there is a forthcoming SOBRA guidance document. Hats off to Joanne again for that one. But we have an agnostic, a chemical agnostic regulatory system for planning and part 2A, unlike many other countries. And REACH is different. It's about what we put onto the market, which is great, but yeah.
Does there need to be more done into the toxicology of it, like what effects the microplastics have, like proven harm, because that is something that's in our regulation.
Actually, the bigger problem is nanoplastics, where the chemistry begins to become very different. And the next Silk webinar in June is being delivered by this strange guy called Paul Nathanail, looking at nanoplastics and phthalates and PFAS polymers. So I'm more concerned, to be honest, about the toxicity or the toxic behavior of nanoplastics than microplastics, for what it's worth.
Yeah. I would just also note, this Pew's initiative that the Environment Agency got, it mentions 6ppdq, some of the degradation products as well. So it's worth having a quick look. I think Kirsty was my job. I think she's moved on now, so I'm not sure who's having it. But you can just register for it, and it gives you a breakdown. It's like a tiered approach, but I think there's about 300 individual substances that the Environment Agency have prioritised in this system that they've got there. So that's useful to have a look at.
I also think microplastics and nanoplastics, it should all be under one, really, to a degree. Like, I get that there's a lot of different properties and everything, but when you start getting to the smaller size of the range of microplastics, you're really looking more into how it behaves as a nanoplastic as well. So this is more of where there needs to be more, guidance and strict rules about defining what it is and what's, what counts and what's not. So.
Just thinking about what you said about TFA as well, so trifluoroacetic acid, one of the ultra short compounds. So that is now part of SIP4, this chemical investigations program. So the labs will start looking for this, and they've got, I know 2 or 3 of the labs already got a method for the ultra shorts. So we'll start gathering data for it, and we'll decide if it's a bigger issue. But to give you an idea of the concentrations, typically we're looking for PFAS in nanograms a litre. Because of the high concentrations of TFA, it's more parts per billion we're looking at. So it's micrograms a litre rather than nanograms a litre, because it's so high concentrations.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, just had to plug the laptop in there for a second. So the following question on the slides was, it's a bit of a follow-on in terms of a bit of a look to the future, in terms of which emerging contaminants will have the most impact on receptors into the future. It's interesting that asbestos affects, the majority of people's day-to-day at the moment, but is not necessarily thought to at least be a focus into the future. Perhaps that SOBRA methodology really is as good as, it's going to solve it, which is great. But you can see that PFAS and microplastics certainly are the two key ones. So the questions about microplastics in CSM, very valid, and how we approach those into the future. And then, sorry, what are the main barriers to more proactively addressing emerging contaminants? So the key one that's come out of that, so the categories were financial uncertainty, no appetite for change, client not allowing for such work, lack of effective regulation, and the winner, lack of knowledge. Well, winner is probably the wrong word. Technical limitations and other. So lack of knowledge, and this was alluded to during the presentations earlier, that we are, earth scientists, predominantly geologists, we are not chemists, for the most part. Sorry, Geraint. But are we doing enough to work with other other disciplines to be able to develop this kind of cohesive knowledge on PFAS? So I noted that the RSC is doing a POPs conference in 2 days' time. Yet they're not represented here. It might have been a useful thing. I guess, does the panel have any thoughts about, is there funding in place? Are those links there? Are we doing enough?
Do you want to take that one, Paul? Can you comment afterwards?
I'm a specialist in land condition. I represent the Geological Society on the board of directors of Silk Register Limited. And I'd encourage those of you who are chartered of whatever ilk to consider becoming a silk. One of the defining criteria of a silk is somebody who says, I don't know enough about that, but I know somebody who does. I was going to say there is no I in team, but I was talking to somebody over the tea break who said, there isn't an I in team, but there's a me, and I'm the only person in my organization. But this is a multidisciplinary topic. I learned early on with chlorinated solvents the value of having a good, reliable chemist, and you need a toxicologist, and you need a geologist of a variety of ilks, but I'm an engineering geologist, so that's what I is. If you don't have the right expertise, you will get the wrong answer. And I'm a bit surprised about client not allowing for such work. Clients want certainty, and they want to maximize the return on their asset, whether they're a seller of land or a buyer and a developer of land. And if the land condition isn't properly assessed, they run a big financial risk, which may or may not be payable by the consultant who gave them lack of knowledge, informed advice. So I'm a bit surprised by that. So Silk, and to be fair, ROGEP, the Register of Ground Engineering Professionals, which is JOLSOC and ICE, recognize the importance of multidisciplinary. It's not that I become a chemist, just that I know enough to know that he knows enough about chemistry to go and talk to him. And Theresa, you're a chemist?
I was originally.
You were originally. I didn't mean to cast any aspersions.
But you're right. I think, just coming back to that point, I think many, many moons ago, I think you, in a talk, you probably said there's no such thing as being a one-size-fits-all contaminated land expert, because you need to have that breadth of knowledge. And with the JOLSOC code of practice and chartership, within that code of practice, it says that you work within your scope of what you know, and you bring in people with more detailed knowledge for those specific parts, subject matter, that you're not a specialist in or don't have sufficient information in. So definitely, it needs to be that collaboration, definitely, when we're looking at these things.
The NQMS system specifically asks for that.
It does.
Has the specialist parts of this report being reviewed by somebody who knows what they're on about? So it's not one person reviewing the whole shebang. It's, I need an ecologist to do this bit or whatever it is. So we're getting. So I was delighted to hear you name check the NQMS.
I did, yes. So my parting shot at the Silk Forum last week was, what one thing can Silk do to support growth or regeneration or whatever the question was? And my parting shot was, it's getting it right first time and making the National Quality Mark Scheme a norm and not the exception, basically.
I think we have a question in the audience, please.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a statement, I guess. I just wanted to add what you were saying about the chemistry and the importance of having that capability within the organisation. And what I find very interesting is when you see job adverts for graduate positions in contaminated land consultancies, they very typically don't mention chemistry as a desired degree. They often talk about all the geology, civil engineering, that sort of thing, earth sciences, environmental sciences, but very seldom mention chemistry. But one of the best hires I've ever made was a chemistry graduate who had no background at all in geology or environmental science, but she really added something new to the team and that expertise, and was actually the most capable and driven person who was there because she had that extra drive to be interested in the industry. So I think we can all look at our own hiring practices to make sure that we encourage that diversity of education within our teams.
Thank you. Yeah, really valuable comment. Yeah. So if we keep going, we'll skip past the questions, and then we've got 10 minutes to talk about regulations and guidance. It's probably not quite enough time, but it felt like there was a fair grilling at the end of the last session. So yeah, a bit of a controversial one here. Is the regulation and guidance governing the contaminated land industry fit for purpose? Again, a bit of a split, 50-50 here. It was just, yeah. We probably don't want to get too dragged down into the mud in this in 10 minutes. But if there are comments, succinct comments from the room on why they might have answered no in that moment, then yeah, happy to hear them.
I think I should answer this and say I was a regulator. I was a contaminated land officer. I was also recently one for a local council. And it's interesting that that council then didn't have any more money. And therefore, there is a problem if our regulators are not experienced enough to do it, where you have basically food hygiene people doing the contaminated land work, and councils that don't have any contaminated land officers actually assessing any of the planning applications. So we have a void. And therefore, it wasn't having a go at the regulators. It's unfortunate saying, what happens if there aren't any?
Fair.
There's a problem with the exam question in that. So I act as the exams officer for Silk, okay? When I'm as an escaped academic. We're not a contaminated land industry. The car industry makes cars. The food industry makes food. We don't make contaminated land. We are not an industry. What we are is a land contamination, not contaminated land, because that's got a very legal definition. We're a land contamination services sector. So I don't know who wrote the question, Matt.
I'm not sure either, Paul.
But there is a very fundamental problem with the question and the way we sell ourselves or promote ourselves to society at large.
Yeah.
Who depend on us to make sure their most valuable asset, their house, maintains its value. So we're a land contamination service sector.
Okay.
Discuss.
Yeah, I'll just put that in my notes for next time. Great, thank you. So yeah, this one, what is your most anticipated upcoming initiative from the regulator or government? So this was feeding off your presentation. So update to DALCOP, PFAS regulation, Department of Environment profiles. Yeah, so PFAS again, the leading light there. Yeah, update to the DALCOP comes up later as another potential hot topic for a separate conference. I suspect that would be a conference in its own right. So yeah, again, with 5 minutes to go, probably not one we want to get into too deeply. But speaking from personal experience, the DOE profiles come up very frequently. Is there sort of an update on a timescale for that?
I can't speak too soon, but I know there was potentially there might be some funding in place now to move those forward, because Clare have done the first phase. They had a stakeholder meeting where a lot of people were invited. I think about 35 people on the call. I chair the Contaminated Land Working Group of AGS, and there was a lot of support within our group for the kind of update of the Department of Environment Industrial Profile. So they are, know they're very well used, and industries completely support them. So I think those are very much anticipated, and hopefully they will move forward in the very near future as well. So I think that would be a positive thing for all of us to hear that.
Chris.
What I'd like to say about that is, Geraint, how about we add microplastics in all the DOE profiles?
I'm sure that will be one of the things that gets added, along with PFAS and various other emerging contaminants as well.
So one of the final slides, what factors are the biggest barriers to improving the regulatory landscape of the contaminated land industry? So lack of government leadership, lack of funding or resources. You'd imagine those go hand in hand in many ways. Lack of knowledge, inadequate communication with stakeholders. No one's satisfied, unfortunately. No improvement. And it is ever thus. Yeah, any comments on any of those from the panel or from the room?
I think Jonathan had it right when he said get it right first time, which isn't the regulators, it's the practitioners. It's on us to give the regulators stuff that is fit for purpose, then their job is easy.
Agreed.
Provided you give them enough money to do it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chris.
So there was one question that came in alongside that. So this was related to PFAS and our bloated friend over the pond's cutting of support for EPA funding into PFAS. Does that mean, given the leadership they've had on it to date, that we're sort of back to square one? Or is it Europe or other nations around the world that now need to take the torch on that? Do you have any feelings on that?
Yeah, that's just unbelievable, isn't it? And I don't know what to talk to politically, but it's just ridiculous what we're seeing going on at the moment with cuts in US EPA. They do lead the field. You know, they do lead on the toxicology of many contaminants. Some of the very restrictive requirements that they have come up with regards to PFAS, and Paul, you probably have some more comments around, but they have come up with the maximum contaminant level goals, which is just 0 for a lot of the PFAS. But it's not a good thing, clearly, is it? For the whole of the world, it's not a good thing if the US EPA have got restrictions on funding. So many people are going to potentially losing their jobs in the future. You know, there's other international initiatives like Nicole, for instance. Nicole's got a PFAS working group. Alga involved in looking at PFAS as well. You've got more links with Alga than I've got, Paul. So I know there's international initiatives that's going on around the world, but US EPA have got the funding, they lead on a lot of the toxicology. It's not a good thing, clearly, is it? It's just not a good thing for the whole of the world.
Even a stopped clock is right twice a day. The toxicology values we've been given by the EPA on PFOS and PFOA are homeopathic. No laboratory can give you a concentration of 0. 0 isn't even a number. So bearing in mind a stop clock is right twice a day, the loss of the ORD, the Office of Research and Development, is going to be an absolute disaster, because so many people around the world, particularly in countries which don't have the resources to have their own research effort, will be able to draw upon that expertise. Not the only show in town in the States. There's still the stuff being funded through Department of Defense and Department of Energy, but the loss of the ORD is a really, really big impact. Perhaps not so much in the UK, but in other parts of the world, where the kind of industries that they want to rehome went out and built factories and plants that led to pollution that now needs to be dealt with, and they look to the ORD publications to help them solve those particular problems. So I think the ORD is something we should really, really lament potential loss of.
Do you think there's willingness sort of in the UK or Europe to create an equivalent, you know?
Question of funding again, isn't it, really? I suspect.
I think Europe at the moment is waking up to the fact that the largest defense spender in the planet is taking their toys home. I think that might be a more existential threat. So not yet.
All right. So that was the end of the survey. It's 5 o'clock. That's the end of the workshop. Thank you very much to our panelists and to all our attendees. There's the wine and drinks reception until 6:30. Many thanks to all our virtual attendees as well. Please subscribe to the CLG LinkedIn, check out our website. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rest is
Well done, guys.
feedback on the.
I almost turned to you and said, what do you think on PFAS?
We did it.
We did it.